As I sat in my sports car preparing for the race of a lifetime, my manager Ruth shot me a nervous look. If your dad finds out, we're dead meat. They're probably giving away some charity award somewhere. Besides, they already control everything. This is my way of living my life. Now sit still. As I drifted and turned the car around, Ruth was screaming, "Slow down, Your Royal Highness!" Oh, come on. The fun has just begun. I pumped up the gas, and my brand new Ferrari was whooshing past the rest of the cars, putting me ahead in the race. Told you I'd win. Just then, a big van came out of nowhere and started clicking my pictures. Time to run. Hi, I'm Penelope, a real-life princess from Belgium. Please like and subscribe. I grew up with really controlling parents. They planned my daily schedule and made me go to boring meetings and dinners so I'd be ready for my duties one day. I wasn't even allowed to go to school or parties with people my age. My life was miserable. After what had happened at the race that day, everyone in the kingdom called me the crazy princess. The media is having a ball. This is so harmful to our reputation. Your reputation? I aced that race, and they're saying I came in second. If anyone's reputation is hurt, it's mine.
Enough. You are next in line to the throne, Penny. Mend your ways or I'll get you married.
I'm 17. You can't get me married. I must be at least 18 according to the rules.
I am the king and I set the laws.
Dad received a call and left before I had a chance to argue any further. Surely he wasn't serious, right? The next morning, I was swimming in my private pool when Ruth walked in with William, Prince of Denmark, and my childhood best friend. I got out and hugged him tight.
Wow, you've become prettier over the years.
Wish I could say the same for you. We laughed and decided to catch up over dinner. But when I got to the table, I saw him talking to my parents, and they looked serious. What's going on?
Penny, darling, we were just discussing the venue for the marriage.
Oh, wow. Who's getting married?
Us.
William looked at me, grinning, and I felt my mind numb. Suddenly, I found myself dragging William outside. What the heck was that?
I want to get married to you. I've always liked you and your parents don't seem to have a problem.
But I do. I don't want to get married to you or anybody. I'm 17 for the love of God. Is that why you're here? Did my parents put you up to this? Wait, don't answer that. I already know. I turned around and walked off, leaving William alone. And after that day, things just weren't the same. I avoided William all day long, and it came to a point where I couldn't step out of the house. It was insane. Just as I was trying to figure out a way out of this, Ruth told me she was leaving for New York on official duty for a year. You can't leave me. You're the only one on my side. Then join me. Nobody knows you there. You'd be free to do what you like. That did sound like a brilliant idea, but I knew Mom and Dad would never allow that. That didn't mean I couldn't try. So the next day, I went to their chambers to have a one-on-one. I want to finish my last year of school in New York. No one, least of all William, should know where I am.
And why should we listen to you?
You have to if you want me to get married. If this is the last year of my single life, I'd rather spend it away from all this drama. After hours of arguing, they finally caved and agreed to enroll me in one of the best schools in New York under a different name, Mia. Within a week, I was on a plane to my new life. But New York was busier than I'd imagined. If not for Ruth, I would have totally lost my way. Tired and exhausted, I hit the shower as soon as I reached the hotel. But just as I entered the bathroom, I saw someone under the sink. If you're a thief, let me warn you, I know karate.
Really? I'd love to see that, Jackie Chan.
Don't come up. I will legit punch you. I quickly left and grabbed myself a robe. Come out. The guy slowly dragged himself out, and when I saw his face, I almost passed out. He had to be the most handsome guy I'd ever seen.
If you're done staring, can I leave? I have another job to get to.
Not so soon, mister. Do you know what would have happened if I didn't see you? This is a strict violation of human rights.
I'm late. Call a protest, light a candle, I don't care. My job's done.
And he turned around and left. What a jerk. That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and woke up feeling annoyed and exhausted. I would have skipped my first day if Ruth hadn't boosted my confidence. As I entered the classroom, I immediately noticed a familiar face, the hot plumber guy. And unfortunately, he was the only one with an empty seat next to his.
A masher.
What?
If you're stalking me, you might as well know my name.
You wish. I joined recently. It's my first day.
Explains why you're wearing your skirt inside out.
I looked down and he was right. How embarrassing! As if that wasn't awkward enough, Asher was also my lab partner and just the weirdest guy ever. I'd never seen him talk to anyone, and he was always either with his books or playing football. If I tried talking to him, he would awkwardly turn in the other direction. What was up with this guy? A few days later after school, I was happily relaxing in my hotel when someone knocked on my door. Asher.
You forgot your list of lab supplies.
Thanks. You could have given these to me tomorrow in school.
I don't know about you, but this class is really important to me, so don't screw up on these.
It's important for me too.
Clearly. Anyway, I'd love to stop and chat, but I'm late for my night job. Unlike you, I have work to do.
Did he just call me useless? Asher turned to leave, but I ran behind him. Hey, jerk. I know you think all the world's weight is on your shoulders, but it's not. Everyone has their battles, so don't you dare talk down to me again. I turned around and left, slamming the door in anger. What an absolute piece of work this guy was. When I told Ruth about him, she had the weirdest thing to say. Maybe he has a crush on you. What? No. The guy hates me for some reason, and he's such a prude. Gosh, he gets on my nerves. And yet, somehow all we've done is speak about him. Whatever. A few days later, we had a surprise literature test, and I aced it. But I saw Asher sulking in the corner. And later, during an experiment, he screwed up badly and spilled everything on the counter. His mind was clearly somewhere else. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just do your thing.
Fine, dude. I was just asking.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I've scored miserably on my literature paper. If I don't get this right, I'll lose my chances of ever getting a scholarship.
What's a scholarship? Asher gave me a confused look before explaining it to me. I had no idea that people struggled so much to get a good education. For the first time ever, I felt lucky to be born rich. Fine, I'll help you.
You will?
Yeah, but you'll owe me one, and you'll stop pissing me off. Deal?
Deal.
Soon after, Asher and I started with his classes in my hotel room, and he was worse than I thought.
My love is like a red, red rose. It blooms in June. Who talks like that?
Ahem. Now take my hand, look into my eyes, and say it again. And try not to sound like a robot. Asher took a deep breath and did exactly what I asked. But just when he took my hand, I felt a weird rush in my body.
My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June, that's sweetly played in tune. How was that?
Wow, that was brilliant. Yeah, cool. That was, good. Pretty awesome, actually. My heart was racing faster than ever. What was this heart-pounding rush? I'd never felt anything like that before. Asher and I were still holding hands when the door flung open and I saw William standing there.
I leave you for a month and I already have competition? But why this peasant?
William, what the heck are you doing here?
I came to check up on my girl.
Oh, shut up. I thought we were over this. Just leave me alone.
I won't let you go this easy, love.
William tried to take my hand, but Asher interrupted him.
I don't think Mia needs you here. Now, if you don't want your butt kicked, I suggest you leave. Her name's Penelope. If you like a girl, at least get her name right. I'm leaving now, but this isn't over.
After William left, Asher turned to me, confused.
What was he talking about?
Asher looked at me confused as I told him the whole story.
Whoa, that's insane. You're an actual princess?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to live like a normal person for once. Suddenly, I felt my hand on his, and my stomach erupted with butterflies.
I hope you won't throw me in the dungeons for being a jerk to you before.
I just might, if you annoy me again. After that day, Asher and I got a lot closer. He promised not to tell anyone about me, and I promised to help him with acing his literature tests. Once we got talking, I learned that we had a lot in common.
My parents are too busy in their own world. I was always ambitious, and they had no money, so I figured out a way to make it on my own. Now, I love being independent.
I wish I could make my life the way I wanted.
You can. All you gotta do is be brave. From here.
As he laid my hands on his chest, I could feel his heart pounding, fast and hard. I was falling for him, and I knew he felt the same way when he asked me to be his date for the Halloween party. Life was good, except William was always around me, and that was kind of annoying. When I told my parents about him, they were actually supportive of his behavior.
You should be happy he loves you so much. I suggest you come back and let go of this foolish adventure.
Why did they hate me so much? One day before the party, when I walked into school, I saw William waiting for me on his knees and a life-size bouquet.
Beautiful flowers for my beautiful date. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow.
No need. I already have a date.
Who? That peasant from the hotel? Come on. You deserve a prince like me. Only royalty can match royalty, and you know that.
That's enough, William. You were my childhood friend, and I respected that for as long as I could, but I'm done. Teach your lessons on royalty to my parents who love you so much, but leave me out of it.
You'll regret this.
Yeah, whatever. That evening, as I got dressed, I got a text from William that he was leaving, and I couldn't be happier. Good riddance. When Asher came to pick me up, I was shocked to see him stepping out of his car, looking like an absolute dream. We entered the party dressed as Cinderella and Prince Charming, and people couldn't stop gushing over how amazing we looked together. The mood became better when the song shifted to a slow number.
You look beautiful tonight.
Just tonight?
I fell for you the day I saw you, and I never stopped liking you.
Is that why you were so rude to me?
It was a way of keeping my feelings under control. I thought you'd distract me from my goals, but I was so wrong.
Asher pulled me closer till our faces were inches apart, and he gently kissed me on my cheek. And suddenly the song changed again, and we lost our moment.
Let's get out of here.
I'd like that. Asher took my hand and took me to the school rooftop, overlooking the entire city of New York. It was beautiful.
Penny, I know you're a princess, and I would never be able to match your status. But will you date me and make me the happiest person on earth?
It was a dream come true to meet a guy like Asher, and I was the happiest I'd been in a long time. But just as I was about to say yes, the door of the roof crashed open, and suddenly I had people taking my pictures left, right, and center.
Is he your new boyfriend, Penelope? Will you leave the crown to get married to him?
Show us the ring! I wanted to leave, but there was no way out. Just then, I caught a hold of one of the guys with the camera. Who sent you? Tell me now or I'll destroy your career. The guy got scared and told me he got an anonymous tip from someone named Asher. No way! I immediately started looking for Asher when I saw him taking money from one of the media people. How could you betray me?
Penny, listen to me. This isn't what it looks like.
I'm not blind. I just saw you taking money from him. If you needed money, you could have just asked. You're worse than William. At least he didn't lie. Asher tried to stop me, but I was too heartbroken to stop. Soon after, I called Ruth and asked her to get me on a private plane back to Belgium. I wanted her to come along, but her work in the States wasn't over yet. As soon as I landed, the driver took me to the hospital and not the palace. What's happening? Where are we going?
You'll find out soon enough, Your Royal Highness.
My heart was beating nervously as the security led me to a private room and saw Dad with 1,000 machines beeping over his head. Dad! Oh my God, what happened?
Penny, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I turned to Mom, and she told me that Dad had been unwell for quite some time. When he learned that I was dating someone out of royalty, he just couldn't take it. I'm sorry, Dad. I let you down, but I've learned my lesson. I'll do everything you say.
I just want you to take over the crown and get married to William. He's perfect for you, honey.
Even though I didn't agree with Dad, I nodded with a heavy heart. The news of my marriage and coronation spread like wildfire. Mom planned a major event inviting all the royal families of the world. As I stepped into my wedding gown, I could feel my heart sinking. Asher was the love of my life, but I had to make the sacrifice in the name of my family. I was walking down the aisle when Ruth came running into the church. Stop! Stop the wedding! Ruth, what are you doing? I have to do this. For Dad, Stop being dramatic. He doesn't love you. He's only after your money. Ruth told everyone how after I'd left, she went back to the hotel to get the rest of my stuff and ran into William. But he told me he'd left. That's exactly what I was wondering too. So I followed him to a club and saw him making out with random girls. She went on to tell how William's parents were practically broke and they wanted to marry their son off to recover money.
That's not true. She's lying.
He was the one who tipped off the media about you. For money. I looked at William, who had turned pale as paper. Spill the truth. Now.
Fine. I did it. And I'm not sorry. How could you choose that peasant over me? I'm royalty.
I slapped his face hard. I swear to God, if you say royalty one more time, I will have your sorry butt arrested. Now, if you have an ounce of shame, take your parents and get out. When I reached the palace that night, Mom and Dad were more than apologetic, and it was decided I'll take the throne with or without the husband. But before that, there was one more thing I had to do. Ruth, I already know. Here's your ticket. Go get him. I hugged her and left immediately for New York and booked the same hotel. When I reached the room, I loosened the sink and asked specifically for Asher.
Excuse me? Anyone home?
I'm in here. Hand me the screwdriver, please.
Ma'am, could you come out, please?
Sure, let me just... Oh...
Penny, what are you doing? Get out of there. Are you hurt?
Probably not as much as I hurt you. I'm sorry for not trusting you. Ruth told me how William manipulated the situation.
I was just paying them to get rid of them.
I know that now. So, you think you can forgive me? Or, I'd rather order you since I'm the queen and all, so... Asher pulled me in for a kiss, and it was everything I'd hoped for.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter. My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different, and I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC, esoteric. QUERULOUS, querulous. VACILLATE, vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing, and honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when,
What's this?
she snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door, just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car.
I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded.
Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. Dismay. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no. I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom.
Fine.
Within a week, Mom was gone and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the bee. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward.
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. Appoggiatura. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here?
Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister, the girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad.
Hi there, I'm Ellie, and I've got a story that'll make you laugh, cry, maybe even question your own sanity. But hey, don't we all need that from time to time? So like and subscribe and strap in, because this roller coaster is about to take off. You see, I was born with a slight anger problem, the kind that made me want to karate chop a stuffed animal when I was just 5. Yep, I had anger issues. On a sunny day at the park, 5-year-old me just wanted to have fun on the swings and slides, but things took a different turn.
I'm gonna slide like a penguin. Move it. I'm going first. Hey, no cutting. That's not nice.
Do I look like I care? The bully pushed past me, smirking. Feeling furious,
I climbed the ladder fast with my juice box in hand.
You'll be sorry, mister.
I squeezed the box hard, squirting juice straight into the bully's eyes. Then I slapped him and pushed him down the slide, and his nose started bleeding. He started crying like a baby, and his dad came running over.
What is wrong with you? Behaving like a monster? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I picked up a pebble and threw it at him, but it missed him by an inch.
Don't tell me how to feel. You should be thanking me for teaching your awful kid a lesson.
I threw another pebble at him and then ran away. Mom and Dad yelled at me all the way back home. I cried and said sorry. Then I jumped onto my parents and smothered them with kisses till they forgave me. Yeah, I think I'm a kind person in general. I mean, as long as I'm not angry. Fast forward to first grade, and there I was, little Ellie, eager to make friends at school. One day during recess, I spotted a group of girls playing hopscotch, and I approached them.
Hey, you, I think we should be friends. No thanks. I already have friends.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but I wasn't giving up so easily.
Oh, yeah? Well, you haven't met a friend like me.
I started shouting and spinning with my arms spread out like a wild little windmill. I even threw my sandwich on the ground.
I'm fun. I'm cool. And I'll bring snacks to share. So why wouldn't you want to be my friend? Say yes, or you'll regret it. Say it.
The girl hesitated, then let out a sigh.
Okay, fine. I'll be your friend. Please, just stop yelling at me.
And just like that, I made a new friend. Her name was Lucy, and she was the best. 2 years later in third grade, my family told me one day that we had to move for Dad's job. Scared of losing Lucy, I got really angry.
I won't leave Lucy. She's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere.
I protested by staying in our backyard treehouse, and I refused to come down till my parents changed their mind. We know you're upset, but we have to think about what's good for the family. But when I didn't budge, my parents caved after a few days. I was so happy, I finally climbed down from the treehouse. And I learned that standing up for what matters can make a difference, and that my anger was the best thing I had. It gave me whatever I wanted. What I didn't realize back then, though, was that Lucy eventually figured she could take advantage of my anger issues to get her way, too. If she wanted something from someone, she'd come up with a sneaky plan to get me all riled up against that person. Yeah, it always made me the bad guy fighting and bullying people, while Lucy looked like she was the nice, calm friend of a monster, but no one got seriously harmed. As we entered middle school, though, Lucy started doing it more frequently and for bigger things, and I began getting into serious trouble. Like one day, Lucy came to me saying that Mrs. Thompson had called her into her office and said she was giving her a C- on her project.
You know what else she said? She told me that I should get myself a better friend because you're distracting me with all your fights and affecting my grades while you get good grades yourself. She even said that you hang out with me just so you can feel better than me. Can you imagine?
What? That's not true.
Of course I know that. Listen, in today's lesson, I'm gonna confront her about this psychological manipulation. And if she sneezes a lot, it means she's nervous that I've told you everything she said. You know all the teachers fear you,
but Mrs. Thompson is always sneezing because of her allergies.
Yes, but sneezing a lot means she's nervous and she's hiding something. She told us that once, but I guess you forgot.
Lucky you have me to remind you. When it was Mrs. Thompson's class, Lucy gifted her a red nose, and seconds later when she confronted her about the manipulation, Mrs. Thompson started sneezing like crazy, and I felt furious.
How could you? I thought you were a nice teacher, but you're just like the rest.
And with that, I pushed her hard. She fell down and screamed in pain. While everyone's attention was focused on me, Lucy sneaked into Mrs. Thompson's laptop and changed her own grade on the project. Mrs. Thompson broke her arm, and I got suspended for 3 weeks. My parents were furious with me and insisted that I tell them exactly what happened. When I did, Mom said that Lucy was the manipulative witch here. I yelled at her and didn't talk to her for days. How could she say that about my BFF? Days later, I visited Lucy, and her mom opened the door and looked at me like I was some cockroach. Ugh, you again. What do you want? I heard what happened with Mrs. Thompson. Why can't you be a normal human being? Poor Lucy, she almost failed her project because of you. What? Yeah, you're crazy and you're affecting my child. She'll end up failing all her classes because of you.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Hey, listen, you silly woman.
I was about to scream at her when Lucy Lucy showed up and pulled me inside her bedroom.
Please, Ellie, you can't talk to Mom like that no matter what she says. But I'm a good friend and I forgive you. Now calm down, girl, and take the Snickers bar. I know it's your favorite candy.
Lucy had clearly been spreading lies about me, but I was too blind to see it back then. And when I returned to school, things were a bit different. A new girl, Isabella, had joined our class. She was rich, pretty, and quickly became popular. Lucy seemed annoyed by her existence, but she seems like a cool girl to me. Till one day, Lucy and I saw Isabella walking out of the bathroom, and I noticed a marker in her hand. Lucy went in to use the bathroom as I waited in the hallway, but moments later, she came out, dragging me back into the bathroom with her.
OMG, you gotta see this. You won't believe what Isabella wrote about you on the door. It's totally her handwriting.
I'm so done with this annoying psycho Ellie. She's always bullying everyone. I want a peaceful, calm school that I can brag about to my rich friends. I offer $1,000 to anyone who can get rid of her. DM me on this Instagram account if you're interested. What a stupid, ugly witch. Furious, I stormed over to Isabella. How dare you write that about me on the bathroom door? I saw you with that marker, so don't you dare lie to me. Ellie, seriously? I had a marker, but I was working on an art project. I didn't write anything about you. Oh, yeah? Well, Lucy seems to think it's in your handwriting, and Lucy said that? Okay, you should stop listening to that friend of yours. She's just using you like a puppet. Can't you see it? For some reason, Isabella's words struck a chord with me, like she just said something out loud that I kinda already knew. But I quickly brushed my thoughts away. You don't know anything. Just leave me alone. But Isabella didn't leave me alone. She'd always make an effort to talk to me and waved at me with a smile. I started warming up to her, and we got closer. But that drove Lucy crazy. One day during lunch, I was sitting with Isabella, laughing and chatting, when Lucy stomped over angrily.
Ellie, how could you ditch me for Isabella? After all we've been through together?
Just calm down, will you? I'm not ditching you, just spending time with Isabella. We can all be friends, you know.
Are you for real? How dare you replace me?
And with that, she pounced on me. I didn't want to fight her, so I just pushed her away, but she grabbed my hair again. Luckily, someone called a teacher, and Lucy got detention for 2 weeks. And I swear, those were the best 2 weeks of my life. Things were calm and peaceful, and I didn't have a single fight with anyone. Isabella even convinced me to start getting therapy for my anger issues, and I felt really good about it. Then one day, Isabella told me something. Hey, Ellie, yesterday when I got back from school, I was shocked to find Lucy in my house. I asked her what she was doing there, but before she could reply, her mom showed up. She's our maid. I swear I had no idea. She said she'd brought Lucy over to help her clean the kitchen before Christmas. Oh, yeah, I know that her mom works as a maid for you, but we never talk about it, because I don't want to embarrass her or anything. But I don't have a good feeling about her suddenly being in your house. She might be up to something fishy. So we decided to keep an eye on Lucy that afternoon, and we watched from a safe distance as Lucy's mom gave her instructions to clean. But just a few moments later, after her mom left, we heard a loud crash, followed by Lucy's scream. We rushed to find Lucy lying on the floor with a broken shelf and scattered kitchenware around her. We tried to help her up, but she screamed in pain and couldn't move. Just then, Lucy's mom and Isabella's parents came running too. Oh my God, what happened?
Oh, Mom, I was just reaching for something on the shelf, but it was unstable. It just all came crashing down on me.
Lucy's mom turned to Isabella's parents furiously. This is all your fault. You knew this shelf was broken and you never bothered to fix it. I told you so many times. Now my daughter is injured because of your negligence. I'm gonna sue you for this. You'll pay for the harm you've caused my daughter. Isabella's parents tried apologizing repeatedly, but Lucy's mom didn't listen to a word and called an ambulance to take Lucy away. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Lucy, although I was almost sure she'd hurt herself on purpose to cause trouble for Isabella and her parents. She probably hadn't expected it to be this bad. And sure enough, the injury was very bad, and Lucy couldn't walk for a few months. A few days later, the teacher planned a visit to Lucy's house for the class to cheer her up. But the moment we entered Lucy's room, she went ballistic, calling me a horrible friend who'd betrayed her, and calling Isabella bad names too. I was feeling angrier by the second, but I tried staying calm. Just then, Lucy's mom walked in, and she started calling me a bad friend too. Are you here to hurt my Lucy even more, Ellie? You've made it obvious whose friend you really are. But be aware, Isabella, I'm certain she only chose you because you're rich. Ellie has always been a bad, rotten egg. Suddenly, I just snapped. I jumped at Lucy's mom and she fell back and hit her head on the floor. Everyone looked shocked, and I knew I'd messed up big time. I ran out crying. When Mom found out about it, she was so mad. Ellie,
I can't believe you attacked Lucy's mom. She called me, threatening to contact child services and telling them that you need to be put in some rehab center because you're a danger for other people. I honestly felt terrified hearing that, and my first instinct was to lash out and scream in my defense. But instead, I took a deep breath and thought of my friendship with Isabella, and it helped calm me down. Mom, I know it was wrong, and I'm really sorry. I'm working on controlling my anger. I'll be better, I promise. Mom looked really surprised and then nodded, but she still took my phone away and grounded me for a month, and I didn't protest. I knew I deserved that. Back at school, Isabella told me Lucy's mom was going ahead with the lawsuit, and I really wished there was something I could do to help. Lucy or her mom wouldn't listen to a word I'd say. But then one day, I was in the school's bathroom when someone knocked on the stall door. It was Lucy's mom. Ellie, I need to talk to you. I've been reading Lucy's diary, and I've discovered the truth about her actions. She's been using your anger issues to her advantage. I sometimes had a feeling that something was off with Lucy's behavior, but I never knew for sure.
Are you still gonna sue Isabella's parents or report me to child services?
No, I just wanted to apologize to you, and I won't be causing you or Isabella's parents any more trouble. I'll also get Lucy the help she needs. We might even move to another town and live with my sister if it means Lucy can get better therapy. I'm so sorry for everything, Ellie, and I want to thank you for being a good friend to Lucy, despite everything.
With that, she gave me a quick hug and left. I felt tears pricking my eyes. I was kind of sad I wouldn't get to see Lucy again, but I also felt lighter and free. Moments later, Isabella walked in. Ellie, everything's gonna be okay. Isabella hugged me tight, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like everything would be okay.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life it endless you, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave, not just a school, but the soul of the story, turning our scars into stars and our grit into glow.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Bonjour, my name is Andrea from Paris. Please like and... Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. It's me again. Gotcha. You didn't know I spoke multiple languages, Verdado. So, where were we? Oh yeah, my band almost broke up. My manager tried to take control of my life. My father was in an accident. My boyfriend was keeping a huge secret from me. And my mom had come back into my life after almost 10 years. Am I forgetting some other misery? Yeah, I'm also really hungry. Oh, right. I hadn't eaten anything since before the concert. But at that time, we had more important things on our plate plate. Alice, I told you to get away from him. Who does she think she is to tell me what to do? No. First, you owe me an explanation. Why have you left? Where have you been all these 10 years? Why have you never called? Why are you coming back now? Why? Well, I guess she owed more than one explanation. Maybe we should leave.
And miss the showdown?
Yeah, let's give them some privacy.
Yes, better. What are you even doing here in the first place?
We'll wait outside.
No, nobody leaves. And you better start talking before we start improvising a bad cop, good cop scene. And no, Luke, you can't be the good cop. But Alice, no excuses. Just spill the beans. My mom took a seat and a deep breath, then remained in silence for a few minutes. I couldn't wait to know the truth. I was impatient, nervous, stressed, and hungry too. But most of all, I was tired. Then she started talking about her life, blah, blah, blah. Some really revealing stuff and other things. And then the end. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just exhausted. It's not that easy to narrate 4 parts in a row. The life of an MSA star is harder than it looks. You know what, guys? Let's mix things up a little. I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice. At least I am. So let's hear my mom's story told by herself. See you later, alligators. Hi, kids. I'm Carrie, Alice's mom. I know most of you must hate me, but hold off until you hear my side of the story. If you still hate me later, well, don't put it in the comments. I don't think I can handle having my own haters. Let's start from the beginning. After I got married and had Alice, my life was practically perfect. Lovely family, a career climbing. Life was looking up. When Alice was finishing elementary school, my big shot arrived.
Carrie, we want you to lead the case against the Siri clan.
Oh, yes, I'll do it. Their time has come. Justice will be served. The Siri clan was one of the largest and most dangerous criminal groups in the country. They were the worst of the worst, fixing sports events, moving narcotics, blackmailing politicians, and even kidnapping kittens in their spare time. You name it, they did it.
Get ready. This is gonna change your life.
And boy, it did. I couldn't imagine at the time how much it would cost me. I couldn't tell anyone about my involvement with the case, not even my family. Still, the clan found out pretty much everything about me. I soon started receiving threatening phone calls, menacing letters, and gifts of dubious taste. The prosecution put security on us. The suit guys followed us all around without Alice and her father knowing. But that didn't stop the Siri clan. Oh no. A few days before the trial, I received an envelope in my office. Inside, there were pictures of Alice at school, in the park, coming in and out of the house, everywhere. I thought about calling the police, but it was too dangerous. I had to do something. So I went to see the head of the clan, ready to put my career aside and my principles in exchange for the safety of my family. But he was a tough negotiator.
I have a counteroffer.
They not only forced me to sabotage the lawsuit against them, but also made me work for them as their legal counsel for years. They never stopped following Alice. I had no choice but to stay and help them grow their criminal empire even further. So that's why I left, because now I'm a criminal and I can't even look at you in the eyes knowing everything I did.
And why did you come back?
After I left, I blocked your numbers, but I never changed mine. The hospital called me saying there had been an accident and I had to come and make sure you were okay. I guess I'm still your emergency contact.
Of course. There's no other person I want to see in an emergency.
He's such a flirt. Is that so?
It is, and not only in emergencies.
I think Alice's dad has the hots for Alice's mom.
You don't say.
I'm just glad I get to see you again.
Oh my God, Dad, stop flirting with her. Have you forgotten that she abandoned us for like 10 years? Are you sure you don't have a concussion? Let's call the doctors to do more tests.
I'm fine, Alice. I guess old habits die hard.
He smiled at me, and even after all these years, just like the first time I saw him playing in the subway, I felt fireworks inside. How could I help it? Look at him. He is as attractive as he was 10 years ago, maybe even more. You can tell he's been hitting the gym. Check out his arms, his shoulders, his... Okay, that's enough. This is still a family channel. I'll take it from here. As you can imagine, my mom's story was like a roller coaster for me. And by the end, I was pretty dizzy. I didn't know what to say. But at the same time, I had hundreds of questions to ask. At first, I needed some air. Like, a lot of air. And something to eat. So I walked out of the hospital. And then I saw it. That was really love at first sight. Thank God. I ran to it, and I ordered half a dozen hot dogs. What? Lady has to eat too, you know. Besides, can't think with an empty stomach, right? Bon appetit! Note from the MSA producers. Due to the disgusting nature of the following images, we have decided to censor the next part. Ugh, I so needed that. Now I can think straight. Let's get this over with. I walked back to the hospital, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Mom and Camillo talking at the entrance.
We should try to be friends. After all, We are family.
You don't scare me. And why should he? Oh, let me guess. He probably is the son of the boss of that clan, and he's just dating me because he has a secret agenda, right?
No, not at all.
So why should I get away from him?
Maybe I got carried away. To be honest, I don't think you guys are really a match. I mean, you are a Cancer and he is a Capricorn. Those are the least compatible signs in the horoscope.
I'm actually a Scorpio.
Oh, then it's okay. You have my blessing.
Great! Thanks, Mom.
Camillo hugged my mom. Their performance was as believable as a bunch of elementary school kids acting out Shakespeare for the end of the year play. Of course I knew there was something wrong. I'm not an idiot, guys. I asked Camillo about it like 1,000 times. Why does my mother hate you so much? What did you do? But he always came up with different excuses.
It's because I'm Italian. She hates poets. She doesn't like my cologne. I think she must be in love with me.
Eventually, I stopped asking. I know it sounds crazy, but after so much time, things were somehow in order and part of me didn't want anything to change. Sure, I knew that things sooner or later were gonna bite me, and trust me, when they did, it hurt like a dog bite. The next few days were truly bizarre. My mom came back into our lives as suddenly as she had left. Every time I went to visit my dad, she was there, and the two of them together were absolutely unbearable. You guys know I'm a sucker for love, but they were too much even for me.
Here comes the plane.
Can I have a bite of the pilot, too?
Oh, don't start. Last time things got out of hand.
Yikes! When my dad was discharged, she took care of him at home. They even urged me to come back and live with them so we could be a happy family. Before saying no, I actually considered it. For like half a millisecond. But Mom was determined to get back into my life, by hook or by crook. Like some regular mom and her teenage daughter, we spent all of our time together fighting. The thing was that I was not a teenager anymore, and she wasn't like a regular mom, which made things really weird.
Where are you going? With whom? What time will you be back?
I want my lawyer here.
I am your lawyer. Talk.
To a club with Moon and Luke around 2.
That's too late. You can go till 12.
But Mom!
No buts, Missy.
It was kind of fun to make up for lost time. You're so mean. I hate you.
I always wanted to yell at my mom that I hate her for some stupid thing, like a normal teenager.
Although I would never admit it then, having Mom back was amazing. But still, she really had it in for Camillo. And it wasn't, of course, just because of our zodiac signs. She started playing detective, attempting to sabotage our relationship. She tailed us in secret to our dates. Remind you of anyone? I guess the apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Of course, she didn't know about my successful career as a matchmaker. Table 5 said you would take care of their check.
Since when is bread so expensive?
After that, she sent me flowers and gifts from a mysterious secret admirer. Free chocolate. But that was nothing. It got to the point where she tried to kill Camillo.
I didn't know he was allergic to nuts.
I told you like yesterday.
Oh, it must have slipped my mind.
Then she went all in and planned a blind date for me and Kwan, who was a few days away from returning to Korea. I had to admit that it was a beautiful date, and Kwan looked so attractive. But I had a boyfriend and he had a girlfriend. I'm so sorry my mom put you up to this.
Don't worry. It's always nice to spend some time with you.
Won't your girlfriend mind?
I don't have a girlfriend anymore. She left me. She said my heart was still entangled with something here.
And what is that something here?
I think you already know.
Kwan smiled at me, and I blushed so much that I could have become a stunt double for Poe. You know, the red Teletubby. Change the subject, Alice. This could get out of hand. I don't know what my mom has against Camillo. She hates his guts with a passion, but he didn't do anything.
I think you should trust your mom. I know you two have a complicated history, but she must be doing this for a very good reason, and you can't keep ignoring it.
At first, I thought Kwan was only saying this because he was jealous, but then I started to think he had a point. Turns out, his words were absolutely right on target. When I got home that same night, I did what I promised I would never do. I went through my boyfriend's computer. Guys, this is me not setting a good example. Don't follow my lead on this one. Remember how I said things would come back to bite me in the butt? Well, they did. More than a dog bite. It was a crocodile bite. Among Camillo's files, I found a book about me. Yes, you heard right. Camillo was writing a book about my life behind my back. Actually, no, he wasn't writing it. It was already finished. What the? To no one's surprise, it turns out that behind it all was Trevor. He had signed over my image rights from our contract to Camillo to write a bestseller airing all my dirty laundry. For the next few hours, I read the entire book. Not only did it expose my deepest fears and desires, those I had confided in him, but it also detailed my mother's criminal history with the Siri clan. If this gets out, she will go to jail. And the worst part of it all, the book was due out in 2 days. Just as my world was collapsing, the collapser opened opened the door.
Hi, honey.
I was more than ready to use my drumsticks to turn him into a human skewer, but I didn't. I understood that my only advantage at that moment was that he didn't know that I knew. So I pretended that everything was fine and took the first opportunity to get the hell out of there. We're out of milk. I'm gonna go buy some.
We have milk.
But not almond milk.
Since when do you like almond milk?
Since forever? You don't know every single detail about me. Well, maybe I lost it for a moment. Once I escaped from there, I met with my mother. She confessed to me that she knew about Camillo's book. A few weeks ago, my boss told me that someone was snooping about my past and the trial. They thought they were the prosecutors, but when I saw the photo, I recognized Camillo immediately. I'd seen him in every photo and interview of you two. You follow my career? Of course I do. I'm your biggest fan. My mom found out he was writing a book, but when she tried to warn me, he threatened to reveal another big secret. My mother was betraying the clan. She was preparing a case with the prosecution, taking advantage of her inside knowledge to bring down the Siri clan once and for all. If that came out, not only would the case collapse, but we would be in grave danger. The release of the book would have the same result. So we soon regrouped with my dad, Moon, Luke, and Quan to shut down the release of my unauthorized biography. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. We split up and went to different districts to buy all the copies of the book that were ready to circulate. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on books. In the meantime, my mom managed to get a legal order to stop the printing of new copies, arguing that they did not have my authorization. Amazingly, we managed to stop the book from coming out. We gathered all the copies and made a huge campfire. Not great for the environment, I know. Again, don't follow my lead on this one, guys.
Anyone want a marshmallow?
You're still leaving tomorrow? Maybe you can stick around for a bit.
I'd love to, but I have to go home. But you should visit me.
Maybe I will. Sadly, our victory was short-lived. Feeling defeated, Trevor and Camillo leaked the book virtually, and it soon went viral. What ensued was absolute chaos. My name became a trending topic, and the news went crazy with my mother's criminal story. Soon, reporters were swarming my house and my parents' house looking for a comment. My phone literally exploded from the number of calls and messages it received. To make matters worse, Camillo went on TV to present the book, badmouth me, and reveal that my mom was a double agent for the government. You will pay for this. From that moment on, we became the #1 target of the Siri clan. Things were completely out of hand, and for the first time, I feared for my life and the safety of the people around me. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Alice, there's no time for discussions. Get in the car. We have to go to the witness protection program now. We are in danger. I can't do it, Mom. You two go.
Alice, this isn't up for discussion.
No, it's not, Dad. I'm sorry. I ran between the cars until I lost them. It's not that I didn't want to go with them, but I was a public figure. The reporters and paparazzi would be after me like hounds. I knew that if I went with them, I would put them in even more danger. I needed to go somewhere where no one knew me. Oh, that's it. Quan, is it too soon to visit?
Not at all. I'm glad you're here.
I held Quan's hand as we waited for the plane to take us to Korea. I took a deep breath. It felt like walking away from a fire. Who said you can't run away from your problems?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new Where Are They Now episode. So let's uncover the latest on the Cupid Secrets crew. Alice's parents, Luke and Moon. They just disappeared faster than my motivation on a Monday. But what everybody really wants to know is where is Alice herself, the villain of her own story? Some say she became a Buddhist monk. Others that she had facial surgery to look unrecognizable. But something went wrong and she became a circus freak. Some even claim that she was seen living in the middle of the snowy forest, like the Yeti. But still, the mystery remains unsolved. Where is Alice?
I'll give you a where are they now, you gossip-mongering, face-twisting, snitch-ditch-twitch character hack. This villain is right here, crafting a comeback that'll knock your ratings into the next ice age. And talk about facial surgery, you should check yourself first. Wicked witch of the bargain bin Botox, duck lips meeting frog eyes, and a meme gone wrong disaster. No surgeon could fix that.
Calm down. She's not even here.
No, don't shut it off. I want to hear more of her nonsense. Great. Now the power cuts out on me. As if everything else wasn't enough, the electricity there had a mind of its own. It always went out with the worst possible timing. Okay. You know, I'm not usually the nagging type. More like a silent ninja. Until someone turns on that spotlight of lies, you might think we stepped out of a time machine into the past. Well, almost. So this is where Alice is, in the middle of nowhere, picking up cow dung. I know. Gross. I should give you a recap of the last year, but I don't really feel like it. Okay, don't leave. I will. But just because you've been putting up with me since episode 1. Before I start, like and subscribe, and don't forget to never watch MSA on TikTok. Real ones know that YouTube is way cooler. So, after Camillo's book, Quan and I escaped to a small rural town in
South Korea, where no one knew or cared who I was. This is nice. It was not.
At least no one will find us here.
Yeah, because no one knows this place exists. Seriously, I tried searching it on Google Maps, and it just showed a shrugging emoji. Still, Kwan absolutely fell in love with our new rural life. He put together his own farm, and it was like he had found his place on Earth. For me, it wasn't that easy.
Alice, collect the cow dung so we could use this for fire.
Not this again. That day, I shouldn't have worn red because it made the bull crazy mad, and he chased me all over the farm until I fell headfirst into the cow poop pile. Ugh, I hate this.
Look on the bright side. It's good for your skin.
Oh, really? Then come here. I'll make you a good hydrating mask. Stop running! Living with Kwan was awesome, but it never felt like my real life. I just wasn't myself there. To make me feel better, Kwan once took me to a nice restaurant in the city, but I felt so paranoid that I went with a full disguise. Maybe that wasn't the best option to keep the attention away from me. Everybody kept looking at me, especially one strange guy with a big ginger afro and sunglasses. That guy keeps staring at us.
Can you blame him with those drumsticks in your hair? And this dress looks like you committed a fashion crime.
Duh, I can't leave them out. And this outfit took hours of careful consideration and about 5 outfit changes. As Kwan went to pay the bill, I turned to that creep, but he vanished into thin air. After that, I decided to stay in the village and never return to the city. Eventually, I kind of got used to living there. But then, a letter arrived and changed everything. It was an invitation to Moon and Luke's wedding. I hadn't talked to anyone from home since I left. I thought they'd eventually forget about me. But turns out, Kwan used to drive out of town to call Moon, and she wanted me to be her maid of honor. Still, I wasn't ready to come back yet.
Sooner or later, you'll have to face your fears.
I'll do it later then.
I have to go. She's my baby sister.
Of course. We said our goodbyes and Kwan left, so I had some alone time. After a few days, I started to get really worried. Kwan wasn't answering my calls or responding to any of my texts. I waited and waited, but no news. Finally, I called Moon, but she didn't know anything about him either. Nobody did. Before I could think about it, I was already on a plane crossing the world to save my boyfriend. As soon as I landed, I did a complete makeover to avoid being recognized. I had more important things to do than deal with the paparazzi. After that, I went straight to the police station. I knew who was behind it all. The Siri clan kidnapped my boyfriend.
Do you have any proof?
I have a strong feeling. Does that count as proof?
Maybe he just ran away from you after reading the book.
The whole police station laughed at me. I wanted to throw all their donuts into the garbage, but I didn't. I just stole a few for later.
Besides, we already captured Siri Clan's leader.
What? After I left the police station, I had so many questions in my head. Just then, I saw Trevor drive by in a cool Porsche and stop not too far away. My heart was beating super fast, and I decided to follow him. I hid in an alley where it was kind of dark. I couldn't see much, but then I heard him talking on the phone.
Keep a low profile. We can't afford any slip-ups right now. I had planned this all along. I even made that foolish Camillo reveal the clan's secrets in his book to have the leader in prison so I could take over the empty throne of the Siri clan. I did a lot for him, and that thankless man never recognized me. Now, see who the boss is? Me. Trevor. Only Trevor.
The terror. He went inside, and I crept closer to the building's window and peeked inside. There he was, stood before a group of exhausted kids.
Kids, if you don't do it my way, you'll be swimming with the fish. Yes, you heard me right. You'll be forced to clean my aquarium again. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, go! Come on! Don't make me get the snorkel gear.
Trevor not only carried on with the clan's illegal affairs, but also used his power to create an academy for young talents to build his own musical empire. The police weren't helpful, so it was up to me to stop him and save Kwan. Time to bring down his criminal empire. Still, I needed help with that. I needed my friends back. I'm sorry for leaving and ghosting you guys, but I really need you. It's okay. We understand. And we've got to find Kwan.
And destroy Trevor. Don't forget about that.
They told me that over the last year, Trevor blocked all their contracts and concerts, sending his army of little singing robots to replace them. He kidnapped my boyfriend and also ruined my band? This time, it's personal. Yeah, I know. That sounded so cool. Like an action movie star. So, I told Moon and Luke about my master plan. So, your plan is to just break into the headquarters of a criminal group and steal illegal stuff? Yeah, pretty much it.
Great. Sounds bulletproof.
That night, we snuck over to their lair. At the entrance, there were 2 security guards.
Okay, we
made it pretty far. Call it a night?
No, we have to take them out. So, Alice, you do it.
What? Why me?
They won't recognize you with your new makeover. Distract them while we try to find another way in.
Before I could protest, Luke and Moon threw me towards them. First, I thought I could use my Riz to win them over. Content warning, guys. This might turn into a cringe fest. I walked to them, flirtatious. But I looked like I was just learning to walk for the first time. Excuse me, guys. Do you have names, or can I call you mine?
I'm Frederick.
Mike.
No, I meant I thought your names were Google because you two have everything I've been searching for. Well, that one bombed even harder than my first pickup line. I need to work on my flirting game. In a desperate distraction attempt, I twisted swiftly, aiming for a masterstroke. Fate intervened. My wig slipped off. Uh-oh.
You!
So, time for plan B. What was plan B again?
Stop her!
They jumped on me, but at that exact moment, their radio started playing my favorite song. I went full John Wick mode for real. I grabbed the 2 drumsticks that I always carry around and turned them into lethal weapons. Oh, I forgot to mention that during my time in Korea, I became a black belt in Taekwondo. Silly me. After beating up those 2, I tried to find Moon and Luke, but I got to Trevor's office. I turned it inside out, but found nothing about Kwan. I was about to give up when I came across something mind-blowing. A manuscript from Camillo, Cupid's Secrets Part 2. A sequel to my story. Yeah, my head exploded. Quite literally. It detailed with amazing precision my life in that little town in Korea. Every little part of it. How the heck did he know all this? Then, as James Bond's villains, they appeared.
Oh, look who's here. So good to see you, babe. I love your new style, but ew, you smell like cow poop.
Trevor and Camillo were at the door of the studio. I lunged at them. You fuck! But an army of guards appeared out of nowhere and held me.
No, dear. This is not a kung fu movie. Guards, just take this little rat away.
Trevor, wait. Don't be so hard. She is my ex, after all. Alice, I know what you must be thinking. How did I know all that? Just take a look at the notes.
I looked at the notes. It was some kind of daily report. A really complete one. Then my heart stopped. The name that signed all the notes was Kwan. It isn't true. Kwan would never betray me like that. You're lying. Tell me where he is.
Well, you thought the same about Camillo, and look where that got you. You see, Alice, everyone's playing their own game. Kwan, in this case, is playing hide and seek. Hide until the book is out and seeking a fortune.
He's gonna be rich. And he just had to sell us his relationship with you. A bargain, if you ask me.
Tears began to roll down my cheeks. Once again, my boyfriend stabbed me in the back.
I told you it was a mistake to fire me, kid. Now leave with your dumb friends. And Luke, just a piece of advice. Next time, don't yell when trying to sneak in somewhere.
Oh yeah? I was caught in a half-open window. What should I have done?
Probably not screaming like a maniac. Push my butt up! Push my butt up!
I was completely defeated. I didn't even fight back when his goons kicked us out.
Don't go too far this time. I need good material for our next book. Remember, all good things come in threes.
Luke and Moon kept asking me what happened inside, but I didn't say a word. I just said goodbye and went straight to the airport to disappear once again, and this time for good. Just as I was about to board the plane, I got an audio message from Moon.
So, remember that our wedding was supposed to take place today, but got canceled after Kwan disappeared? Well, surprise, it's happening, because Kwan is back.
What? We couldn't find another date available for over a month, so we're gonna get married now. We're just waiting for you. Hurry! Furiously, I rushed out of the airport to confront him. Still, I did a quick pit stop at the hairdresser. Then I did my makeup and put on my dress. What? It was still furious, but it was a wedding. I had to look great, and I did. I burst into the ceremony, and I saw him, next to Luke, who was waiting for Moon at the altar. I dashed toward him like lightning.
Alice, you look...
Wonderful? Beautiful? Yeah, I know.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you for real? Let's see. Where should I begin? Maybe by the fact that you disappeared from the face of the planet for days?
You told me to do that!
I did what? Yeah, we were being really loud in a church, and everybody was staring at us.
Guys, maybe we can discuss this later?
When did I tell you to disappear?
You sent me a message saying that I should hide and get rid of my phone because the Siri clan was after me. So, stayed locked in a hotel all this time. It was quite boring, by the way. I even learned how to walk on walls. I'll show you later. But I couldn't miss Moon's wedding, so I'm here. I'm so glad you're here today too, by the way.
That didn't make any sense. I hadn't sent any message. He was lying again. What about the book? Yeah, I found your little report notes.
But how?
You wrote everything. All our private moments and secrets just to sell them to Trevor and Camillo?
Wait, what? I did write all of that, but I didn't sell anything. I lost them at the airport.
Like I'm gonna believe that.
I would never sell that. I just took notes of everything because, well, it's quite embarrassing.
More embarrassing than getting your butt kicked in a church by the bridesmaid?
Okay. The truth is I wanted to write my own book about you. To show the world how nice and cute and wonderful you truly are.
Yeah, this is the part where you go, aww. Still, at that moment, I was confused and shocked. I didn't want to believe him, but when I looked into his eyes, I saw that he was telling the truth. I felt so embarrassed. But then I saw him hiding among the rest of the guests. That weird-looking ginger afro guy that used to spy on us in Korea. Stop that guy! He ran, and I chased after him. Just when he was about to escape, Moon appeared, rocking her wedding dress and blocking his way. He turned around, and I hit him with a crazy taekwondo kick that sent his afro and glasses flying. He was Camillo. He had followed us to Korea to spy on us, and when he found out about Kwan's notes, he stole them from him at the airport. As if that wasn't enough, he and Trevor sent the message pretending to be me and telling Kwan to hide. Why the heck are you here?
I needed to see the showdown. It's the ending of my sequel.
You and your freaking sequel. I'm gonna kill you right now.
Let me.
Kwan stepped forward and headed for Camillo. He grabbed him and shoved him, ready to punch his lights out, but I stopped him.
He deserves it.
But he's not worth it.
Yeah, the last thing I need is to get punched by a farmer.
I turned around and slapped Camillo so hard he spun like a startled ballerina. When he finally stopped twirling, Moon gave him another slap, sending him into another whirlwind. But I wasn't done with him. Listen to me good, you hack of a writer. I'm about to end your whole career. First, I took care of Trevor. I sent Luke, disguised and armed with a camera, to his music academy. Turns out, Trevor had those poor kids rehearsing day and night, like a twisted version of School of Rock. He got arrested for child abuse, and the Siri clan vanished. My family was finally free, so I went to get them out of the witness protection program. When my dad opened the door, he had the longest beard ever. Gandalf, is that you?
Alice!
Dad hugged me tightly. Soon Mom joined in. I can't breathe, guys! My parents moved back to Rochester and got re-engaged. Another wedding on the way. With my mother's help, I sued Camillo for the rights to my own story. During the trial, it came to light that he had plagiarized other writers. Camillo lost all profits from the book, sequel rights, and his reputation. Last I heard, he was working as a waiter again. I said cappuccino, not macchiato, you spaghetti brain. Finally, I was free. I had my voice back. Eventually, I found the perfect place to tell my story. So, thanks MSA. They don't pay as much as Hollywood, but they are way cooler. Oh, and the rest of Luke and Moon's wedding was awesome. Our band even got together for a quick reunion show. Then we partied like there was no tomorrow. But there was. I could have never done this without you.
Of course you could have. So, what now?
My real life is here. My family, my friends, my music.
But mine isn't.
We both started crying because we knew that despite that we loved each other, we had to follow our own path. Sometimes love is about letting the other one go. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to end this 5-part story with such a downer. You know your girl Alice better than that. So, Kwan returned to that little town life that he loved so much. As for me, the band got back together and we traveled the world playing our music. Many years later, my music took me to a familiar country. I took a trip to the countryside and reached a lovely farm. Then I saw him. Kwan looked so handsome. I remember the first time we met. He was acting like a tough guy and I was dressed as a goth. Safe to say, we've both had quite the glow up since then. When he saw me, he smiled. And then everything. Silence. Time stood still. Electricity. Heart racing. And of course, the famous fireworks. I ran to him, and that was it, guys. The end of my crazy and long journey. I guess love always finds its way in the end.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no, she pooped. Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbor's kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could, until stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop, hey, gross! I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
Gosh, oh my gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with the baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, talk about a glow up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the queen bee, what are you doing here?
I wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table. But Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin? Why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
Ugh, I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut them down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains, come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech. And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring. Ah! Get off me! How'd you get this then? Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever. Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on. And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. Ugh. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us. You ever get that feeling like you're destined for bigger and better things? That feeling hit me like lightning. I decided it was time for me to become cool. My name is Abby. Hit that like and subscribe button to hear all about my journey from geek to chic. My mom was a music composer for movies, and my dad was a famous chef. They were so cool, I almost felt embarrassed to be their daughter. I was super shy and nerdy. My friends and I played Dungeons & Dragons, started a Model UN club, and bragged about our new scientific calculators. Every year, my best friend May and I would wake up at 6 a.m. and binge all 13 Star Trek movies.
The needs of the many
outweigh the needs of the few. May even bought me a brand new scientific calculator for my 13th birthday.
It has 280 functions and 40 metric conversions.
It was the best gift ever. How would you feel about, going to the mall?
Wait, you're serious?
Yeah, I'm just kind of over it right now. Let's go shopping.
Weird. You don't feel sick.
What? I'm fine.
Oh my gosh, the new issue of Galactic Man is here.
You ever get the feeling like you want to be cool?
I am cool. What do you mean?
I mean, you have Orange Julius on your face.
Yeah, so do you. All the cool kids do. That party is just full of empty gossip and offensive cologne. Why would you want to go?
Curiosity, I guess.
But it's the night of my big debate. You can be curious another time.
But don't worry, I can do both.
Okay.
Rose, can you please tell me the square root of 16?
32?
I saw her struggling with her homework after class, and I had an idea. I offered to do her homework in exchange for a party invite.
Yeah, my party is pretty exclusive. And you're... who are you?
Abby.
I guess you've got okay features behind your pimply skin. You can come if I get an A+.
Deal.
You bribed her?
No, it was a trade-off.
Well, whatever. Just don't miss my debate.
I'm so excited for you, honey. Call me if you need me to save you.
What am I doing? I'm not cut out for this.
Come out! Come out! It's time to spin the bottle!
Don't you want to sit with your new popular friends?
It didn't go well.
Well, I hope it was worth missing my debate over.
I needed a fresh start. I needed to be popular. I needed to transfer schools. I begged my parents to let me go to private school, arguing that it would offer me the best education possible. It somehow worked.
What are you doing?
Transferring to a private school.
What? But you always complain that private schools are full of elitist jerks.
Maybe I was too quick to judge, and there are plenty of jerks here too. I wanted to look classy, sassy, and confident, but I didn't expect the popular girls in my new school to be edgy and dark. They rode motorcycles, had piercings, dyed hair, and tattoos. They wore baggy pants and tiny little shirts. I stood out like a sore thumb with my blonde hair and white tennis dress. It was time for me to rebrand.
What is that?
It's fake. Don't worry.
I was talking about your hair.
I love your dragon tattoo.
Yeah, it's super rad. My parents won't let me get a tattoo till I'm out of the house.
Oh, my parents have no clue I have a tattoo, and they never will.
You must have gone to some underground tattoo artist then. You have to tell us where you got it done.
I had won the popular girls over. Moment I plopped my butt on the chair at their table, I knew my rebrand was complete.
Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Yeah.
I was kissing the punk prom king. I was finally cool. But in order to protect my new status, I had to become the coolest. So when Sarah arrived at school, flaunting her new moped, I showed them photos of my brand new motorcycle. They didn't have to know it was my dad's. And when Sammy showed up at school with an eyebrow ring, I got two. Fake, of course. I was slowly rising up the ranks, but Sarah was still the ringleader. So I did something desperate. When Sarah started dating the hottest guy in school, I told them I was dating a celebrity.
Who?
Oh, it's a secret. Wouldn't want the press swarming the school, right? I needed to make this lie a reality before I was exposed.
What is in your eyebrows? And on your wrist?
Relax. It's all fake.
Well, take them out and try to look decent. I don't want everyone at the movie premiere to think I'm raising a Wednesday Addams. Movie premiere? Dead sick. So I thought I could take you with me to the premiere of the movie I just scored.
I couldn't believe who I was next to. Up-and-coming star Walker Robinson. He was beautiful. He was chiseled. He was getting whisper screamed at by his dad. Apparently, he needed to get his grades up or his dad would pull him out of his gig.
But I'm not book smart, Dad. That's why I'm an actor.
But his dad insisted. Okay, this may sound crazy, but I heard what your dad said. I could tutor you in exchange for a favor.
Who are you?
I introduced myself and told him how I could tutor him in exchange for a photo shoot posing as my boyfriend. I promise, I won't show anyone but my friends, okay? It won't get out.
It better not, because I'm about to propose to my actress girlfriend.
You have my word. We shook on it. I gave everyone a tour of my mom's music studio, where I was recording my first album, and I showed them my motorcycle helmets. It was all going super smoothly until I ordered a pizza. May?
May you what?
She was totally pretending not to know me. Can we talk?
About what?
It was like we were in a Western standoff. Oh my gosh, your little outfit. Guys, come look at this girl's getup. It's so chic. Oh my gosh, she reeks of geek. Everyone was laughing at May, but instead of jumping to her defense, I said nothing. To May, the silence spoke volumes.
You guys are mean, and Abby, you're a fraud and a liar. You guys deserve each other.
What was that all about? Oh my gosh! Walker is engaged! Weird. How could that be if he's dating you, Abby? Let me see that. That liar! He was dating someone else behind my back, and I had no idea! I can't believe it! What a jerk. We can't let him get away with this. Let's make that snake pay. Wait, where are we going? Go ahead, expose him. Aren't you pissed that your boyfriend was engaged behind your back? Or are you a fraud who never even dated him? Ugh!
Abby, what are you doing?
The next day, the photos landed on the internet and all hell broke loose. My parents pulled me out of private school and made me return to my old school. And I was going viral as rumors swirled around whether or not Walker was a two-timing jerk. Honey, I found this lying by the front door. It must have fallen out of her backpack when she fell down the night of the party. Wait, was she trying to mend our friendship? Is that why she brought her Star Trek DVD? Ugh, how did I not see that? I went on my phone to see that Walker and his fiancée had ended their engagement. My quest for popularity had seriously blinded me and ruined everything. I had to make amends. I visited Walker on the set of his show.
Who let you in?
I told them I was your girlfriend.
Haven't you done enough damage?
That's kind of why I'm here. I can help you get your fiancé back, but I need a tiny favor in exchange.
I don't want to talk to you.
Flip it over.
To May, my biggest fan, your friend Abby misses you. With love, George T.
George Takei from Star Trek? No way!
Way.
How?
I told her that Walker knew the old Star Trek actor from a previous gig, and we agreed that he'd help me get an autograph if I told everyone, especially Walker's fiancé, that I was a liar.
Local nerd fakes relationship with Walker Robinson. Wow, you really did that?
Yeah, I really did. I'll be a loser for life now, but maybe being cool is overrated. I grew up with my grandfather, who was the coolest person ever. He worked at a planetarium nearby, and often after school, I'd help him there.
You see that star? You know, it isn't a star, but a planet.
A planet? It's so shiny. Wow.
Growing up, I loved everything about the stars, planets, and space. Pops and I would look at the stars from the big telescope. It was so fun. By the time I was 17, I was the brightest in my class and ready to graduate a year early. One time when I returned from school, I saw Pops talking to some construction workers, and he looked mad. What's happening?
These people are trying to tear down the planetarium to build a mall here.
No way! Not on my watch. This place was too close to my heart. My best childhood memories were about this place. Just then, I noticed a bulldozer driving toward the building, so I climbed up the huge oak tree in between, and people frantically yelled for the machines to stop.
Yo, stop! There's a crazy girl up there. Rose, what are you doing? Get down from there.
Nope. If they want to take this tree down, they'll have to do it with me on it. One of the workers called the boss, and exactly 30 minutes later, I saw a helicopter land. Several men in black suits jumped out, surrounding a handsome guy who didn't look much older than me.
You, girl, what's the problem?
Call me Rose. And the problem is that you need to ask your men to back off. This is our property.
I bought this dump, so it's my property.
So you'll just destroy it because you own it? Over my cute body?
Do you have any idea who I am?
Does it look like I care? The guy stared at me, then smirked.
You won't give up, will you?
Nope.
Fine. Come to the office tomorrow and we'll have a little chat.
I'll think about it. Saying that, he left, and so did the workers. That was fast. Later that night, Pops told me the guy's name was Henry Hampton, and his parents owned half the city. I wasn't scared of him, even if he was the President of the United States. And the next morning when I reached his office, I was more than ready to let him know that. But the place was so big, I couldn't figure out which door to open. I accidentally entered the wrong room and found a boy my age playing the piano, but he sounded a bit off. Try working with an F minor. It's much smoother.
Excuse me?
I wanted to apologize for butting in, but before I could, a security guard came and escorted me to another office where Henry was waiting for me, and he looked so intimidating.
Our meeting yesterday had me rethink the mall project, but on one condition. I want you to work as my assistant.
What? Why?
I've had many pretty assistants over the years. Now I want a smart one.
Did he just call me ugly? But I'm a space nerd. There really isn't much I can do here.
Why don't we start you off at $4,000 a day and leave the rest to me?
Okay, that was a lot. Henry stared at me, waiting for an answer. My gut screamed no, but what choice did I have? It was either this or lose the planetarium, and no way I was going to let that happen. Ugh, fine. The entire next week, I regretted my decision every second. Henry was mean, rude, and a total brat. He made me skip classes and called me at the oddest hours for work. If I refused, he made me number all the empty white sheets in the printer. What a nightmare. To top it all off, I was asked to help with all the new transfer students at school, and one of them caught my attention instantly, the piano guy. When he entered the class that day, girls couldn't stop staring at how handsome he was. I'm Rose.
Noah, you work for my brother, right?
You're Junior Hampton?
Ding ding. And you're the brave girl I've heard so much about. Pleased to meet you.
Noah was the complete opposite of Henry. He was kind and friendly, and we started hanging out every day. I complained to him about Henry all day long, and he didn't seem to disagree. He told me they were half-brothers and never got along.
He's just jealous I'm the better-looking brother.
One night, as Noah was playing his latest tune for me, Henry barged in looking mad.
I lost an important deal because you mixed up the papers. I thought I was hiring a genius, but I was so wrong.
I looked at him in shock, and he went ballistic on me. Hold up. I didn't ask you for this job. I'm tired, exhausted, and you're just so ungrateful. If you want me out, I'll leave, but I won't take your sour attitude. Henry looked crazy with rage, and before he could react, Noah jumped in.
Easy, Henben. I'm sure we can work something out. Stay out of my business. Understood?
Saying that, he stormed out of the room, and Noah turned to me. Thanks for standing up for me.
I won't let him bully you, as he bullies me.
Such a bozo. Just then, Noah came a bit closer, and my tummy did a wild spin.
Do you want to maybe get dinner sometime?
Like a date?
Yeah. How does 8 p.m. tomorrow sound?
Sounds perfect. I wanted my first date ever to be amazing. I bought a cute dress and did a little makeup too. But just an hour before I had to leave, Henry texted me to get his dry cleaning. Can it wait?
Unless you want to fly to Korea to deliver it, I suggest you get going.
Did he have a tracker on me that rang every time I was unhappy? I texted Noah that I'd be late and hurried to the shop. But on my way back, it started raining heavily and I got completely soaked. I slid my way into the house and saw Henry glaring at me.
I missed my meeting thanks to you.
I missed a date thanks to you. Achoo! He wrapped his jacket around me as I sneezed like a crazy person and asked one of his servants to take me to the guest room. When I came down, he was standing by the fireplace with a cup of cocoa.
Drink this. You'll feel better.
You made this?
Do you see anyone else around?
Why was he suddenly being so nice to me? And why did that make me feel so good?
So, about this boyfriend. Who is he?
I don't have a boyfriend. And why do you want to know?
Just wondering.
Well, don't, because you're killing my chances of ever finding someone. Henry laughed, and he almost looked human. One heck of a good-looking human.
What made you say that?
I was all set to meet Oh my God, Noah! I'd totally forgotten to tell him that I won't be able to make it. I reached for my phone, but it wasn't working, so I pulled one out of Henry's pocket and frantically dialed Noah. But he was already standing behind, looking like a raging bull.
Well, well, look at that.
Noah, I'm so sorry. I totally
Save it, Rose. It's not the first time Henry's had eyes on my girl.
Henry looked at me in surprise.
He was your date? Well, that's disappointing.
Before I could say anything, Noah took the vase lying on the table next to him and flung it at Henry, who missed it by inches. That was totally uncalled for.
Work on your aim, little guy.
But Noah left without saying a word. When I turned to Henry, he was smiling. You're such a jerk. I stomped out of the house furious at Henry. For days after that, I tried to talk to Noah, but he continued to ignore me. One day, the teacher announced that I was chosen to represent my school at the annual quiz competition, and I got busy with my books. I was studying in Henry's office one night after finishing work when I completely lost track of time and snapped back to over 30 missed calls from Pops. As I rushed down the hall blindly, I missed a turn and bumped right into Henry.
You're still here?
I was just leaving.
Now? It's late. Let me drop you back.
Don't you want to change?
Should I?
I blushed and we walked to his car. We sat in the back seat, and minutes into the ride, I dozed off. I woke up to Henry brushing his hands over my cheeks, pushing a strand of hair away. His eyes were the most perfect combination of blue and green. Sorry.
Don't be. I enjoyed your snoring.
I don't snore. I must be really tired, I guess.
You work too hard. Take the day off tomorrow.
Why do you do this?
What?
Be nice one second and an absolute moron the next. Henry looked straight into the mirror before turning toward me with a stern look.
Maybe that's just who I am. A boring moron. But you're nothing like I imagined.
He leaned forward, and I thought he was about to kiss me. I literally stopped breathing when he took a bottle lying next to me. He totally did that on purpose. When I got back home, I felt my heart beating hard. This was wrong, but why did it feel so right? A week later in school, I was doing some last-minute preparations in the library when I got stuck on an annoying question. My concentration was all over the place.
I could solve that in under 15 seconds.
I almost screamed when I felt Noah's hand on my shoulder. and I was annoyed to see him. Now you want to talk to me?
Give me that.
He took the notebook out of my hand and started scribbling something, and got the answers right. How?
I'm the lesser-known genius in the family.
I am so sorry about the other day, Noah.
Don't worry about it. Let's hang out for ice cream after school, and we can talk.
Sure, I'd love that. Noah volunteered to help me with the quiz, and I agreed. We would study till late at night, and I would often catch him stealing glances at me. When the final day of the quiz arrived, I was more than prepared to get that trophy home. And I did, along with a massive cash prize, which was enough to put me through college. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't have done this without you.
I would do anything for you, Rose. I like you, and I think we should give us another shot.
He looked at me with so much hope, but I couldn't do it. I like you too, Noah, but not in the way that you want me to. It's never going to work out between us.
Because of Henry? What do you even see in him?
Noah's words made me realize what I'd been hiding from all this while, but I was too stubborn to accept it. No, it's not him. I have to work hard for my future, and I can't afford distractions. Noah looked at me heartbreakingly and left. After that day, I realized the whole thing was getting messier by the day. I decided on talking to Henry about it, but when I met him a few days later, he had something waiting for me.
I'm leaving for Korea. You are coming.
What? No. Listen, Henry, I have to talk to you.
Just think of it as this one last thing before you leave. I'll let you go as soon as we're back.
He was nothing but a pain in my butt, and I should be happy this was finally getting over with. Only I wasn't. If anything, it broke my heart. We flew the next day early in the morning in Henry's private jet, and he took me to a house in the city. I entered to see an old lady lying on the bed, and she lit up when she saw him. Henry sat next to her holding her hand while I watched him from a distance. He looked so tender, and it made me fall for him even more. When I found him alone, I asked him who she was.
My grandmother. I lost my dad when I was a kid, and she's all I have.
What about your stepdad and Noah?
They're my mom's family, not mine.
He looked so vulnerable, and I don't know why, but I felt like hugging him. I know how you feel. My granddad is my only family too.
Looks like we have more in common than we thought.
He placed his hands on mine, and I suddenly felt so close to him. I was in love. I knew it. When we flew back that night, I wanted to confess my feelings for Henry, but just as we got there, we were welcomed by Noah, Mr. Hampton, and a house full of guests.
Everyone, meet Rose, the reason why we're celebrating tonight.
What do you mean?
While you were busy falling in love, I got the deal signed, and we are going to demolish that precious planetarium of yours.
But that's not fair.
Too bad. Life's not fair. Like it wasn't fair to me when he came over and took everything that was mine. Just when I thought you couldn't stoop any lower.
My mind went spinning in 1,000 directions, and suddenly I slapped Noah hard on his face. You are a horrible person, and I'm ashamed I ever called you my friend. I ran out of that place feeling crushed, but I had no time to sulk. Pops, I, and a few other people collected as much money as possible to hire a lawyer to file a motion. A few weeks later, Pops came to me with shocking news.
I just got a call that the Hamptons are ready to give the planetarium back, along with $1 million.
What? That's amazing! But how? He handed me an anonymous letter that had all the details about exactly what had happened and how Noah had manipulated the situation. It was easy to guess who it was when I saw the handwriting. Henry. I called his office and his assistant told me that he'd left for Korea a week back. I'd lost him. When Pop saw me sulking later that night, he walked over and I told him everything.
Go. Tell him how you feel.
I hugged him and left for the airport. I reached Henry's grandmother's house and found him sitting on a bench in the grass. This view is so much better than your fancy office.
Rose, what are you doing here?
I got your letter. I just wanted to say thank you.
You came all this way to say thank you? That's not wise.
Wait. You're weird, stubborn, and a complete jerk.
Are you trying to insult me?
No, idiot. I'm trying to say I love you.
I love you too.
My twin sister Brooke and I were born to a single mother, and we were the prettiest set of twins with gorgeous blonde hair. Oh dear. I've always wanted a daughter, but each time God gave me these good-for-nothing devils. How about you give me one of your girls? Just then, I bit the woman on the hand and she ran for her life. Brooke, how many times have I told you not to be so violent?
I'm Brooke, Mommy. Ashlyn.
Mom was shocked because usually Brooke was the one with the nasty temper and I was the well-behaved child, but I just couldn't help it. People always tried to take us away because of our super long hair, which even Mom thought was going to make us super famous one day. But I wasn't very fond of the whole famous thing. I was a studious kid and I loved books, and Brooke was the polar opposite of me. Everyone at school was her friend, and she was head of the drama club with a huge fan following. In the 6th grade, I topped my grades, and Mom took us to a fun fair as a treat. But on our way, she bumped into a friend, and while I checked out the stalls, Brooke went on to buy some ice cream. But minutes later, I heard her scream. I ran to check, and some guy was fighting with her over the last piece of ice cream flavor they both wanted. I was here first. Let go, you crazy witch. Hey, leave my sister alone. Give it to me now, or both of you will go home crying. Suddenly, Brooke took the ice cream and shoved it into his face, and the guy went bonkers. He took out the biggest ball of gum I had ever seen and shoved it straight into the back of Brooke's head. OMG! I kicked him in his knee and he fell into the pig pen in the petting zoo. But now, Brooke's head looked like a bird's nest, and Mom almost fainted when she saw Brooke. She immediately took her to the hairdresser, but even the hairdresser freaked out when she saw the giant mess. There is no way we can remove this. We'll have to cut it all.
What? No!
But since there was no other option, they gave Brooke a buzz cut, and she looked devastated. The entire way home, I tried to cheer her up. It's just hair, Brooke. It'll grow back in no time. But she didn't say a word, and when we reached home, she ran up to her room and locked herself in. So I tried different ways to cheer her up this time. I baked your favorite cookies, Brooke. Open up. I asked Mom to buy tickets for the BTS concert, and she agreed. I'm gonna be a mom, Brooke. And that's when she finally opened up. God, you're so dramatic. So are you. Could it be we're related? Days later, when the school reopened for the new session, I made Brooke wear a wig. But since it was summer, Brooke kept scratching her head like crazy the entire time. Oh, God, please stay away from me. I think she has lice. How dare you even say that? She does not have lice. Right then, the boy sitting behind Brooke noticed her wig coming off, and he pulled it off. Oh, God, she's a baldy. Wow, we can finally tell Brooke and Ashlyn apart. The pretty-haired one is Ashlyn, and the bald one is Brooke. All the kids burst out laughing, and Brooke looked furious. She jumped on the kid who pulled her wig and grabbed his hair until he let out screams. The teacher pulled her away and was about to send her to the principal when I begged her to let it go. And thankfully, Brooke got away with a warning. But the next morning when Brooke came down, Mom and I were shocked. Did you forget your wig, sweetie? Everyone knows what I look like now, Mom, and it makes me itch. Come on, honey. You wouldn't want to go out of the house looking like an egg. Mom, I think you look cool, Brooke. Whatever. I don't need your approval. Huh? What was that about? At school, I warned all the kids to not mess with my sister, but it seems like Brooke didn't care about it anyway. Then one time, I was in the school's hallway when Brooke's drama club members came up to me. Ashlyn, Brooke left the club, but we really need a pretty girl lead for the play. Can you take the role, please? Please? They kept begging me to replace Brooke and didn't leave until I said yes. But just then, a boy walked past me and I dropped all my books. Hey, watch it, dude. But when he turned around, I was shocked to see it was Brooke. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see it was you. Yeah, that's the thing, Ash. Saying that, she just turned around angrily and walked away, and I felt so stupid for not recognizing her. After that day, something changed in Brooke, and she started to talk to me less and less. And Mom only made things worse. Every time we'd go out, she'd made Brooke wear a cap. A few weeks later, when we got home from school, Mom was screaming with joy. Oh, honey, I have great news. Some weeks back, I had sent Brooke's photos to a company that was looking for a new model, and guess what? They selected her! For the first time in ages, I saw a huge smile on Brooke's face, and then Mom said, But now, Ashlyn will have to play the part. What? What are you saying, Mom? Mom told us that the company wanted to use a model for their new hair products, and since Brooke had lost her hair, my natural hip-length blonde hair made me perfect for the part. Just then, Brooke took a vase on the table and smashed it to the ground. How can you do this to me? Those were my pictures. I was the one who got selected. She cannot take my place. But what can we do if your hair won't grow back? It's been like that for months now, and God knows if it's ever going to grow back. Listening to Mom's words, Brooke ran to her room crying, and I told Mom I was not gonna do it. Oh, Ash, I wish I'd never have to tell you this, but things are really tough at work for me right now. They might even fire me, and I'm so worried about how I'm gonna take care of my girls. Seeing Mom so stressed, I had to say yes to the offer. But now, Brooke was super mad at me, especially after Mom took her to the doctor and we discovered that her hair growth rate had slowed down drastically for some reason. That's why her hair was taking so long to grow back. Later that night when I was sleeping, I felt someone pulling my hair, and when I opened my eyes, I saw it was Brooke, trying to cut it off. OMG, Brooke, are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy, and now I'm gonna turn you into me. Luckily, Mom came in just then and pulled her away. She scolded Brooke real hard, and after that day, Brooke stopped talking to me. The next week, Mom took me to the audition, and when I got the part, we had to fly to Los Angeles for the whole year. But Brooke was not happy about moving at all. I don't understand why we have to leave everything behind just because of her. Why can't you be happy for your sister, Brooke? This is a huge deal. And honestly, it's not like you have a lot of friends here. You could use a fresh start too. Despite Brooke's protests, we moved to LA. The campaign I did became a huge success in no time, and my ads were everywhere, on buses, on billboards, and on TV. By the time I turned 15, I had a huge portfolio of modeling work, and Mom had become my manager. And she decided to enroll me into a private school. Honey, you're a celebrity now. Your safety and education has to come first. I was more than excited to finally have proper schooling after all these years of modeling, and I asked Mom to enroll Brooke with me too. But as soon as we entered our new school, kids came running at me to take autographs and selfies, and they'd follow me everywhere I go. And I just hated it. But there was someone who loved seeing me so miserable, Brooke. Over the years, I tried to include her in everything I did. I would even get designer dresses for her to join me on the red carpet, but she'd just toss them away in the trash. What is wrong with you, Brooke? I got the dress specially made for you. I don't need your charity, Ash, especially when everything you are right now is because of me. I hated the bitterness Brooke had in her heart for me, and I wished I could just remove that. Don't you worry about her, sweetheart. You have no time for her jealousy. You just focus on your work. Time went by, and Brooke grew confident in her own look and joined a local modeling agency. And I decided I was going to leave the world of fame and finally focus on my studies. But the same day, Mom told me that I'd been cast as the lead for a huge movie. But Mom, I told you I didn't... Oh, honey, this is the last time, I promise. It's just that I made an agreement, and now if you say no, we'll have to pay a huge sum of money for canceling it. Okay, but it's the last time. A few days later, we had the announcement party for the movie, and Mom was taking me shopping for it when a card fell from her bag. It was an invitation card for Brooke's first play at the theater where she was playing the lead role. Mom, we should definitely go to cheer Brooke on. This will mean so much to her. It's the same day as the announcement party of your movie, and that's more important. But I totally disagreed. I left Mom at the movie party and slipped off to see Brooke's performance, and she was awesome. I didn't find her in the dressing room, but I left flowers for her and left. My movie started shooting soon after, and I was a bit starstruck when I met the male lead actor, Tom. He was a super famous movie star at the age of just 20, and he had a huge fan following. But he was really nice and instantly made me comfortable. And over the course of the shooting, we became really good friends. On my 18th birthday, Tom even surprised me with a cake and congratulated me. But just then, I noticed Brooke outside my dressing room. I stepped out to see her, but she was already gone. And then, I didn't see her the entire day. But the next morning, I woke up to the worst nightmare of an actor. My phone was buzzing like crazy, and pictures of me hugging Tom and rumors of our link-up were all over the news. But there was no way anyone from the set could have leaked those pictures. And that's when I remembered seeing Brooke on the set the day before. Holy freaks! I couldn't believe she'd stooped so low. Later, when I came out of the house, there were paparazzi everywhere, and I had to disguise myself to go for the shoot. When I reached the set, we were about to start shooting when Tom's girlfriend came on set and threw the newspapers in my face. You homewrecker! How dare you try to steal my boyfriend, you ugly-faced lizard! I didn't steal anyone. It's all fake news.
Babe, can you please calm down?
But she didn't calm down and tried to attack me. Just then, Brooke came from behind and dumped a slushie on that witch's head, and security pulled her away for trying to create chaos on the set. Brooke, what are you doing here after ruining my reputation? What? What are you talking about? Oh, stop it. I saw you at the set yesterday, and I know you're the one who sent my pictures with Tom to the media. Have you completely lost it? I wasn't the one who did it. It was Mom. What the freaking Funyuns? Mom was the one who sent your pictures to the media. I heard her talking on the phone this morning. That's what I just came here to tell you. But I saw you on the set last night. 'Cause it was our birthday, dummy. You came to see my play even when you had a huge movie party, and it meant a lot to me. So I thought I'd repay the favor by visiting you, but as soon as I reached here, I received an important call and I had to go back. But that wasn't all. Brooke told me she had doubts that Mom had been up to no good, and when we investigated it, we found out that Mom had been stealing from me and filling her bank accounts. Holy freak! She was a blood-sucking mosquito. The next day, Mom came screaming with joy at us. I've got the best news, Ash. I signed you up for 3 more movies, and we're gonna be super rich now. So, that's why you sent my pictures to the media? What? Who told you that? And even if I did, look at the bright side. All that publicity and dating rumors with the superstar have got you 3 more movies. But you sold your own daughter for money. Shut up, Brooke. Enough, Mom. We are not kids anymore whom you can manipulate so easily. Yeah, you broke our trust and stole from your own child. You're the worst lying butt manipulator that I've ever seen in my life. Oh, no, don't say that, Ash. I did everything for you guys. You're a liar, Mom. You did everything for yourself. And that's why I have canceled all your contracts and removed you from my manager's position. No, you can't do that. Guess what? We already did. Suddenly, Mom completely lost it and tried to attack me. But thankfully, Brooke had called security and the cops, and they took her away. I'm so sorry, Ash. I always thought you were a bad person and always blamed you for everything. But Mom was the real devil and played with us as she wished. It's all right, Brooke. You have nothing to apologize for. But yeah, I don't think I can continue to shoot this stupid movie. How about you take my place in it? Really? You mean it? Of course. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down.
Oh God, stop. Are you gonna kill me?
What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him.
I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back.
I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone.
I left it at the hotel.
Gosh, he was such a handful.
Take me with you.
What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh. I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or
you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl.
Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online, and that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she?
You want to know her and not me? Ah, fine. She's a family friend, but why?
Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me.
Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter?
I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice.
If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love.
But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself?
I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine.
Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well.
Oh, yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard.
Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl.
I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep.
You, get away from him.
I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend.
Then why was she clicking your pictures like that?
Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time?
Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it.
But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Ah, are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me.
You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that? It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone.
I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What?
He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart.
But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe.
I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while.
But I thought you loved creating music.
I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time.
Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake.
You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit, too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my God, what's wrong?
I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know?
Okay. And is the girly scream part of the training too?
Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill.
Makes sense. You want to get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town.
Come on, you can't finish a burger?
Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face. And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the?
Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you.
He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known?
Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot?
Why didn't you say something then?
I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar.
Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine.
Huh? What necklace?
I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it.
Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was.
But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine.
Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you.
Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand.
Where did you get this from?
It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears.
Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive.
She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China.
Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me.
So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake.
Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her.
Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me.
I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years.
I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh, dear.
Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard?
Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life.
Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out?
I'll have to think about it.
I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret. That's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle, and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute, too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both? Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls.
Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. So I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's, and then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey, jerk, you pushed me.
That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway?
Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years.
Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties.
Cooties aren't real.
Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash.
Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention.
Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive!
Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying. Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom.
Hey, subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else.
You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl.
Oh, you're gonna regret that.
Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this.
Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1.
Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side, and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me, and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge?
Then the principal sent me to detention. And by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Ah! Here you go. As fresh as a daisy. I was working. I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down, but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace. We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kinda sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, 'cause I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guests of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling? Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a base and hurled it at a guard and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad off to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited to join the super secret agent training program. I delivered his invitation myself.
So now that you've been a hero, what's next?
I think I want to finish high school here.
I knew it. You love me. You can't resist my pecs. Or is it that my brave heart or fearless spirit? If I was a 10 before, what does that make me now? 20?
I'd give you a solid 4.
What?
I'm kidding.
Sheesh, you had me worried.
Then I pulled Nate close and kissed him.
I was born in the Shoshone tribe. My father was the chief. The day I was born, a big eagle flew by near my mom. She had thought the eagle would hurt her, but it didn't. The people of the tribe saw it as an omen of me being special and gave me a name that meant bird woman. But in my tribe, I was called Sacagawea. Since I was born a little before I was meant to, The entire tribe was pretty disappointed seeing how small and fragile I was. Your child, she is destined to reach great heights, go places, be invincible. You really think so? But she is small and weak. Don't underestimate her, for when she is older, she will move mountains. Well, she was right. I don't know about moving mountains, but as I grew up, I wasn't weak and fragile anymore. Actually, I was kind of a wild child. I would spend hours playing in the forest, riding horses, and just exploring the outdoors. I was fearless and brave, and I knew one day I'd make my tribe proud of me. But there was one tiny problem. I was afraid of heights. All my friends would be climbing trees and rocks, and it would always scare me. I didn't really mind. I knew I could do so many other things. But a girl, Redfeather, who was from another tribe, always made it a point to tease me about it. I knew why. It was because she had a big fat crush on my best friend Miko and hated that he cared so much for me.
What kind of bird woman are you if you can't even climb a tree? Look, Miko, I can climb so high.
So what? Sacagawea can ride a horse. Backwards. She can catch a fish with just her hands, and she's not a show-off like you, Redfeather.
Ugh, what do you even see in her? He just told you. Strength, ability, class. Now shoo off before I whoop your butt.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, but I dared. In seconds, Redfeather and I were tangled like two wrestlers, but I instantly let her go when I saw my dad coming. He had told me so many times not to argue with Redfeather. Her tribe was always looking to get into a fight with ours. Once I was home, I got the lecture of a lifetime, and even though I tried to tell Dad how that witch had started it, he just wouldn't listen. Frustrated, I left the tent and sat near the river.
Angry at Dad?
No, not at all. I'm angry at myself for not being brave enough to climb a tree. If I could, I would have proved, hey, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Got it? And who said you aren't brave? My love, you are the bravest girl I know. You can definitely do anything you set your mind to. Here, it's time for you to have this. Mom, why are you giving this to me? It's the most precious thing you have. No, you are my most precious thing. Saying that, she hugged me tight. After that day, I tried to steer clear of Redfeather. The girl was nothing but trouble. But one day, as Miko and I were hanging out near the big waterfall, the witch came and yanked my necklace.
Give it back. Now.
Redfeather, I swear I'll... But before I could even finish my sentence, the witch gave me a smirk and dropped Mom's necklace down into the waterfall. I felt my blood run cold, and even though I was scared of heights, I did the unthinkable. I jumped. I felt like I was flying, and in the water, I managed to reach the necklace. When I got back up, Redfeather, Miko, and everyone else were in awe. Redfeather's dad came and made her apologize to me. From that day forward, I was known as the brave bird woman who could do anything. I had made my mark, and I was so proud of myself. A few years later, my dad announced Miko and my wedding, and I couldn't be happier. Our wedding was going to be the biggest event in the tribe, and everyone was preparing for it. Even Redfeather, who had been surprisingly friendly since the necklace incident, was helping out with the decorations. One night, Redfeather asked me to meet her by the waterfall. I was a little hesitant, but I thought maybe she wanted to apologize for her past behavior. I was wrong. As I approached the waterfall, I saw several men standing in the shadows. Redfeather stepped out of the darkness and smiled at me. What's happening? Who are these people? I can't let you marry Miko. Take her away. Before I could say anything else, the men dragged me away and everything went dark. When I finally opened my eyes, I was in a carriage. Where am I? Where are you taking me? I am the daughter of the Shoshone chief. When my dad finds out about you, he'll have you punished.
And who's gonna tell him, princess? You are far away from home. You'll never get back home.
Hearing his words made my heart sink, and I clutched onto Mom's necklace. It was the only thing I had from home. We had been on the road for 7 days when one night I heard noises. There were so many people fighting. The caravan was being attacked. I was so scared. I had no idea what was happening. But then I heard a voice that spoke in a different language. It was a Frenchman. He and his soldiers had attacked the caravan and freed me. They kept talking, but I didn't understand a word. And when I spoke, they didn't understand my language either. But even with the language barrier, I knew they meant well. I didn't know how to get back home. So one of the soldiers found a nice family who adopted me and taught me their language. I was so thankful to them and all the help they gave me. Years passed, and I missed home terribly. Unfortunately, we had traveled too far in an unknown direction, so I didn't know my way back. When I turned 18, I got married to a Frenchman, and just when I had my son, my husband left me. I was disappointed. As a little girl, I had thought I would go places, have a life filled with adventure, make my tribe proud. But everything had gone so wrong. But things changed when one day, 2 men, Lewis and Clark, came to my town. They had heard about me and wanted to know if I could help them find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
Sacagawea, we heard you used to be from the Shoshone tribe. We need your help to find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
I'm not sure I can help you. I've been away from my home for many years.
You don't need to worry. We have maps and guides to help you. We just need your help to navigate the terrain and communicate with the locals.
That sounds like a lot of work. Why should I take up the offer?
Because we're headed west. This might be your chance to get home.
What? All right, I'll do it. I was so excited to be joining the expedition in April of 1805 with my newborn son tied to my back on a sling, ready to set off on the adventure of a lifetime. As we made our way along the river, I helped out in any way I could. I showed the men how to find edible roots and plants, and how to identify which ones were not safe to eat. Everyone was amazed at how much I knew, and some even joked about me being the team's official hunter. It was everything my mom had taught me. We had been traveling for months, and Lewis and Clark were always friendly to me. I realized how important the mission was for them. One day, as we were crossing a river, our boat capsized.
Oh my God! Our documents and supplies! All our hard work will be gone!
Quickly, I jumped into action and was able to save most of the supplies and important documents.
Sacagawea, that was amazing. Oh, thank you so much for saving these. I owe you for life.
It's no big deal. I'm here to help, aren't I?
That you are. But your bravery needs a reward.
I had thought they'd give me some coins as a reward, but when they named the river after me, I was speechless. Wow, I am so honored.
Just promise us you're gonna stick around with us till the end, because I know for sure we can't finish this journey without you.
I promise, I will. Our journey continued for months, and when it was summer, we stepped into a land that was familiar. I ran into the forest, and when I saw the waterfall at the end, I felt like my heart stopped. I was home. It was the land of the Shoshones. I was ecstatic. When I walked into the chief's teepee with Lewis and Clark, I was stunned to see the new chief. It was Miko.
Sacagawea, is it really you?
Yes, it's me.
But how is this possible? We thought you were lost forever.
I was taken away by some men and adopted by a nice family. Miko was filled with joy, and tears of happiness rolled down his face. He then asked Lewis and Clark to give us some alone time. He called my mom and dad, and the moment they saw me, they hugged me tight.
Sacagawea, I can't believe my eyes. I am so happy to see you here.
Me too. I missed my family and my tribe so much. We never knew what happened to you. We searched for you for months and months. It was then the hatred I had for Redfeather came back, and I told Miko, Mom, and Dad everything. Miko had his guards bring in Redfeather from her tribe along with her father. The moment Redfeather saw me, her face went pale and she fell on her knees in front of me. You witch! I knew you were jealous of me, but how could you stoop so low? Sacagawea, I am so sorry for all the wrong I have done to you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I wanted to tell her no, and how could she even ask for me to forgive her? But just then, Miko declared that Redfeather would be kicked out of her tribe, or else the peace pact between our tribe and hers would be broken. To my surprise, Redfeather's father didn't hesitate a bit and agreed.
I apologize for what my daughter did to you. I'm ashamed of her.
It was her doing. You don't have to apologize for her. Once Redfeather left, Miko and my parents asked me to stay in the tribe, but I just couldn't. I had made a promise to Lewis and Clark. While my parents agreed to let me go,
Miko was making it hard. You just came back. You can't leave now. Please, Sacagawea, stay.
I will. Miko, I give you my word. Once the journey is finished, I'll come back here, to the tribe, to you. Reluctantly, Miko let me go, and I accompanied Lewis and Clark on the rest of their journey. We continued on our travels, but one day, something horrible happened. As we were passing through a thick forest, an arrow hit a tree just inches from Lewis. I was so scared and desperately wanted to help my group. I quickly grabbed my bow and arrow and ran towards the attackers. I was determined to protect Lewis and Clark, and I started shooting arrows at the attackers. One of the attackers stopped, and seeing a native woman protecting the European men, he called off the attack.
You are with them?
Yes, I am. They come in peace. Please, let us pass.
Everything has a price. Give us something. Perhaps the necklace around your neck.
Will you let us pass if I give it to you?
Yes.
With a heavy heart, I took off my mom's necklace and handed it to the man, and the attackers left, and I ran to Lewis and Clark. I was so relieved that no one got seriously hurt.
Sacagawea, why did you give your necklace? I know what it means to you. It was precious to you.
For me, my friends are more precious. Your safety means everything to me. I just did what I had to do.
No, you did more than that. You saved us all.
I felt so proud of myself. Finally, I had done something that my parents and the tribe could be proud of. We continued our journey and finally made it. After months of traveling, here I was, standing by the Pacific Ocean. I felt like I was in a dream. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the smell of the salt in the air, and the feeling of sand between my toes. It was breathtaking. I couldn't believe I was here. I had been on this journey for so long, and now I was standing at the edge of the world. I realized in that moment how much I had grown. I had gone from a scared little girl who was afraid of heights to a brave and fearless woman who had gone on an amazing journey. We stayed for a month, and when it was time to return, Lewis and Clark asked me to come with them on another expedition. I really wanted to because I loved adventure, but I had other plans. When I returned home, the first thing I asked was where Miko was, and my parents told me that every morning he sat by the waterfall. So I snuck up to him and hugged him, and we both ended up in the water.
Oh my God, you came.
I promised, remember? Saying that, I kissed him, and it felt so right, like I was finally where I belong, finally home. Today, there are more statues in the United States dedicated to me than any other American woman. I'm remembered now as a hero and as a symbol of courage, strength, and peace for safely guiding the expedition to the Pacific Ocean. My story continues to inspire and remind people that no matter who you are or where you come from, you can always make a difference. I woke up in a cold sweat as I heard a pack of wolves howling outside. Seconds later, the cackling hyenas joined in, and then I heard the blood-chilling roar of a lion. I was surrounded. I walked over to my window, opened it, and yelled, "Be quiet and let me sleep, you buffoons! Do you want me to look like a raccoon in the morning?" Wow, it actually worked. They don't always listen to me. And yeah, I said the whole waking up in a cold sweat thing for dramatic effect. I'm a melodramatic girl. You see, I am surrounded by wild animals, but they're all in cages. And I live inside a zoo. Now please go away. I'll tell you the rest of my story in the morning. So yeah, I really did grow up in a cottage inside the zoo, since my parents were the zookeepers. And I know I called the animals buffoons earlier, but I didn't mean it. It's like when you call your siblings morons, but you still love them, right? The animals were my first playmates, so naturally, I couldn't quit horsing around, even in school. Listen, I can howl like a wolf. Ow!
Tina, can you stop making animal sounds? You're disturbing the whole class.
At least I'm not putting them to sleep. I heard that, young lady. You're staying back in recess to reflect on your behavior. The only thing I reflected on was how to prank my teacher. So the next day, when she opened her desk drawer, a tarantula casually walked out and then jumped on her arm. She screamed and flapped her arms around like a rabid chicken, then tripped on her chair and fell on her butt. Needless to say, I ended up in detention. And that's where I first talked to the dreamboat in my class, aka Eric. Okay, yeah, he's only 11 here, but you could tell even then that this kid's gonna grow up to be a hunk, and he already had a bad boy reputation. I'd seen kids giving up their lunch money to him, carrying his bag, and even cleaning his shoes. Rumor had it that a kid who pissed off Eric woke up in a garbage dump the next day, and he had no memory of how he got there. But Eric seemed to be utterly fascinated by me, or maybe all the animals I could play with at the zoo. The point is, he was nice to me, and that was all I needed to consider him my first human friend. Can you really pet the crocodiles? Don't they bite? Nope, they love me. Well, the alligators do, but they're kind of the same, right? Potato, potato. Newsflash, they're not the same, but that's a discovery I made later. Can you sneak me in tomorrow? I want to play with them. I'll have to think about it. I can pay you. Deal. I was so excited to have Eric over, and even my parents were happy to see me with a two-legged creature for once. All right, kids, your mom and I have some things to do, but feel free to roam around the zoo and don't get into any trouble. You sure you don't want me to take you around? Dad, we don't need a babysitter. We'll be just fine. Be cool, man. Be cool. Once they left, Eric turned to me. Did you get the keys? Yep. My dad had keys to all the enclosures, and I'd taken the key for the crocodile one so Eric could see them up close and personal. Now all we have to do is not get caught by the cameras. Wait, there are cameras? Yep, but I know where they are. Come on, we just need to sneak past them using their blind spots. Do you do this often? Yeah, I love feeling like a spy. Okay. I was definitely impressing Eric a lot. I could already see it. Me and Eric, prom king and queen in high school. Soon, we were standing inside the enclosure, only a few feet away from the crocodiles. Up close, they looked a lot bigger than I'd thought. I told you, I've only played with alligators before. And wow, these creatures could swim fast. And they were coming right at us. They look hungry. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't pet them. Ah, look at that one! He's gonna eat me! Eric screamed and started running frantically, and I was right behind him. Then he tripped over a twig. I crashed into him, and we both fell on our faces, and the crocodile was hot on her tail. Just then, I noticed a mirror on the ground next to Eric. I held it up and caught the sunlight, sending a blinding flash into the crocodile's eyes. It got confused for a bit as we scrambled to our feet and ran out. I locked the enclosure quickly, and Eric dropped to his knees. Oh, God. That was the worst day of my life. It wasn't that bad. I mean, think of how I saved your life with my quick wit and fearless spirit. Why do you carry a mirror around, though? To see my beautiful face, which that crocodile would have destroyed in a second. You're horrible. What? I'm amazing. I'm your hero, Eric. But he just couldn't stop hyperventilating. My parents found us, and when they discovered what had happened, they dropped Eric at home, and I was forbidden from ever having friends over again. Eric's mom, the school principal, tried pressing charges, but since we'd avoided all those cameras, there was no proof I'd let him into the crocodile enclosure. But Eric did stop talking to me, which hurt. In case you haven't figured it out, I have a crush on this guy, okay? Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. However, taking Eric to the zoo did give me a rather cool business idea. I had access to stuff most people didn't, and I could use that to make money. Here, a photo of the new lion cub. It's totally exclusive. The public hasn't seen it yet. And you ordered a skin from the rarest snake, right? It wasn't easy to get, so that'll be $200. As if I'd ever hurt my beautiful, slithery friends. No, this Tracy is some rich psycho who wants snakeskin bags, and I told her I'd get her the real deal. But this skin is as fake as her face. All right. She's actually very pretty naturally. Love that for her. My business went well for about a week, till it was cut short by the principal, who still hated me for putting her precious baby in danger. You cannot bring anything like that to sell in the school from now on. You better start acting like other normal girls your age. Do you understand what I'm saying? The other normal girls were the ones asking me for pictures and snakeskins. You only sell something if there's a demand for it. Economics 101, people. But the worst part was that my parents agreed with her and grounded me. You really should start acting less like a wild child, Tina. No going out to play with the animals until you cool down a little. Seriously? Watch your tongue, young lady. Okay, gotcha. And I stuck up my tongue and watched it. Mom was not amused. As time passed, we all slowly forgot about my reckless past. With my 16th birthday coming up, I wanted to do something fun that my class would remember. Okay, I don't really care about the rest of the class. It's just that my prediction had come true, and Eric had become hot. He was now your typical bad boy. Hair slicked back with gel? Check. Top shirt buttons always open? Check. Look super cool chewing gum? Check. Flirting with every girl? Except me, of course. Check. I couldn't invite him alone, obviously, so I had to invite the rest too, and maybe he'd accept. But first, I had to get him to stop hating me. I googled some tips on how to attract a bad boy. I swear, the internet is a wonderful place. Number 1, make sure you stand out. Bad boys like girls who don't blend in. Well, that one was already covered. I stuck out like a sore thumb. No one else dressed in tiger-striped t-shirts or giraffe print leggings or laughed like a hyena. Number 2, say something brief that would catch the guy's attention, then smile mysteriously and walk away to keep him wondering what you were talking about. So one day, I joined Eric and his friends for lunch and sat right opposite him. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Tina.
I had a dream about you last night.
Oh yeah? Were you feeding me to the crocodiles?
I smiled mysteriously and then walked away. Wait a minute. I think that just made me look like a psychopath. Ugh. Number 3, don't let a bad boy know you're intimidated by him. Think of it like coming face to face with a bear. The second you show fear, you'll be destroyed. One day, I was putting stuff in my locker, and suddenly, I found Eric beside me.
Hey, sorry I was snappy before. So, you want to tell me more about your dream?
Well, you're not the boss of me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll dream about you if I like, and I'll tell you if I want to. Then I stomped on his foot and walked off. What the heck was I even doing? He was showing interest in you, you buffoon. The stupid internet has messed up my judgment. Okay, at least he'd tried talking to me himself. Maybe I'd just give him the birthday invitation and he'd accept it now. But the next day, as I was taking the invitations out of my locker, I dropped a few and turned around to find Tracy picking one up. Yeah, that's Snakeskin Tracy. And yeah, she's even prettier now and has a huge Instagram following thanks to her pretty face. So happy for her. Oh, what's this? A birthday party at the zoo? Yeah, it's gonna be a banger. I know the zoo like the back of my hand, and I can show everyone the exclusive spots. And why would we hang out with you? You're the girl who nearly got my boyfriend killed. Huh? Who's your boyfriend? Eric, you dummy. How many boys have you nearly killed in the zoo? Ugh, I couldn't believe Tracy was dating Eric. I couldn't stand her. You know, a little birdie told me that you're obsessed with wolves, and one of them just had the cutest, fluffiest baby. Wouldn't you like to pet a wolf puppy, Tracy? Take a picture for Insta, maybe? Now we're talking, girl. Okay, deal. I'll come to your party, and you arrange the baby wolf meeting. Nuh-uh, not so fast. I'll make it happen if you break up with Eric and you pay me $100. What? But I love him. Can't help you then. Bye. Okay, fine. Consider it done. Here's the money, too. Yeah, I wasn't the nicest back then, but seriously, how sincere could her love be if she broke up with him for a picture? I gave Eric the invitation the next day, and we even started hanging out. At this rate, we'd be girlfriend and boyfriend by my birthday. However, there was just one teeny tiny issue. I might have forgotten to ask my parents' permission for the party.
No way! You can't have 20 people over at the zoo, not after last time.
But that was 5 years ago.
I know, but I still worry. If something happened, it could cost me my job.
But I won't do anything stupid, I promise. It took my parents 5 whole days to give in, but finally they did, and I made sure everyone was familiar with the rules beforehand. No interaction with the animals without my supervision, and of course, they had to bring me presents. Before I knew it, the day of the party had arrived. I had a balloon arch and a huge cake smack in the middle of the zoo, and everyone turned up. Of course, I only wanted Eric, but I wasn't complaining about the pile of presents. I'm so happy you guys could all make it. Because of what happened many years ago, we can't go inside any enclosures, but I'll be giving you a tour of the zoo once everyone's done eating. Now dig in! I was cutting up the biggest slice of cake for Eric when Tracy suddenly pinched my arm. When will I get my pictures with the wolf pup, Tina? Shh, don't announce it. Then everyone will want pictures. I have the key to the enclosure right here in my pocket. I'll take you when I have time. Tracy huffed off to sulk in some corner, and I let her. I was enjoying messing around with her. Oh, also, the keys I had, they were for the harmless mountain goats enclosure. I wasn't gonna repeat past mistakes and put anyone in any real danger, duh. But some 10 minutes later, we heard high-pitched screams, and then Tracy came running like a mad woman. Save me from the freaking goat! Help me! Right behind her, a goat came charging in and slammed right into the food table. The kids screamed and all ran away, including Eric. It was just me and the goat left, and boy, she did not look happy. Come on, Butthead, you know me. I named you Butthead, remember? No? Nothing? Bah! See? I'm your sister. Bah! It wasn't working. Butthead was stomping her foot, ready to charge me. My legs felt frozen, and I really thought that this would be my end, when suddenly...
Hey, you, goat, get away from her. Hey, pay attention to me.
A boy with glasses I'd never seen before was standing a few meters from me, and he was whistling to Butthead and pulling faces at her. Are you crazy?
Don't worry about me. I got this. Just run.
I didn't need to be told twice. I ran as fast as I could back to my house. All my guests had left, and my parents were waiting for me, looking furious. We found Butthead back in her enclosure, and the mysterious boy was nowhere to be seen. I had no idea how he'd snuck in or out, but he'd certainly saved my life. Other than that, things were pretty bleak. Yes, she gave me the key. First, she charged me for a wolf picture, then sent me to the mad goat's enclosure. I never gave you the key. You stole it from me. And I've never seen a goat behave like that before. You must have done something to make it so angry. Maybe it's just your face. You have that effect on some people. Trust me. But everyone was against me. Even Eric. Well, especially Eric.
You're such a weirdo, Tina, and all you do is put us in danger. Just stay away from us.
The zoo authorities reviewed the case, and they didn't fire my parents, but they told us we had to move out of there. I was banned for life. We moved into an apartment, and I spent the next week in my new room crying, and also very much grounded, before Dad came to me.
I think it's time for you to grow up a bit, Tina. This summer, we'll send you away to a camp where you can learn some discipline.
What? And well, that's how I got here. This place is boring. We sleep outside in tents, which are not comfortable, and all we do is study. Fine, sometimes we go swimming in the lake too, but mostly it's just annoying. To make it worse, Tracy was there too. Don't go near Tina. She grew up with animals and has their diseases. She might bite. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Thanks to Tracy, most people chose to stay away from me, and it was lonely. But one good thing about being here was that I had plenty of time to read about animals, which was nice. I'd always been too busy playing with animals to read about them before. I might even become a vet after this. One day, she was poking fun at me again, and I kept trying to ignore her. So, how does it feel to be kicked out of the zoo? Do you miss your four-legged brothers and sisters? Do you miss the stink of animal poop? Do you even know what fresh air smells like?
Hey, knock it off and leave her alone.
That voice was so familiar, and I turned around to see the mysterious boy from the zoo. Wait, it's you. You saved me from the goat.
Yep, I'm Mason, by the way. I've been sneaking in and out of the zoo for ages. I just like hanging out around animals. And that day, I was just roaming around when I happened to see your friend Tracy here stealing the keys from your pocket. So I took some pictures.
You took pictures? Yeah, right. You're lying.
They're right here on my phone, but it'll be $5 if you want to see them.
Why would I want to see them?
How will you know if I'm lying or not?
Ugh! Tracy paid up, and Mason really wasn't lying. I spoke to the camp leaders about how her lies had caused so much trouble for my family, and how she was harassing me even now, and Mason backed me up, and Tracy got kicked out. Mason and I became quick friends, and spent the summer together for the most part. He was really nice, and we could talk about animals all day. At the end of camp, I was kinda sad to know I wouldn't be seeing him every day. You see, I developed a small crush on Mason, even though he was a very good boy. I really have grown up. Promise to write to me every week?
I will.
And when I went back home, I also showed the pictures to my parents, and they apologized for not believing me before. Even my zoo privileges were reinstated, and I could visit anytime I wanted. Mom, Dad, I want to be a vet, and I think I want to change schools. I've looked up a few where they start vet courses in high school.
That sounds like a good idea, and it's a very fitting job for you, sweetheart.
Things were going well, except that Mason didn't really stay in touch, which made me kind of sad. I was both excited and nervous on my first day in my new school. I didn't know anyone, and I wasn't the best at making friends. Just then, someone came and sat next to me.
Hi, Tina.
Mason, hi! You're in my class?
Or you're in mine. Either way, we're both here. Listen, I meant to stay in touch, and things have just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it, but first, I really missed you.
I missed you too. Guess I didn't have to start from scratch after all.
I stomped my feet on the floor, pounded the walls with my fists, and let out my most glass-shattering scream.
Here she goes again, throwing another temper tantrum.
That was my dad, and that's me rolling around like a pig in mud. My dad was about to leave for another business trip, and I didn't want him to go. He was a wealthy, highly successful businessman and was constantly traveling the world to meet with new clients. But Dad, do you have to go?
Yes, someone has to pay for this mansion and all of your expensive things. Now get up off the floor. You don't see your sister throwing a tantrum, do you?
Yeah, Jenny, you look like one of those filthy goats we saw at the petting zoo. Aw, those goats were so cute. My big sister Clara gave me a disgusted look. She was a year older and always trying to make me look bad. And okay, maybe being on the floor wasn't helping my case. Growing up, my sister had always overshadowed me. When I was 6 and learned how to play the ukulele, Clara taught herself to play the violin. When I put on a puppet show for my parents with stuffed animals, Clara directed a whole play with actors and fancy sets and everything. One time when I was 12, the president and the first lady came to visit our house for dinner. It was a big deal. There were a bunch of reporters, and the staff prepared the house for weeks. My dad was so nervous that he started yelling at a servant.
This is gold cutlery. I told you to use silver. The First Lady hates gold. Fix it now.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Are you stupid? When they walked away, I sneaked over to the servant, who was in tears. You're doing a great job. And then I slipped her a huge tip. I put on my best dress for dinner. I thought I looked cute, at least until I saw Clara. She looked like an absolute princess. At first, it made me feel invisible, but then I decided to be brave. When it came time to serve the soup, I jumped up. I got this. I was thrilled. Finally, a chance to make Mom and Dad proud. I walked gingerly to the First Lady, being extra careful, when suddenly a foot stuck out and tripped me. The soup went flying all over the First Lady and the President. Then a bunch of Secret Service guys tackled me like I was an assassin or something. That's when I noticed Clara pull her foot back under the table. She'd done it on purpose.
Go to your room.
It wasn't my fault. It was Clara. You're such an embarrassment. The news was on TV by midnight, and the next day my parents sent me off to a boarding school on the other side of the country. It was lonely at first. My family was treating me like a black sheep, even though I'd done nothing wrong. My dad made sure my bank account was full, but he never had time to visit or even talk. I decided I couldn't spend all my time being homesick. I was going to make something of myself here. I signed up for all the top activities, like horseback riding, water polo, and ballet. By the time I was 16, I was number 1 in all of them. I even ran for school president and won. Even though I was thriving, I didn't want to leave anything to chance. So I was always complimenting people and buying them gifts, even the teachers. I wanted people to like me, and it seemed to be working, with one exception, this boy, Josh. Josh worked in the stables taking care of the horses and seemed immune to my compliments. Hey, Josh, is that a new shirt? Looks nice.
It's old and covered in dirt. You don't have to try so hard to be liked, you know.
It was just a compliment, geez.
It was a fake compliment. You might have everyone else here fooled, but not me.
What was his problem? He did have gorgeous eyes, though. As he handed me the horse's reins, our hands touched. It was electric, an instant spark. But then he pulled away. How about I take you out for lunch at La Rosa? It's the fancy place by...
No, I don't need your bribes. Happy riding.
It wasn't a bribe, it was an invitation. But Josh had already walked away. With race day only a week away, I needed to focus on training. But as hard as I tried, my mind kept wandering back to Josh. Maybe the right gift would win him over. Hey, Josh, I saw these boots and thought of you.
Told you I don't want your bribes.
Do you even know what a bribe is? I'm not asking for anything in return.
Yeah, you are. You're asking me to like you.
So you admit you don't like me. What did I do to you?
I didn't say I didn't like you. I just don't know the real you.
At that moment, he leaned in close to me. Oh, my heart fluttered. Was he about to kiss me? But then he stretched past me to adjust the saddle. I totally knew that's what he was doing. Why would I even want Josh to like me? He was always dirty, smelled like a farm, and he was the least friendly person I knew besides my sister Clara. Maybe that's why. For all the success I'd had at this school, Josh was a reminder that back home I was no one special. On the day of the race, I was feeling nervous, but I stayed focused and came in first place. My parents hadn't visited me since I'd arrived, but part of me was still hoping to see them in the stands cheering me on. Of course, they weren't there, but to my surprise, Josh was.
Congrats!
I can't believe you came to support me. You do like me.
I was already here. It had nothing to do with you.
Liar. Josh smiled at me and butterflies danced in my stomach. As he walked away, I patted my horse Nessa on the neck. You hear that, girl? I think he likes us. The next day, me and Nessa were on the front page of a national newspaper. Not long after that, I got a FaceTime call from my dad. I was shocked. He normally just sent me emails.
Hey, honey, I wanted to let you know we're very proud of you. Feel free to mention my business the next time you talk to reporters.
Thanks, Dad. I will. Do you think you'll be able to come visit soon?
I'm afraid not. We're in Japan with your sister right now.
Japan?
Sorry, honey, but we'll definitely come when you try out for the Olympics team. That's the big one.
Just then, Clara's face appeared. Yeah, anyone can win a national race. An international race is the real challenge. That's not fair. I worked really hard. You've never won a national race.
We have to go, honey. We just got to the Hello Kitty store.
Then he hung up without even saying goodbye. I couldn't help it. I started to cry, and that's when Josh found me. Go ahead, make fun of me. You know you want to.
I never wanted to put you down. I just wanted you to be real, and it looks like you finally are.
Yep, real tears and snot here. As real as it gets.
Come on, I want to show you something.
Josh held out his hand. I felt a rush of warmth as I took it. Josh took me to the fields behind the school and showed me the foals running around. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. I approached the mom slowly so I wouldn't spook her.
Whoa. She doesn't like most people. Be careful.
Just then, the mom nuzzled her nose against my hand. Aw, you're just a big sweetie, aren't you, girl? I noticed Josh looking at me funny. What?
I just never realized how gentle you are.
After that day, Josh and I started hanging out more. He was strange and funny, and I loved how kind he was to animals. I was surprised to learn that he didn't actually go to our school.
No way my parents could ever afford that. They've been struggling with money, so I took this job to help out.
Josh, I'm so sorry.
Why? We're happy. I love working with horses. Sure, times are tough, but money isn't everything. They're amazing parents.
You're lucky. I mean, don't get me wrong, my parents are great. They're just not around much. But as the months went by, I started hearing from my parents more and more often. They even came to visit. I was winning races left and right, and the media nicknamed me the Jockey Barbie. I was on TV, magazine covers. My life was a whirlwind.
Honey, I thought you were going to mention my business during your interview today.
I did, didn't I?
Yes, but only once. We agreed on 4 times. Repetition sells.
Okay, I'll try harder next time. My favorite moments were the quiet ones, just me and Nessa, going for rides before sunsets, and my long talks with Josh in the stables. One day our hands touched, and I felt that same charge I did before, but this time Josh didn't pull away. He took my hand in his and leaned in, our lips nearly touching. Ew! Are you seriously about to kiss the stable boy? Ugh! Clara's timing was the worst!
I have a name. It's Josh.
Oh, whatever you say, Josh. What are you doing here, Clara? Just wanted to remind you that you may think you're hot stuff now, but you're still the same old loser you've always been.
Sounds like you're jealous that Jenny is finally getting the spotlight instead of you.
Josh, that's not nice.
Are you seriously taking her side?
I just want everyone to get along. Is that so wrong? Clara rolled her eyes in disgust and left. I was hoping Josh might try to kiss me again, but he left too. At least Nessa was still on my side. You still like me, don't you, girl? Don't give me that look. Thankfully, Josh didn't stay mad at me for long. He even invited me over for dinner to meet his parents. Their house was tiny and chilly from a broken heater, but his parents were the sweetest. His mom made the best dumplings for dinner. Later that night, Josh showed me the hill where he loved to lay out and look at the stars.
One day, I'm going to have enough money to open stables of my own. I'll buy my parents a ranch, and it will be filled with horses and happy animals roaming free. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Not at all. I think it's a beautiful dream. Josh gazed into my eyes, and in that moment, we had our first kiss. I wish I could have stayed with him on that hill forever, but I had a race to win. Unfortunately, Nessa wasn't feeling well, and we only came in third.
Third place? You won't get into the Olympics with a record like that.
Winning isn't everything, Dad. I'll have to take a break for a little while so Nessa can recover.
A break? Nonsense. She's just a dumb horse. You can replace her. This one looks healthy.
My dad patted another horse on the rump, and the horse neighed angrily and kicked her stall. My dad was so startled that he fell back into a pile of poop. I couldn't stop laughing.
Stupid animals. I'm leaving. Honey, we just want what's best for you, and the Olympics are a golden opportunity. I hope you do what's right.
I didn't like the idea of riding another horse, but I didn't want to let my parents down either, so I started training again.
Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! Wow! That's a check and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me. And everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it! Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last. Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches and I pretended to choke.
Poison!
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive. You can always talk to me about anything, you know. I'm fine. You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two. Well, cheers for that. You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart. Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent, no doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it. And soon, things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me.
Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF.
Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat.
Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess.
What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose.
This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy.
I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Carker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad? I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around watching watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that?
I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends.
The sound of swords clashing gave me chills. Sparks were flying, literally, and my heart was racing with every swing. The fencers moved like ninjas. Every hit was sharp, and every dodge was smooth. Oh, how I wish I could move like that. Unfortunately, I was built different. I'd been trying to pass the fencing team tryouts for a while now, but my coordination had other plans. I would just trip over air and smack my face with my practice sword. After the match, I suddenly remembered that I dropped my ID earlier near the backlot. Completely distracted, I headed there while replaying every flawless fencing move in my head. Suddenly, I tripped over a loose panel, stumbled forward like an idiot, and fell straight into an open excavation pit. I looked around frantically and checked my pockets for my phone, but I couldn't feel it. No, I must have dropped it earlier. Hello? Somebody, please, help me! I'm stuck here! But there was only silence. Eventually, I gave up and slumped down, feeling totally defeated. I must have cried myself to sleep, because when I opened my eyes again, all I saw was total darkness. I had no idea how long I'd been stuck down here. It was so cold, and I couldn't see a thing. Somebody, please, help. I looked up and noticed the faint blue glow of the moonlight spilling over the edge. It wasn't much, but somehow it felt comforting. Then suddenly, a girl's head slowly peered over the edge. Hey, could you help me out? Please, I've been trapped down here for hours and... I trailed off when I noticed her cold, crimson eyes glowing with an emotionless stare. Hi?
If you made it down, then the path upward exists as well. Whether you find it is up to you.
Right. Super inspiring. But maybe instead of a life lesson, you could toss down a rope? A ladder? A vine? A thread? Or a snakeskin? Seriously, I'll climb anything at this point. Hey, wait! Where are you going? I panicked when her head suddenly disappeared. Come back, please! At least toss down my phone. It fell out of my pocket up there, somewhere. But she didn't respond anymore. Unbelievable. Just my luck to meet a weird and mysterious girl in the middle of the night. Suddenly, her head reappeared, and this time, she was casually holding my phone.
Are you referring to this?
Yes, that's mine! Please, if you're not gonna help me, just toss it down at least and...
If you want it, then climb.
Wait, what? I was at least 20 feet down. I can't. It's too high, and I have the strength of a baby.
Strength begins when you choose to reach for what seems unreachable.
Okay, I'll try. At first, I jumped weakly, but I felt so pathetic, so I hyped myself up and pushed harder, clawing my way up the dirt wall as if my life depended on it. Finally, with one last desperate lunge, I jumped higher than I ever thought possible, scaling the wall like Spider freaking man, and pulled myself over the top. Whoa! I did it? Wait, I actually did it! Somehow, this strange girl made me find strength I didn't even know I had. I stood up and finally faced my mysterious savior, her silver white hair standing out in the dim light. That was intense! Thanks for the motivation. What are you doing here at this hour, by the way? And what's your name? Then she turned to me, and my heart nearly stopped. Holy mother of hell! Up close, she didn't look real. She wasn't just beautiful. She was otherworldly.
This is one of the many reasons I never wished to visit here. But oh well, I suppose I had no choice.
What are you talking about? Where are you from? But she just ignored me and drifted off like a beautiful lantern. Hey, wait! Can you at least tell me your name? We turned a corner, and just like that, she was gone. I searched all over the school, but it was like she vanished into thin air. What if she was actually a ghost? The thought alone almost made me pee in my pants. I just kept thinking about her, even in class the next morning, and Belle must have noticed it.
$1 billion for your thoughts?
Huh? Oh, sorry, just spaced out. Belle had been my best friend since we were kids. We were next-door neighbors, survived high school together, and now we were in the same university, taking the same course like it was fate or something.
Come on, buddy, spill it. What's got you daydreaming so hard?
Well, yesterday I went back behind the school to look for my ID, and I met this mysterious girl. I was about to finish my story when the door suddenly burst open, and our professor finally arrived with a girl trailing behind. My jaw then dropped straight to the floor when I saw her familiar face. No freaking way! It was her!
Class, this is Sky, a transfer student. She will be joining us today, so please, make her feel welcome.
As expected, the other boys also lost their minds the second she walked in. They were practically drooling on their desks.
Sky, do you have anything you'd like to say to the class before we start our lecture?
I held my breath as she scanned the room like an emotionless queen.
I have little to say to those I have yet to understand, but I'll observe, and perhaps learn something worth remembering.
We were all dumbfounded by what she said. Believe it or not, but that's the girl I was just telling you about.
I see. She seems interesting.
Well, that was quite a speech, Sky. Thank you. You may take any empty seat you like.
Without a word, she walked straight down the aisle and sat right next to me. Hey, it's me. From last night. You know, the guy in the hole? But she just stared straight ahead, like I didn't even exist. And when the lecture finally started, she was completely locked in, silent, still, eyes focused on the presentation like they were battle strategies or something. Seriously, who is this girl? And where did she even come from? Later that day, I dragged Belle to the announcement board to check out the newest fencing team updates. Just then, a calm, serious voice spoke behind me.
How do I join this battle?
I turned and nearly jumped out of my skin when I realized it was Sky. Man, her ethereal presence gave me goosebumps. Battle? You mean the tryouts?
They're holding practice today, but you'll need to, sign up first, fill out some forms, maybe get a tetanus shot, probably wrestle with a few waivers, and...
Where's the gym?
She cut off Bella with a look that could end conversations in 46 different languages. We then pointed wordlessly down the hall, and she immediately walked away, like a warrior headed for her next conquest.
Wait, girl, you can't just barge in. There's, a system.
We followed her, and by the time we reached the gym, practice had already started. Sky walked in like she belonged there, and one of the senior members stepped forward. Can we help you?
Who leads here?
I guess that'd be me, captain of the team. She approached the rack and picked up one of the practice foils, turning it slowly in her hand.
These weapons, they lack edge, but the balance is decent enough.
Those are regulation practice foils, kind of the point.
Then it will suffice.
You here to try out, or...?
I simply wish to test the limits of your strongest fighters, if you allow it.
There was a moment of awkward silence before the captain spoke again. All right, mysterious transfer girl, let's see what you've got. What the? Sky then turned to the rest of the team like nothing had happened.
Next.
2 more stepped in, then 3, 4, 5, 10. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, the whole gym started to feel colder. She moved like water with a blade, fluid, graceful, but dangerous. She was tripping, dodging, disarming, absolutely destroying everyone in her path. And it was mesmerizing. Every movement, purposeful. Every dodge, calculated. She never raised her voice, never taunted, just moved. Belle and I just stood there, frozen, totally speechless, after beating the final fencer with one clean move.
Well, that was quite insufficient.
And just like that, the entire gym went silent. Since then, some people started getting scared of her, while others just fell harder. Meanwhile, Belle started getting extra suspicious about her.
It's really weird. She just waltzed in and wrecked everyone like she was brushing lint off her shoulder.
I mean, maybe she's just really good?
She is, but there's something off about her vibe. She might be hiding something, and I'm gonna find out what.
Just because she looks like a Barbie doesn't mean she can't be that strong and skillful. She's literally so cool.
You have a crush on her, don't you?
What? No? I mean, she's really, really beautiful and...
Whatever.
It had been a while since she sulked like that, and it was cute.
You better stay away from her from now on, okay? I think she's dangerous.
I just nodded, but deep down, I wasn't scared of Sky at all. I was hooked. After that day, I started noticing her in every club and tournament. Polo, martial arts, taekwondo, even logic and strategy games. Anything competitive, anything that required skill, she joined and won every single time. But she never celebrated, never even smiled. It felt like watching a boss-level character trapped on beginner difficulty. Nothing here seemed to challenge her. One time during a swimming match, she moved through the water like it was part of her. Fluid, swift, unbothered. She was like a mermaid trained by the gods of war. No splash, no struggle, just pure, effortless power. Another time, I saw her watching a freshman student from the martial arts club, a shy girl who always kept to herself and stood in the back. Without a word, Sky walked over, gently adjusted the girl's stance, then stepped back and nodded once. The girl blinked, startled, then smiled like someone had finally seen her. Sky didn't say anything else. She just returned to her corner and resumed her own training. But that one gesture said everything. She wasn't just strong, she inspired strength in others. Who really are you, girl? One day, Belle came up to me and slapped a notebook on the table.
It's time to put on our detective hats. We follow her, subtly.
Define subtly.
These. Midnight Stealth Tint, limited edition. Put them on.
You are not serious.
I've never been more serious in my life, Eli.
And just like that, we became Sky's personal shadows. Day 1, Sky walked into the abandoned art wing and never came out. We waited for 53 minutes and found no exits, just a clay sculpture of what I think was a horse or maybe a giant oven. Day 2, She went to an aquarium and underwater zoo and had a staring contest with the sea creatures for 2 freaking hours as if they were besties or enemies. Day 3, we caught her standing under a flickering hallway light for a full 5 minutes, unmoving. She was just staring into the corner.
She's talking to the shadows.
She's just probably checking that wall paint.
Or maybe she's possessed? Wait, what if she's a spy?
Oh, a vampire. She's totally a vampire.
Eli, this is serious.
Just then, we both screamed when Sky looked directly at us from 50 feet away, even though we were clearly behind a potted fern. One night, after watching a horror movie that Belle swore wasn't scary when it actually was, we stopped by a convenience store to grab some snacks. The store looked quiet, just us and the bored cashier. Just then, 2 sketchy guys in knockoff tracksuits stepped up to the counter and turned to us.
Well, you 4 look loaded. How about a deal?
4? There's only 3 of us here, and we turned and saw someone I didn't expect to be here. Sky. She was silently reading the back of an ice cream tub like it was ancient prophecy.
We'll take $1 billion, or someone's getting folded.
Dude, we're literally just college students. Do we look like we own 108 yachts and private islands to you?
Honestly, no. But I don't care. Just hand over everything you've got.
He then shoved me straight into a shelf of ramen, and I almost passed out.
Touch him again, and I swear I'll make you cry like a little boy who dropped his ice cream on a poop.
But the jerk just laughed at Belle and grabbed her arm. Before I could even get up to stop him, the light started flickering, and the air suddenly got colder. Sky suddenly stepped in and grabbed the goon's wrist, twisted it with a crack, and yeeted him into a snack shelf so hard he passed out on impact. She then turned to Belle like nothing had happened.
Are you hurt?
I think I'm in love?
She just nodded once, turned, and started walking out. But just as we thought it was over, the other jerk stumbled outside and somehow got into a freaking bulldozer.
I'm taking down this whole store and taking you broken, useless college kids with it!
Belle and I panicked, but Sky just calmly stepped forward and grabbed the front of the bulldozer like it was a freaking shopping cart. Then, without a word, she lifted it, and yeeted the entire machine into a glowing thing that appeared out of thin air. Gone, just like that. What the? Belle, did you see that? But Belle was already out cold on the floor, straight up passed out from disbelief. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head later that night. Sky was literally out of this world. Like, she lifted a bulldozer. Who does that? But what bothered me more was me. I couldn't even stay on my feet long enough to protect Belle. The next day, I saw this tiny scratch on her forehead, and my stomach flipped. I was such a loser. All I did was stand there and breathe dramatically. It was sunset when I wandered to the back of the school to get some air, and I was surprised to see Sky just standing there, perfectly still, half in shadow like she was about to disappear through the crack in the earth. Hey, you saved us last night! You were like a superhero! Seriously, why are you even that strong? Belle could have seriously gotten hurt, and I couldn't even help her. I panicked, and you showed up like a force of nature, coming like a hurricane. Apparently, she had no plans to speak, so I finally gave up. Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks, and sorry for being totally weak and useless. And that was when she finally looked at me.
You carry too much shame for someone who stood up. That is more than most would do.
But it wasn't enough.
Strength isn't always loud or immediate. Sometimes it begins when you decide to stop running.
I didn't know what to say. Her words just echoed in my head.
If you still wish to change, then follow me.
I just found myself following her like a clueless puppy as she led me behind the trees until we stopped at a tall brick wall. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she summoned this glowing thing again. A strange, shimmering light pulsed in the air like it was alive. I must be dreaming right now. What's happening? What is that? She then stepped through it like it was nothing, and without thinking, I followed. Suddenly, I was standing in a massive, dimly lit space. Blades lined with the walls, swords, spears, weapons I couldn't even name.
Let's begin.
Begin what? Are you going to train me or something? But why?
I was only ever meant to speak with my equals. How I ended up in this situation is beyond me. Perhaps I simply missed the feeling of training a disciple again. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
It was the first time I heard her say more than 2 sentences, and my brain was about to explode with questions. So, about all this and everything you just dropped on me, can you explain? Because none of this looks normal, like, at all.
Let's keep this simple. No questions. Just training. If that's acceptable to you, we'll begin.
From that moment on, my life did a total 180. In between and after classes, we kicked things off with the basics. She started teaching me combat skills, how to hold a weapon, how to move, how not to slice my own foot off, and I kept failing all of that. But despite being cold, strict, and silent, my master was patient with me. Soon, we moved on to one-on-one fights. She fought me with one hand and still destroyed me every single time, like she was swatting away a fly. One time, I arrived a little earlier than usual. The portal buzzed softly as I stepped through, but something was different. Sky was already there. She was waiting. She was training alone, focused and unshaken. With a sword in hand, she moved through a relentless series of drills. Strike, spin, parry, recover, over and over. Not a single break.
Only 2,972,000 left.
I froze. She wasn't counting victories. She was counting some kind of punishment. I stood there, hidden in the shadows. And for the first time, I realized she wasn't just strong. She was relentless, and that made her unstoppable. When I tried to ask her about it, all she did was give me a cold stare and continued training me. As the days went by, Belle got more and more suspicious of my frequent disappearances, but I kept throwing out excuses. Until one day, she caught me sneaking back to class looking like a total mess.
Okay. You've been disappearing, coming back looking like you lost a duel with a garbage disposal. Talk.
I was jogging?
Try again.
Belle?
Spill it. I saw you with Sky. You're doing something sus with her, aren't you?
You were following me?
Are you kidding? I've got notes, charts, a full Sky timeline.
Okay, fine. I'm training with her.
Training? For what? Is this like fencing? Demon hunting? A secret society initiation?
To become stronger.
Eli, I know you. You're soft. You're gentle. You cry during dog food commercials.
But I'm tired of being weak, of always being the one who needs saving. I couldn't protect you at the store. I saw that scratch on your forehead and, Belle, I hated it. I hated myself. I'm done feeling like a loser.
Yeah, but she's weird. She's powerful and quiet, and we don't know anything about her. I did a background check. Nothing came up. No school records. No socials. It's like she didn't exist until the day she showed up. What if she's from another world? Or a different dimension? What if she's dangerous?
I didn't even know what to say because I myself was wondering too, because Sky never answered my questions.
I just miss my best friend, you know?
I'm still here, but I need to do this. For you. For me. Belle didn't smile, but she nodded.
Okay, fine. Just don't get possessed or anything.
No promises. A few more days of training passed. Bruises, sore legs, and Sky silently judging my every move. But somehow, I got better. Then came the next fencing tryouts. I stood at the edge of the gym floor, foil in hand, heart pounding. The whistle blew, and I finally moved. No tripping, no freezing, just focus, speed, and everything Sky drilled into me. By the final strike, the scoreboard lit up with my name at the top. I passed. I actually passed this time. Finally! The seniors clapped me on the back. Who trained you, man? A ghost? Maybe a goddess. Still not sure. I left the gym feeling like a superhero with only one thought in mind. I needed to tell Sky about this, so I ran straight to the portal. But when I stepped through, she wasn't there. The room was empty. I looked for her everywhere, but there were no traces of her. She hadn't shown up in days, and it was driving me crazy. Then one night, just as I was about to sleep, I suddenly felt that familiar chill in the air. I found myself walking to my balcony, as if something is calling me. Master, where have you been?
I need to go. There are matters I must attend to.
What kind of matter?
There is no point in explaining which you cannot yet understand.
Okay, fine. But before you go, can you at least tell me something about yourself? Or at least, where are you from?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Huh?
No need to fret. These are just my thoughts. Soon, you'll know and understand everything.
But how?
You'll see.
She raised her hand, summoning another portal. And without a word, she stepped through it. And now, she was gone. I suddenly felt so empty, like something had been pulled out and taken with her. No one knew where she went. Not the school, not the staff, not even Belle and her resources. Until one afternoon, she barged into my room like a hurricane.
Eli, you need to see this, like right now.
What is it?
Genshin Impact's newest playable character.
What about it? I hadn't opened the game in almost a year, so I wasn't updated. She shoved her phone into my hand, and the moment I saw the screen, I swear my soul left my body. White silver hair, crimson eyes, a massive sword on her back. Same cold stare, same grace, same everything. What kind of sorcery is this? And then suddenly, it all made sense. Skirk. So that was your real name, huh? Brace yourself, Skirk, because I'm gonna log back in and unlock every answer you never gave me. The next chapter of Genshin Impact is here, and it's bigger than ever. Step into Teyvat, a world where 7 elemental powers surge in this open-world RPG game, playable on mobile, PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. In version 5.7, Skirk, the formidable cryo sword user who commands the cosmos' darkest energies, finally joins the game. She's Child's former mentor and master of abyssal power. Also featured are Shenhe and Dahlia, a new 4-star Hydro support from Mondstadt, Mavwika, the Pyro Archon, and the mysterious Emily. Version 5.7 update will have exciting new quests and brand new permanent combat mode. The Traveler will continue to explore Natlan alongside Dainsleif, looking for the sibling while the abyssal incursion on Natlan unfolds. There will also be a new character story quest focused on Skirk. The Dust of Enlightenment will allow for the re-rolling of the minor affix enhancements on a level 20 artifact, offering a new layer of customization and optimization for your character builds. Check out Genshin Impact now using the link below, and don't forget to redeem your exclusive gift code.
Hi there, my name is Emma and I'm from Los Angeles. Please like and subscribe. I was born to workaholic parents, so I didn't see them much growing up. My babysitter didn't find me too interesting either. She'd spend hours watching TV, watching weird wrestling competitions on the TV, while I would spend endless hours drowning my face in fashion magazines. It was my dream to start my own clothing line someday, and it would be so successful that my parents wouldn't have to work another day in their life and spend all their time with me. When I turned 16, Mom and Dad got me admitted into one of the best schools in the city and took me shopping to get some new stuff. I was smitten by this gorgeous designer handbag. Mom, can I have this, please? Emma, that's $3,000. We can't afford that. Not after that expensive school. Really? You work so much, I thought we were rich. Mom gave me a weird look and we left, but I couldn't take the bag off my mind, so I decided to make my own money. I made lemonade stands, mowed lawns, and walked every rich person's dog that needed a run, even ones twice my size. Wait, boy, not so fast! Right before the term started, I'd earned enough to buy a fake bag, and it looked somewhat similar. My first day, the entire parking lot was packed, but just then I found a cozy spot in corner. Slowly, I made my way in, feeling like a pro, until I heard an awful screeching sound. I'd hit a car and made a huge dent. While I was reeling in shock, calculating the damage, a tall boy stopped and stared at me.
Wow, that's as big as the Grand Canyon. Good job.
Sarcasm is not helping, dude. Do you have any idea whose car this is?
Let me see. Looks like mine.
Sure enough, he unlocked the door and tossed his backpack inside. My mind went into overdrive. How could he be so indifferent after I dented his very pricey-looking car? I'm so sorry. This is totally my fault. I'll make it up to you.
Cool. Get it repaired then.
I looked at him confused. There was no way I could afford to repair the damages. Before I could respond, he inched closer, and I swear he smelled like oranges.
Or you could agree to go on a date with me. Your call. Take your time. There's no rush. I'm Caleb, by the way.
He was cute, but I'd barely met the guy. I thought about it hard before saying yes, and later found out that Caleb was freaking rich. His dad owned a multi-million-dollar company, and basically everyone's parents at school worked for his father. He was like a huge deal. Caleb and I went on several dates after that, and I grew to like him. He was a great listener and totally grounded. I want to start a business of my own one day, like a super cute fashion line.
That sounds ambitious, but I'm sure you'll pull through. I can feel it.
A month later, when he asked me to be his girlfriend, he filled my car with roses and a giant stuffed teddy bear. I was happy, but the girls in school just went bonkers. On our first date as a couple, Caleb gifted me an expensive handbag, the original version of my fake one. Wow, that's awesome, but I can't take this.
You're my girlfriend now, and you only deserve the best.
Caleb insisted, and I couldn't say no. It was my favorite brand after all. One day after school, Caleb invited me to his place where he lived all by himself. While he swam in his private pool, I sketched new fashion designs in my journal. What do you think?
Very chic. You know you don't have to work, right? I'll have more than enough money to support us.
I know, but this is my dream, and I want to do this for myself.
Whatever floats your boat, love. Just remember, I'll always be there for you.
That summer, I decided to take a business class at a local community college, and I was by far the youngest one there. Not that I cared. I belonged there. I was busy concentrating on what the professor was saying when a heavy voice interrupted me.
So, Professor, you know all this from your successful businesses?
I turned around to see a cute guy in the back corner, leaning in his chair with his feet propped up on the desk.
Excuse me? I'm just saying, if you knew anything about marketing, you wouldn't be teaching.
They went back and forth for a while. My professor got angrier and angrier while the boy remained calm. I couldn't believe how rude he was, but I had to agree. He wasn't entirely wrong. After class, I decided to grab lunch at the college dining hall. I was finishing a sketch in my journal when that rude boy came behind me in line.
Is that meant for a unicorn?
Excuse me? So now you're a PhD in designing too?
That's designing? Let me show you something.
Listen, I don't know what your deal is, but you cannot insult. Before I could finish, he pulled out his phone and showed me a clothing website filled with plain black t-shirts, and they were listed at over $100 each.
This is my business.
These boring black tees, you could get these anywhere. He clicked a few apps and showed me his bank statements. The number almost made me fall backwards. How could this guy be making thousands of dollars selling regular old t-shirts? I don't get it. Why are you even taking classes?
What can I say? I'm a sucker for knowledge.
You're crazy.
Actually, I'm Eric, and you need a better teacher. Someone who knows how to make big bucks in real life and not some loser professor.
He went on to cut me in line and buy the cheapest thing on the menu. For a while, I avoided Eric like the plague. I didn't want my work associated with him, but the more I researched about his business, the more I realized I needed his expertise. He could sell t-shirts just from the hype alone. So that following week, I put my pride aside and asked him to tutor me. Little did I know, it would turn out to be my biggest mistake. He talked way too fast and laughed at all my questions. He even made me work the customer service line for his business to understand how businesses work. I complained about Eric to Caleb all day. He's so rude and mean. I don't even know how to deal with him.
Drop his classes then.
I can't do that. He's good at what he does, and I can genuinely learn so much from him.
Then take his attitude with a pinch of salt. Anyway, I have something that'll cheer you up. I want you to meet my parents.
I was shocked. I only ever saw his dad on billboards or on TV commercials. Being nervous was an understatement. We met them at an expensive Italian restaurant in town the next week. His dad stood up to shake my hand, but when I looked over his shoulder, I saw none other than my tutor sitting at the same table.
You must be Emma. We've heard great things.
Just then, Caleb saw Eric too, and he seemed mad.
What are you doing here? Not even a hello, brother?
Brother? My head spun in a million circles. Eric and Caleb? Brothers? Caleb looked ready to fight him until their father got in between them.
I invited him here, son. He's still family.
Caleb backed off, but I was still in shock. And to make matters worse, Eric pretended he'd never met me. Caleb's parents ordered me all kinds of delicious courses, but I couldn't find the stomach to eat anything. And after dinner, Caleb took me straight home and angrily drove off without saying goodbye. During our next tutoring session, I was still fuming when Eric walked up. Why didn't you tell me about your family?
You never asked. And besides, I didn't think we're that close.
What do you mean? You're related to my boyfriend and you—
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. You're not really his type, to be honest.
That's not the point. I can't deal with this. I'm leaving.
Wait, Emma, I'm sorry. I was just being a jerk.
I calmed down as Eric spoke that he had been estranged from his family for 2 years because he refused to take over the family business. His clothing line was a result of wanting to prove he could make something successful without being connected to them. Part of me understood. I still wanted to pursue my clothing line dream, even though Caleb said I didn't have to. When I told Eric, he didn't laugh, but he seemed impressed.
Take out your computer. You're making a website today.
Eric helped me create my website from scratch. As usual, he was going super fast and I scrambled to keep up. But when I looked in my laptop reflection and saw him laugh, he looked different to me. Almost attractive. Snap out of it, Emma. He's your boyfriend's brother. My website was good, but for the first few days, I didn't get many orders. But I didn't lose hope and continued sketching and building my brand. I worked on them for days until one night I got a call from Caleb and he sounded a bit off. Want to talk about it?
Not really, but I have a surprise for you.
Caleb told me that he'd put my name in a small fashion show for new designers. I couldn't believe it. Oh, you really shouldn't have.
Yes, I should, and yes, I will. I've decided to be more supportive of your dream.
Thank you. I was over the moon that day, but when I told Eric, he didn't sound as impressed.
It's just a small show.
Yeah, but it's big for me. And maybe after this, I might actually get some customers. You will come to the show, won't you?
You're inviting me?
Well, you've helped me get this far. It would be rude of me not to. When the day came, I peered at the audience behind the curtain. I was blown away to see Eric sitting in the back row. I was glad he showed up. Too glad to admit. Once my models were ready, they were off strutting down the catwalk wearing my designs. Surprisingly, the audience went crazy. I walked out and bowed with the last model and then jumped into Caleb's arms. Behind his shoulder, Eric was watching and he looked irritated. By the time I made my way to the back of the room, Eric was gone. The show had tremendously boosted my sales. Caleb invited me to his parents' home to celebrate.
My brother will be there. Sorry.
Why do you hate him so much?
He's a total jerk. Anyone would kill to get my father's business, but he would rather do his own thing. Whatever. Joke's on him. I get the business now.
Caleb's words didn't sit right with me, but I kept it to myself. We got to his mansion, and my eyes instantly started searching for Eric, but he didn't show up. We were halfway into the party when Eric strode through the door with a girl.
Guess I wasn't missed. Mom, Dad, this is Angelica.
My stomach turned. Since when did Eric have a girlfriend? By the looks on everyone's faces, they were thinking the same thing.
Angelica's a model from New York. She has her own beauty brand.
The more I watched them interact, the more I felt sick. It didn't make sense to me why I cared so much. Caleb, however, seemed to care for different reasons.
That's so typical. Inviting people without asking Dad? Ugh, spare me for not being Dad's little saint.
Suddenly, Caleb's dad flew into a rage, making Eric's date shrink away from the scene.
That's enough, Eric. If you don't want to be part of this family, then stay out.
Gladly, Father. Gladly.
He turned and left the party. I found myself following him. Eric, wait. I'm sure he didn't mean it.
And you've known them for what, a week? Now you're an expert?
I looked into his eyes and saw there was pain there, even though he tried to hide it. You do care. You act like you don't, but you do. His face was so tense, I thought he would snap. Instead, he sighed and turned away.
Just leave me alone.
Listen, I need to... As I rushed behind Eric, my toe caught on a bump in the sidewalk and the ground rushed up to me. When I sat up, my ankle was throbbing, and Eric swooped me up in his arms. As he carried me back, I couldn't stop myself from falling for him. I knew this was wrong. I was with Caleb, but Eric was so much kinder and helpful and sort of a jerk, but he was always there when I needed him. After that day, I decided to keep my distance from Eric. Caleb was my boyfriend, and I couldn't betray him. I spent my days working on making my business better, and one day, my brand ended up exploding all over social media. I had to investigate, so I went online and did some online digging. The root of it, I discovered, was none other than Eric's site where he'd promoted my line. He also left me an email in my inbox.
I know you don't want any boosts or freebies, but us entrepreneurs have to stick together. Enjoy the extra press. You've worked hard and you deserve it. Sincerely, your tutor.
I wanted to find him and thank him, but Caleb told me he was leaving the country to open up a store in England, and he was taking off that night.
Good riddance.
You don't care that you'll never see your own brother again?
Not really, no. But why do you care so much?
I don't. I was just...
Wait, please, don't tell me you have feelings for my brother. You do, don't you?
Before I could say anything, Caleb snapped.
After I supported your dumb business, you went behind my back and cheated on me with my brother?
Caleb, I didn't cheat on you.
Ugh, it's smothered all over your face. Dad was right about you. You're classless and...
Shut up! You're the worst, Caleb. I had no idea you thought so low of me. But I'm glad you told me now. And by the way, eat bugs. We're done. I was horrified with how mean Caleb was. And after that day, I broke all ties with him. I tried calling Eric multiple times, but he never returned my call. So I guess that was done too. Some months later, I opened up a popular boutique in the city, keeping Eric's note at the bottom of my register. I tried to keep my mind off him as best as I could, and decorated my office with selfies of my parents enjoying their vacation in Greece. One night, just as I was closing the boutique, I heard a voice behind me.
Does this come in amends?
Eric! I rushed and hugged him tight.
That's a reaction I could live for. Now tell me, do you have a size larger? I ate too many burgers in England.
Taking the shirt he was holding, I went into the back room and found a large for him to try on. He too handed me one of his overpriced t-shirts. How is it?
I feel like a unicorn. What about yours?
Oh, you know, feels like a regular old t-shirt. Laughing, he grabbed my shirt and pulled me in for a kiss. Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house. Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes. Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd? Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants.
Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move.
There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning.
Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us.
I kinda hated being around all of them, so I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student.
She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting?
Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying.
Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin.
I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful. Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much.
It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda.
Mom? Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family. Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad.
Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework.
That's very kind, but you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guest?
You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it.
Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad, and suddenly he pulled me aside.
What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket?
I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes.
Because there's something about that girl I just don't like.
You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey, girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at her house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad.
What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today?
Caused you stress? What are you talking about?
Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement.
My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah, I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life? You don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast.
I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport.
Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister.
Jessica, what's gotten into you?
Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about? Hadn't they gone to the passport office together? I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset.
I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones.
Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police.
Okay, but go tell Dad first.
I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing.
What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough.
So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or...
Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing.
What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer.
Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing.
Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it. You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is, or what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor, helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us?
I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us.
We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone.
I was just lucky some forest rangers found me.
But don't worry, I'm all right now. Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared, and we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of con men that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go. I am so sorry, you guys. I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me, and I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage.
He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us.
You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet.
Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here.
As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her.
Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too?
Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison.
How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired.
Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people.
Me too.
And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson.
Wait, are you going to do something bad?
Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party.
You little rascals!
Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene.
I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, because you're my best friend. Really? Tell me. He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes. Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her.
Is that for me?
Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie. Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us. Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder.
My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her.
Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever.
Are you mad?
Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends.
Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?
What do you mean?
Can I hold your hand?
No.
I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too?
Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone.
I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on.
You have plenty of time now.
I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction.
All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl.
Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me.
Duke, she cares about you.
Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone.
But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other.
I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper.
Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie.
I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend.
What?
I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret.
I don't want people in my business.
Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross.
Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime.
Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him.
I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back.
Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty, horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait, Nat,
are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks.
Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition.
What is it? Hello, I'm Lily from Estonia. I grew up in an orphanage with my brother Joe. He's 2 years older than me, and we're total opposites. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might get a kiss from your true love. My big brother Joe had shiny blonde hair and blue eyes, and he always got all the attention.
Look at this gorgeous kid. He's so beautiful.
But I was the opposite. I had dark hair and dark brown eyes, and my skin wasn't as fair, and no one ever said I was pretty. They hardly noticed me at all. Joe was tall and outgoing, and everybody liked him. I was short for my age, and the mean girls loved to tease me.
Aw, poor Lily. She's just so ugly. How does it feel to be a loser with a perfect brother?
But Joe always had my back. Maybe you should learn to respect others.
Oh, for you, Joe? I'll learn anything. I'll learn how to respect others, and how to cook and clean. I'll even learn how to give birth.
You don't learn how to give birth. You just give birth.
I agree. You're right. You're so smart. See, Joe? I learned my lesson. I respected her. Now love me, Joe, please.
In school, things weren't much better. Joe was super smart and almost a genius.
Joe, that's amazing. A perfect score.
I could barely pass my exams, and I had a hard time paying attention in class. Sometimes I talked to the other kids when I wasn't supposed to, and I got out of my seat and I ran around the room, but I couldn't help it.
Lily, sit down.
Most of the teachers didn't like me at all. One time I was in grumpy old Miss Koppel's class, and I really had to go to the bathroom. The break just ended 2 minutes ago. You couldn't go then? Oh, wait. You were busy playing. The only thing you do in school. No bathroom for you.
But it's an emergency.
Miss Koppel didn't budge. I tried to hold it, but a minute later, I peed my pants.
Ew!
Joe caught me crying in the hallway. What's wrong?
Miss Koppel wouldn't let me go to the bathroom.
Joe's face turned bright red, and he stormed into Miss Koppel's class. You stinky witch. Maybe a bitter old lady like you shouldn't be teaching. You should be at home fighting with your husband who's lost his hearing because of your constant screaming and will go blind soon looking at your hideous face. Miss Koppel sent Joe to the principal's office, and he got detention for 2 weeks. I felt so bad. I'm sorry I'm weird and stupid and always causing trouble. Don't say that about yourself, Lily. None of that is true.
Yes, it is. You're just pretending it's not. Don't worry about me and my problems. I'll handle them on my own. You don't have to be my big brother anymore.
No way. I'll always be your big brother, and I'll always have your back, no matter what. And one day, I hope you'll see how special and smart and beautiful you are. Joe hugged me, and I cried like a big baby. Then one day, the most amazing thing happened. We were adopted by a really nice couple. They had a big house. Joe and I got our own rooms and new clothes. They even enrolled us in a fancy school. I was nervous at first because school was still hard, and I always got distracted. I was scared that my new teachers would hate me too. But then my new parents took me to the doctor.
Lily has ADHD, which means she's a bit hyperactive and has trouble paying attention. But she's a smart girl. Her IQ is well above average.
I went to therapy for a while to help me learn to stay focused. It was difficult at first, but Joe and my parents were really supportive, and eventually I got better. I started getting A's on my tests, and I even won Student of the Month for best behavior. When Joe and I reached high school, our lives totally changed. One day, Joe and I were hanging out at the mall when a strange woman ran up to us. Your face is a work of art. Have you ever thought of being a model?
Not really.
Stick with me, darling. I'm gonna make you a star. The woman was a modeling agent. Joe signed a contract with her, and soon, every other weekend, he was doing photo shoots all over the city. My life was much better too. My grades were at the top of my class, I had a bunch of new friends, and when I looked in the mirror for the first time, I liked what I saw, especially since my mom always told me how pretty I was, and that I should love myself just as I am. I had a newfound confidence, and everyone noticed. Even though Joe and I weren't together all the time, we were still
close. We had our own lives, and that was okay. We were always there for each other. Then one day, our dad got a new job and we moved across town. Another family, twice as rich as my parents, lived next door, and they had a daughter my age. The moment Joe saw her, he started acting strange. He was really dying to meet her. Oh, love at first sight? Something only beautiful people do. Why don't you just go over there and say hello? Just say hello? It's not that easy. It has to be just right. She's my destiny. She's my true love. We're meant to be. We started thinking of ways to make them meet. What made it harder was that she was homeschooled. We saw a lot of sophisticated teachers coming and leaving the house. Joe took one of my shirts and went to her house, pretending he found it in the yard and it belonged to the girl. But a maid opened the door and took it, then slammed the door in Joe's face. One time, I saw the mystery girl leaving her house, and I started calling out random names. Emily, Sarah, Anna, Amber. But she still didn't look up. A couple of weeks passed, and I thought Joe would have moved on, but he was still determined to meet this girl. He hatched a new plan every day, but none of them worked. I needed a break, so I snuck off to the park to sketch. As I was sketching an oak tree, I heard someone walk up behind me. I turned to see a cute boy smiling at me. Those are pretty good. Your shading and detail are amazing. I froze. I'd never shown anyone my drawings before. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. The boy's name was Ryan. He was a couple of years older than me, and he was a talented artist. We talked for hours. Every time he looked into my eyes, my heart skipped a beat. Geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go. Maybe we could meet up tomorrow and, talk about art? Sorry, I can't. I was such a dork. What was I thinking? Asking a cute boy like Ryan out. He must already have a girlfriend. I wanted to crawl into a hole. It's okay. Sorry I asked. No, it's not like that. I'd love to see you again, but I'm leaving for New York tomorrow for art school. My heart sank. This doesn't have to be goodbye. Ryan pulled out one of his sketches from his notebook. He wrote his phone number on the back and gave it to me. I want you to have it. I can't take this. You can give it back when I see you again. On my walk home, every time I thought about Ryan, I couldn't help but smile. I turned the corner onto my street, and then I saw something insane. The mystery girl was scaling the side of her house like a cat burglar. I hid behind a tree and texted Joe, but then the girl came charging at me like a maniac. She tried to grab my phone. Give it to me. Let go, you crazy girl. My phone slipped out of my hand, fell to the ground, and broke. I was so mad. I turned to yell at her, but then she started bawling like a big baby. I'm sorry about your phone. I just didn't know what to do. Her name was Sophia, and her parents made her break up with her boyfriend because he was poor. They won't let me see him or talk to him. My heart's been ripped to pieces. It hurts so bad. Please, make it stop. Don't cry. Things will be okay. How? Thankfully, Joe walked up just then. Sophia took one look at him and got all googly-eyed. Then she got confused. I can't do this. Sophia pushed Joe and ran away crying. The next day, Sophia showed up at her door. What I did to you wasn't cool. I was having a hard time.
If you don't mind me asking, what's wrong?
Well, I'm broken. Excuse me. If I could just squeeze past you. Each time life smiles at me, bad things happen shortly after. I fell in love with our gardener's son. It was a secret because I knew my parents would never approve. I don't know how, but they found out and things got really bad.
I'm so sorry.
If you could just step to the side a bit, I could get out of your way, and they fired him and his father and forced me to break up with him. Then they took my phone and homeschooled me for a while. My dad is an important politician, and he can't risk his reputation. And now, every morning, I wake up in a puddle of tears.
That's so sad.
Yes, very sad. I've got an idea. Why don't you two be friends? It might make you both feel better. Over the next few months, Joe and Sophia started getting closer, and so did our parents. Joe started dressing in expensive clothes, buying Sophia fancy gifts, and he'd brag to Sophia and her parents about how much money he made modeling. Once, Sophia's parents invited us for dinner.
Oh, neighbors, you have such a strong, confident, independent young man. I bet girls are fighting over him all the time. Yes, but I have eyes only for one girl.
As Joe looked at Sophia and she blushed, everyone noticed the two and smiled.
Oh, this is wonderful. We've been so worried about Sophia. I'm so happy she's found someone like you. We had to protect her, you know. She was tricked and manipulated by a dirty, poor boy that stole her heart. Ugh, poor people. You can't trust any of them. They're all liars and cheats.
That's not true.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl. You'll learn soon enough.
Then Sophia's parents laughed at me, like what I said was some big joke. I'm not naive. You're just wrong. Joe and I used to be poor. We're not liars and cheats.
we're not dirty, and we're not bad people.
Joe's an exception, of course. Who knew an adopted orphan could be so perfect? You guys hit the jackpot with your son. Your daughter, well, she's no Sophia.
Oh, you're right about that, honey. Joe lowered his head. My parents looked away, and I was about to explode. What's that supposed to mean? Thank you for the meal. We must get going. When we got home, my parents sat me and Joe down for a talk.
Joe, we don't want you seeing Sophia anymore. No, that's not happening. I love her. You can't tell me what to do.
Stop yelling at Dad.
Son, what her parents said about your sister is unacceptable. They were just joking. They're really nice once you get to know them.
Are you blind? Sophia's parents are jerks, and ever since you've been hanging out with them, you've changed.
If I have to impress Sophia's parents to get their blessing, then I'll do it. True love is worth it. But you wouldn't know anything about love. You've never had a boyfriend and you look like you sleep in a trash can. Don't talk to your sister like that. That's enough. No more Sophia, and that's final.
Then Joe got mad and shoved Dad. Dad fell and hit his head hard on the table. Dad! I rushed to Dad's side. He was really hurt. Mom called the ambulance. Then I looked up and saw Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe ran out of the house. Dad had a minor concussion, and we spent the night in the emergency room. By the time we got back home, all of Joe's things were gone. We heard from the neighbors that he and Sophia moved into her parents' villa in Paris. Dad was weak after the injury, so I helped him out at the office. Staying on top of my schoolwork and helping Dad was tough, but I enjoyed spending more time with him. My parents and I tried calling Joe, but he never answered, which made me really sad. My new friend Ryan always found ways to cheer me up. He sent me funny sketches and MSA videos. One summer, he came back to town, and we sat under the oak tree. We saw a boy and a girl playing on the swings, and I started to cry.
What's wrong?
I miss my brother. He was my best friend and always had my back. I'm scared I'll never see him again.
He's your brother, and he could never stop loving you. I'm sure he'll come back to you one day.
Then Ryan handed me a sketchbook, and I drew a picture of me and Joe. Ryan encouraged me to study art, and eventually I started selling my drawings. 5 years later, we got married in a small ceremony in our backyard, and soon after, we had a baby. But there were complications. I felt this horrible pain, and the machine started to beep. As the doctors raced to save me, I cried out, "Joe, my brother, Joe, come to me." Then I fainted. I woke up from a coma 2 days later, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Joe and Sophia sitting beside me with tears in their eyes. Joe?
Yes, Lily.
Is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry for everything.
I looked up at my parents. They smiled and nodded. I knew from the look in their eyes that they'd forgiven Joe and wanted me to do the same. You broke our promise. You said you'd always have my back, but you chose Sophia and her parents over us. My parents are just mean and have been controlling my life since forever. We had enough and we couldn't take it anymore, so we left. And they cut us off.
But it's been so hard. I couldn't find work. We barely had enough money for food and rent, but I was ashamed to come back and ask for help.
We felt like we broke your family. We didn't want to make things worse.
Then we heard you were in a coma, so we came immediately. I couldn't let you down again. Lily, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to let me earn the privilege to be your big brother again.
You'll always be my big brother. I just wanted to see you. I would have helped you no matter what. Then Joe hugged me, and I hugged him back.
I used to think silence was peaceful. Then my mom fell into a coma, and silence became the loudest sound in the world. Everything just kept piling up. And worse, it was just the two of us. No rich dad, no secret inheritance, no billionaire auntie waiting to adopt me and fix my life. I tried to stay strong, but when the nurse gently reminded me again that we still had unpaid bills, something inside me finally cracked. I just nodded, locked myself inside the restroom, and finally broke down. I had already sold almost everything I loved. My iPad, my sweatshirts, even the tiny cute things that used to make me happy. What else was I supposed to give? My hair, both of my kidneys? I had almost lost hope. Please. I'll do anything. I'll study harder. I'll stop complaining about homework. Okay, maybe not completely, but I'll try. I won't even call the mean girls at school ugly goblins anymore. Just, please. I need a miracle. Just then, I heard a calm woman's voice speak.
If you want a miracle, then look up.
Wait, like treasure?
You are reading it right. A special treasure awaits you.
Is this a prank or something? Hello? I slowly turned around, expecting a hidden speaker or a hospital ghost with good acoustics. But there was nothing. I did not just hear a bathroom wall answer me.
The wall did not answer you. I did.
This is stress. People cry too hard and start hearing things, so this is totally normal, right? Just then, an arrow beneath the message suddenly started glowing. First I'm hearing things, and now I'm seeing things. What's happening?
Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
Okay. Let's say I believe you for 3 seconds. So, are we talking about gold? Money? Something that I could sell for millions? Because I don't need some riddles right now. I need some miracle, or at least some actual cash.
Or some treasure valuable enough to change your fate. Whether it becomes salvation or disaster depends on who finds it first. And right now, you're already running out of time.
Out of desperation to save my mom, I eventually gave in. I followed her out of the restroom, through the hallway, and toward the exit, while she narrated every tiny step like a freaking GPS.
Continue forward, and please do not look suspicious. Proceed to the exit. Step over the small crack. Avoid the wet spot. Lift your foot slightly higher. There is an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
I stepped down, and my whole body froze.
Oh, my apologies. I meant there was an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
Too late. Soon, we reached a narrow alley between 2 old buildings. Miss, are you sure this is the right way?
The path continues forward. Though I understand your hesitation, narrow passages often awaken the mind's instinct for danger. However, if treasure were always placed in bright, comfortable places, far few people would learn anything from searching for it.
So, that's a yes?
Oh, that pretty summarizes what I've said. So, yes.
I finally stepped into the alley, and thankfully it was only normal scary and not dangerous and life-threatening scary. Just then, everything went silent all at once. Even the dramatic pigeon on the street shut up. Miss Lady Voice? Hello? Are you still here with me?
Don't worry. I'm here. Just keep walking. Do not turn back yet. Step back and just breathe slowly.
I only asked if you were there.
And I answered with additional guidance.
The alley stretched longer than it should have. Soon warm wind rushed past me, and when I looked back, the alley was gone, and I was now standing in an open field under a bright blue sky. Holy yummy cheese balls! Did I just teleport to another place? I also noticed a small glowing orb floating in front of me, shining softly like a tiny star.
Yes, you have arrived in Mondstadt, the city of freedom, a land of wind, songs, nights, and many stories carried through time.
I realized that the glowing orb pulsed when the voice lady continued yapping. So that meant her voice now had some sort of a body? So you mean I'm not somewhere in Europe and not dreaming?
Yes. This is not Europe, nor is it a dream. A world with its own laws, gods, stories, wounds, and miracles.
Why am I exactly in this unfamiliar land? I just want my mom to wake up.
Then keep walking, Sabrina. The treasure hunt begins here.
Fine. If this treasure can really give me a miracle, then lead the way.
Watch out! Explosive encounter highly likely nearby.
Explosive what? Just then, a loud boom suddenly echoed from somewhere near the trees, and a tiny red figure then burst out from behind a bush.
Ta-da! Clee is here!
Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. She is known throughout for her enthusiasm, remarkable explosive talent, and a long history of incidents that are best described as energetic.
Sorry about that. Clee was only doing a little fish blasting. Well, maybe not a little, but the fish tastes so good, so Clee thinks being grounded for a day is worth it. Anyway, are you here for the treasure hunt?
You know about that?
Uh-huh. Miss Nicole told Clee. She said a dear traveler named Sabrina would arrive.
Wait, you can hear her too? And she actually has a name?
Of course. Miss Nicole is the best. And she talks inside heads because she can't talk with her mouth. Mom says she's very smart and very nice, but also talks a lot.
Alice said that?
Yep.
I see.
Clee skipped closer and grabbed my hand like we'd been friends for 10 years.
Can Clee come play with her today, Miss Nicole? Please?
Yes, you are allowed. As far as Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a request from her beloved daughter.
Yay! But why does Sabrina look so sad? Did someone make you cry? Was it a bad guy? Clee can blow them up! Only a little. Well, maybe not a little, but Clee will try.
I'm not sad.
You are. I know crying faces. Jean makes that face when Clee accidentally causes big disasters.
My mom is really sick. She's in a coma right now. That's why I need to find the treasure so I can buy her medicines and pay the bills. Clee gave me a soft smile and squeezed my hand.
Mom always says love can travel very far, even farther than my best bombs. So your mom's love must still be with you too, even if she's sleeping.
Thanks, Clee.
You're welcome. And don't worry, we're going to find that treasure, help your mom, and only blow up the bad guys.
Maybe we can do the first two without the third one?
Clee will try very hard.
Just then, Nicole's panicked voice suddenly filled my head.
Watch out! Hilly Churls incoming!
Hilly what? Literally 6 seconds later, masked monsters burst out of the bushes, and Clee pulled out her bombs like this was a normal Tuesday.
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Boing, boing, boom!
Yeah! Oh my god, am I gonna die?
Stay calm. Step back. Duck! Now!
Before I could fully lose it, golden light bloomed beneath us.
Moment of birth.
A glowing flower platform rose from the ground, blocking the monsters just in time. Then a calm boy appeared above us and landed lightly.
Mr. Albedo, you came! Clee knew you would.
I heard explosions nearby and thought it would be wise to investigate. Finding Clee here confirms my hypothesis.
Sabrina, this is Mr. Albedo. He's like my big brother, and he's super smart.
Nicole quickly explained that Albedo was the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius, and that his knowledge of ancient mechanisms would be very useful for our treasure hunt.
Clee is my little spark knight. I need to keep her safe and sound. Besides, investigating the unknown is certainly my thing, so count me in.
Well, I guess the more the merrier. After that, Nicole led us to Thousand Winds Temple, an ancient ruin full of broken pillars, weird symbols, traps, slimes, and things that clearly wanted me flattened. But somehow, because of Nicole's directions, Albedo's magic, and Clee's little bombs, we made it through. I thought you were just going to lead me to the treasure. You did not warn me about all this. Seriously, did I get transported into a video game world or what?
A world is only called a game by those watching safely from the outside. To those inside it, every path, every danger, every choice is real.
Wow, that was beautiful, but also very unhelpful.
Then allow me to be more direct. Keep moving. Something larger is approaching.
Larger? Just then the ground shook. From the dark corners of the ruin, 2 giant metal monsters slowly woke up. Please tell me those are statues. Please.
Unfortunately, no. Those are ruin guards. Ancient machines built for battle. And judging by the glow in their eyes, they have already identified us as a threat.
Before I could pee my pants, someone crashed down from a broken wall and stood between us and the machines like a walking shield. One swing sent a ruin guard flying back like a stupid little tin can. Whoa, this guy looked like he could punch a mountain and the mountain would apologize.
Uncle Varka, you came! Clee knew you would. Now the big metal meanies are in trouble.
Ah, the almighty Knight of Favonius to the rescue. How timely.
Ha! Miss Nicole! Didn't expect to find you leading children into ancient ruins.
And I didn't expect you to enter by jumping from a wall. Yet, here you are.
Fair enough.
When the coast was finally clear, Albedo calmly stepped toward the broken machines and found a small glowing fragment inside them. The moment he lifted it, the air around us shimmered.
The first clue has awakened.
First clue? Nicole's glowing orb rose into the air, stretched like a flower opening, and became a beautiful woman.
Well, there you are. I was wondering how long you planned to stay as a floating light.
Wait, you're Miss Voice Lady? You actually had a physical form this whole time? Nicole looked at me, and even though her lips did not move, her voice gently entered my head again.
My apologies. Until the first clue awakened, I could only guide you through a small projection of my presence. Now that the path has opened, I can take this form before you. However, for certain reasons, I am unable to speak. This is the only way I can communicate with you. Now then.
She continued yapping for 8 more minutes straight. And from what I understood, she was an angel called N from the Hexen Circle, a circle of powerful witches. She then explained that the glowing fragment was a piece of the treasure's scattered light and could lead us to the traces left across Tivat.
The treasure you seek was broken long ago. Its light scattered across Tivat, leaving traces behind. This fragment will reach those traces. The brighter it shines, the closer we are to the treasure.
Across Tivat? As in, this whole world of yours?
Several regions, yes.
That means a long trip, but don't worry. With Miss Nicole's incredible sense of direction, we'd never have to worry about getting lost.
Yay! More big adventures!
Wait, no, not yay. I need to go back. I have classes tomorrow and a sick mom in the hospital. Nobody told me this treasure hunt came with a lot of obstacles and a whole world tour.
I understand. Your fear is not unreasonable, but the treasure you seek cannot be reached by standing still. Each clue will bring us closer, and each step will return you to the wish that brought you here.
Fine. For Mom, I would continue this crazy mission. After that, everything turned into the fastest, weirdest world tour of my life. The mute angel continued her directions like an unmutable treasure hunt navigation guide, dragging us across a giant magical map, jumping from one region to another, while I tried my best to stay alive and understand what was actually happening. In Inazuma, the sea was angry, the sky was angrier, and my stomach was fighting for its life.
Storms often remind mortals that control is an illusion, and yet...
Miss Nicole, respectfully, I'm about to throw up into the ocean.
I suggest you give the kid the short version, Miss Nicole.
Very well. Storms pass.
Thank you. That one helped. In Sumeru, we finally got one peaceful break near a waterfall. Albedo sketched the view. Klee showed me Dodoko, and when she said her mom gave it to her so she would never feel lonely, my chest hurt in the softest way. After our little break, Nicole led us to Natlan, where we were nearly roasted alive. Fiery creatures chased us through rocky paths while she calmly yelled directions. And at one point, Varka carried Klee and me like luggage.
This is fun! Uncle Varka is the best!
Hold on tighter!
Every trace we followed made the fragment shine brighter. And by the time we reached Fontaine, it was full-on glowing, like it had finally remembered where the real treasure was hidden. Nicole led us beneath the water to hidden ruins, where the fragment pointed us toward the final trace, the one hiding the real treasure. Freaking finally! Soon, we found a mysterious sealed door, and Albedo figured it out like a puzzle in minutes, using one of Fontaine's underwater mechanisms like it was nothing. The sealed door opened, and I thought we had finally reached the treasure. Behind it were more passages, hidden compartments, and even more puzzles. I swear to God, is the treasure shy or what?
Ancient civilizations valued protection.
Finally, we reached a chamber where a small chest waited on a pedestal. I opened it with shaking hands, but there was no gold, no money, no jewels, nothing I could sell. Inside was just a small, broken, flower-shaped relic. No, we traveled across Tivat for this? For a broken thing?
It is indeed damaged.
We can fix this, right?
Yes, but not with gold, not with force, not even with knowledge alone.
Then how?
This relic is a vessel of hope. It reflects the heart's deepest wish. It was never meant to make someone rich. It was meant to answer the part of a person who refuses to give up.
I stared at the tiny broken flower and slowly understood. The treasure was never something I could sell to fix my life overnight. It was hope. The one thing I had almost lost in that hospital restroom. Nicole said every region had left something inside me. Courage, endurance, wisdom, strength, and truth. I held the broken relic and thought of Mom's smile, her warm hugs, and the little things she did whenever I was sad. I wish for my mom to wake up. I don't need gold or anything. I just want more time with her. Please. Just then, the relic started glowing. Golden light filled the cracks, and the broken petals slowly repaired themselves until the flower became whole again.
You fixed it!
The restoration is complete. The way home can now be opened.
A portal appeared behind us, and my chest hurt when I realized I was really leaving them. They were supposed to be just my treasure hunting team, but somehow they had become my friends. Klee hugged me first and gave me a tiny Dodoco charm.
So you won't forget Klee.
Fear doesn't mean you're weak. It means what you're fighting for matters. Always remember that, kid.
If fate allows us to meet again, perhaps we could continue this conversation over dessert.
You asked for a miracle, but you were the one who kept walking toward it. Remember that, too.
After a tearful goodbye with them, I finally stepped into the light. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the hospital restroom. I thought it had all been a dream until I felt Klee's Dodoco charm in my pocket. So it was real. Everything was real. I ran back to Mom's room. The bills were still there. Mom was still sleeping. But I felt different. Scared, yes, but not empty and hopeless anymore. One day, my seatmate was secretly playing some online game called Genshin Impact, and the second I saw her screen, my soul almost left my body. The characters looked way too familiar. And then it hit me. So I was in a game? That night, I downloaded the game beside Mom's hospital bed. And when Nicole's banner finally appeared, I pulled for her. Not gonna lie, I really miss her voice and her endless yapping about lore and random facts.
Step into the world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Tivat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. Experience exciting new adventures in Luna 7 Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha, featuring powerful new weapons, fun minigames, and exciting rewards to enjoy. Uncover a brand new story chapter in Sumeru. Meet new Wishbanner characters like Nicole, Prune, and Lowen.
One afternoon while I was studying beside Mom, her fingers finally moved. Mom?
Hey, sweetie.
Mommy, you're awake. You're really awake. I missed you so much. And for the first time in a long time, the silence in the room did not feel scary. It felt peaceful at last.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem, but yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my God, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake. mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect! Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back. So annoying. We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him?
What?
I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door.
You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying. Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you. All of you.
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him. And as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God, was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner.
Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen.
That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek, and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but
you like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm from Rochester, New York. Please like and subscribe. You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him. And that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter. Nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg. Lucky you. You just won a tuition discount from Dad. I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, Beaut.
Bees. It has bees.
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was going to kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up. And finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that.
I
It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in, and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course. You can't make great music if you they don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that, for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice, Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not, horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmatitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music,
Love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect. But believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom. Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camillo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camillo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem.
Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camilo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't going to give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camilo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camilo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camilo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me. And he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me. And after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camilo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Oh, just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Aha. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camillo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on. What do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist? Both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice.
Thanks. I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors, too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on, then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camillo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camillo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between between them. And in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax. What is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous. Okay, I admit it. I was scared. But you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doovie. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it.
In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of the story. Now relax. I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. I mean, iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Quan and Camillo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camillo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Quan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh?
Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camillo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camillo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camillo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camillo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers? Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's a farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks. We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe? What are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
As Hermes,
Messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone, and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coax bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the Maiden of Spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her, now!
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter. You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, You must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal, and once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间.
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera. And these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Hatham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electroelement to activate it.
What do you mean, electroelement?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Chao Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin Loi, Bang Ko Te Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Ko Te...
Xin lỗi, nông ngàn cùng đích chỗ, chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, ha lồng đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope. So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt. My favorite! Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Illyra.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Hatham, is that you?
This is my true form, Illyra. And my real name is Zal Hatham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool! How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kaveh and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense, and no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Illyra. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Elira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world. Come here, boy. Bam, bam. Eat that, monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room and bust a move while brushing my teeth. And of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final.
She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in.
Hold on, Leah. You have mail.
My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy?
I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family.
She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream. I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set. And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stalking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes. Oh, Leah, we have to get these too. I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul. Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection. I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress. Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it. I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me. Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute. I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me. Have you been practicing? Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner. And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots? Oh, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend. She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts?
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. You're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars. We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city. But you said you didn't know anything about her. Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here. I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great Aunt Lucy. Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be. Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray. Oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face. And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no. I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed, "New sheets! You must need new bed sheets!" I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud! The rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box. Don't break it. Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be. You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom. I was wrong. You're not like your mother at all. Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom. What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever. Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you? Okay, fine. I'll just leave. And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this? I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice. I was in debt and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer. Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina? Yes, of course. Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this. This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change. And I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave. But then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt. Leah, are you leaving too? I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman.
Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay. Really? Really, I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week. Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me. Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school. We'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day. I pinky swear, my love. Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm going to keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us. Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were going to see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and, holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually going to jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my God, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night.
Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops?
Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us?
Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met.
Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now.
I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are.
God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone?
Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute, and I want to talk to you. And apologize.
It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders.
Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk.
I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late, so Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me, and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office, and as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me.
You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble.
What? But you said you were going to apologize and explain yourself.
Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself.
Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm going to call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh, God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me, and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him.
Don't worry about anything, babe. We're going to find this guy and get a restraining order. You're going to be okay.
After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom, and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened, and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now.
Penny? Who are you talking to?
That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me?
No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay?
Yes, he is. Jenna, Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes.
No, Penny, there isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra, how he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend.
I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset, I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked Mom to drop me off at Noah's house to cheer me up. Noah came out to hug me as Mom pulled up in front of his house. Wait, Mom, do you see Noah? Is he real? Please tell me the truth.
Yes, baby. Noah is real. Yeah, I'm real, and I love you, Penny. And I promise to never hurt you.
That means so much to hear. I love you too, Noah.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure, let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually, she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off!
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day, and since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU and my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
Hey guys, how's it going? Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school again.
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick? Ugh! Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Oh, before I continue, would y'all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that Mom and Dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet. Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult. You silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off. Whoa, rude. Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage. But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé, hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package. Handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin.
Grayson.
Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge. I've never seen biceps that big before. Not that they look bad. They look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep.
Please kill me.
Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-looking biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all. But secretly, I did really want a boyfriend, so that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked a million times more handsome. Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here. These aren't mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist. I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. As if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school, guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating. Talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves, so to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem!
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk. How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet. Yeah, and also, cause your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream?
First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya. Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar, put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here, and I need a change. I hope you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve though, cause I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants cause I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just, one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer? Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep begging me to take him back.
Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me?
I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full-on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug.
So, when do we get to have our first kiss?
Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below. Ruby, our craziest MSA character. Hi, my name is Gigi, and I'm from Illinois. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I have loved cars. I guess it's because my dad is a professional racer. I grew up hanging out with him at the racetrack, and his pit crew always treated me like one of their own. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally a girly girl. I love to do makeup, get my nails done, shop for the latest trends, and post selfies on Instagram. But given the choice between a hairbrush and a socket wrench, well, you can't fix a car with a hairbrush. The year I turned 16, my dad was in a terrible accident while racing. It was so hard for my mom to see him in the hospital, but I did the best I could to help by keeping my little brother and sister in line while she was visiting him. I cooked and cleaned, and sure, I hated it, but I had been raised with a pit crew mentality. Everyone pitches in. I missed my dad, and I couldn't wait for things to get back to normal. At night, I would watch NASCAR videos on my phone under the covers, dreaming of the day that it would be me driving. One day at school, our mechanics teacher said he was offering extra credit for anyone who wanted to work on fixing up an old car after class. My arm practically came out of my socket as I raised it to volunteer. The boy sitting next to me sneered.
But you're just a girl.
I took a wrench that I had in my zini purse and slammed it on his desk. Okay, flyboy, what kind of wrench is this? I was mad, but even though he was dressed in retro style, I couldn't help but notice his wavy blonde hair and steel blue eyes. He was kinda gorgeous. It was like I was watching a unicorn flip his mane in slow motion. I bet you're all thinking, focus girl, this guy is trouble with a capital WTH. And then he answered as if he was teaching me something.
Torque wrench. I can show you how to use it if you need a lesson.
Oh, no, he didn't. The only lesson to learn here is how to get up from the floor when I knocked you out. The whole class laughed at him. He pushed his chair back and got in my face. Are we gonna fight? The class started cheering. Did they really want to see me fight this gorgeous, annoying unicorn? Hold on, was this guy my nemesis? Smart, gorgeous, and into cars? Just like me? The teacher stepped in front of me before anything could happen while he stormed out of class. I was sent to the office, and he got away. So unfair, right? As I was sitting in the office waiting, I spied him on the football field through the office window. His hood was up, but I knew it was him. I saw him hand another boy a small package in exchange for money. I had no idea what he was up to. I only knew that this is my school, and I had to protect it from bad guys doing shady things.
Since you're an honor student, I'm letting you leave this time, but I don't want any more messes, and I will talk to Diego about this later.
I thought if the principal wasn't going to take this seriously, I was going to figure out what this guy was really up to. After my next class, I was talking to some cute boys about our favorite subject, NASCAR, and they invited me to go dune buggy racing with them that weekend. Diego must have heard as he walked by.
Dune buggy? I guess you can't drive a real car.
I followed him to confront him about his rude comment and saw him walk off alone to a lunchroom table. He took a half-eaten apple out of his pocket and started eating it. I stopped myself from gagging at the thought of eating what looked like something you would find in the trash. Gross! I needed to let him know that I was watching his every move, so I walked by him and gave him a dirty look. What's the matter? Couldn't afford a whole apple? He stood up, and I thought, this is it. I'm gonna wrestle him to the ground and search his pockets for evidence. Just then, my friends walked up to me, congratulating me for standing up to this bully earlier. But before they even noticed he was there, he put his hood over his head and darted away. We heard what you did, girl. Chalk one up for girl power.
Girls can do anything.
I was loving all the positive attention. I was, after all, the hero of this story, but I couldn't believe he didn't challenge me. I expected more of a fight from my mortal enemy. I was thinking that was the end of it. But the next day, I saw him leaning on a locker and talking to another boy and whispering. As soon as they saw me, they stopped and walked in the opposite direction. My spidey senses were tingling. After school, I waited, hiding under the bleachers to follow him home. I had to see for myself what the deal was. My phone rang, startling me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was my mom. I whispered so that I wouldn't give away my hiding spot. Hi, Mom. I'm kind of busy right now. She asked me to pick up groceries on my way home. I wanted to go to the library. Can I do it after? I felt bad lying to my mom, but I needed to have time to confront this worm, Diego. He came out the back door of the school, walked across the field to a hole in the fence, and slipped through. Gotta go. Love you. I followed him. And as I hid from sight, I saw him walk up to this small, broken-down house. 3 little boys came running out to hug him. It was the first time he smiled all day.
Hi, guys. Come on, let's get you into the house before...
Just then, a loud car pulled up to the house, and Diego hurried the kids inside for safety. A very large, scary man leaned out of the window and just stared at Diego. Diego was clearly intimidated by this man. He dove into the house like he was trying out for the swim team. The car spun its wheels, screeching so loudly I had to cover my ears, and it took off down the street. But before it left, I managed to take a picture of the license plate. I knew he was up to no good, and now I had the proof. The next day after school, I waited for Diego again, but this time, I stopped him before he ducked through the gate.
What are you doing here?
What's going on? Are you breaking the law? Because we don't tolerate that in this school. I mean it, Diego.
Why are you spying on me? Don't you have a life?
I'm super connected at this school. I know everyone. And if you think that you're gonna...
Okay, fine. I'll tell you, but just to get you off my back. That's Leo. He keeps asking me to work for his chop shop where they steal and sell illegal car parts.
I knew it. You're a criminal. Suddenly, he got really calm and touched my arm. We locked eyes, and for a second, I couldn't explain it, but I wanted to kiss him so badly. I know what you guys are thinking. Love him or hate him, girl, but pick a lane.
No, my dad worked for him as a mechanic, but when he found out that Leo was a criminal, he quit. And now he harasses my family all the time because he knows we're poor, but I always say no. My dad raised me better than that.
My mouth fell open like the Grand Canyon. I guess I never thought about him having good parents. I felt like the crumbs in the bottom of a toaster. I wish I could take back all the mean things I said, but instead, I kissed him. Yeah, I was as shocked as you were, and I was the one doing it.
Are you crazy? First you embarrass me in class, then you follow me around like TMZ, and now you want to be my girlfriend?
A girlfriend? Slow down there, Flash. It was just a kiss.
No, this is a kiss.
He kissed me back, and after a second, he shot me a shy smile. But then I remembered why I was there. Hey, you're trying to distract me.
Did it work?
Never mind that. What was all that sneaking around school, handing people mysterious bags?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were obsessed with me.
You wish. Now answer the question.
If you must know.
He pulled up his sleeve and showed me a leather cuff around his wrist.
I make these out of scraps and sell them. It's the only income I have since my dad isn't working.
I felt like a monster. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had horns and a tail at that very moment. Guys, has anyone ever said to you, don't judge people until you know what they're going through? I'm gonna get that tattooed on my forehead. I'm sorry that I judged you before I got to know you.
And yet, you kissed me.
I felt embarrassed, but then he started talking, and I got to know that he and his brothers live with their foster dad, who wants to adopt them, but he just needs a steady job first. And just then, my phone rang, startling me again. Man, I gotta change that ringtone. Oh, I have to take this. It's my mom. And without even listening to me, she burst into yelling so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You forgot to take out the trash and your brother dumped it all over his bed. Not to mention, I asked you to give your sister a bath. She's so sticky I could hang her from the ceiling. Diego could hear her because it was so loud, and he laughed. When she heard him, she flipped her switch from angry mom to no personal space mom. Are you hanging out with a boy? Oh, Jellyfish, I'm so happy for you. What's his name? Is he cute? I was mortified. Didn't she know he might hear her? Mom, I'll be home soon, okay? She ranted on like a teenager on a sugar rush and yelled louder. Don't rush on my account. Hello, Jellyfish's new friend. Ugh, bye, Mom. I hung up and wished I had a time machine to erase that horrible moment. Parents, right? I'd better go. Okay, see you tomorrow, Jellyfish. Mom. Ugh. Well, I couldn't stop thinking about Diego and how they barely had money for food. On my way home, I stopped and bought food to give them. When I got home, my mom saw the extra food, and before I had a chance to explain, she lost her mind. Are you kidding me with all this extra food? Do you want the kids to call you Gigantic Gigi? But no buts. Except your butt'll get even bigger if you eat all this food. I was so angry. And besides, I have a great butt. I'll bet JLo's mom never said that to her. Well, I asked her to calm down, and then I explained to her. After that, she flipped her crazy switch back to sweet again. Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go bring these to him. She grabbed her keys, and my jaw hit the floor. How could she go from steaming hot to ice cold at the drop of a hat? We pulled up to Diego's house, but he burst out of the front door. What are you doing here? Did you tell child services about me? I knew I couldn't trust you. Was I dealing with another crazy person? Then I saw his little brother snuggled behind him in the doorway, and I realized he was protecting his family like a lion protects his pride. We just brought these groceries. We don't need your charity. Oh, that's too bad, because I brought peanut butter and jelly. His little brothers trampled him like a herd of gazelles. Peanut butter and jelly? Yay! I giggled at their unabashed honesty. Thank you, nice lady. Diego told them to take the groceries inside. Sorry, I might have overreacted. Might have? Okay, I'll forgive you, if you promise never to call me Jellyfish again. Deal. He reached out to shake my hand, but instead pulled me close, took off his wrist cuff, and wrapped it around mine. To say thank you for... And just then, my mom honked the horn and interrupted us. Parents, right? Just as we were about to pull away in the car, that same scary dude came screeching around the corner in his loud car. He pulled up next to my mom's car. I was freaking out. Was he going to try to steal my mom's car or hurt her? Stop. Don't you dare try anything. I will not. He tried to stop them, but they laughed and scratched our car just to terrify him. Mom ducked me into the car, and she floored it and sped off down the street like Mario Kart. That Diego is nothing but trouble. You are never going to see him again. No matter what my mom said, I couldn't wait for school to see Diego. But when I got there, I found out that my mom had called the principal and gotten him in trouble, so he would have detention all week. I tried calling Diego, but he didn't answer. So after school, I rushed to his house. Better you listen to your mom and stay away from me. I don't want you to get hurt. I dashed towards my house and slammed the door open so hard that it shook the wall. Everything okay, Jellyfish? No! You got Diego detention, just so that you could stop me from seeing him? You know he's a great guy. And first, you want me to be friends with him, then you don't. Why have you been acting so crazy lately? I just wanted you to be safe. Since your father's accident, I'm afraid of bad things happening to you, and I just want to protect you from getting hurt. I just love you so much. Oh, Mom, but you can't wrap me in bubble wrap for the rest of my life. You raised me as a strong, smart girl, and you need to trust that I can make good decisions. You're right. I guess I'll return that bubble wrap. And then the next day, she went into high gear and fixed everything. She got Diego out of detention and reported the shady guys to the cops who got arrested. And the next month, my dad got back on track. And Diego's dad got a job with my dad's pit crew, allowing Diego and his siblings to finally be adopted. Diego was so thankful that he made me a PB&J sandwich in the shape of a heart and asked me to be his girlfriend. I, of course, said yes and immediately called my mom to tell her. You called to tell me your happy news first? Well, yeah, you're my best friend and the best mom. I love you. I love you too, Jellyfish. I couldn't help but be so grateful that Diego taught me not to be so quick to judge someone. You never know, they could wind up being family. Hi everyone, I'm Lexi. Like and subscribe to get the gift you've been wishing for. Growing up, my parents were always super supportive of me and gave me everything I ever wanted. Even though they were self-made millionaires, they still made sure I understood the importance of hard work. But I was kinda bad with money. I had a spending problem, not on myself, only on my friends. I loved to treat my friends with nice things, like picking up the tab at restaurants, and they'd always act so grateful. Little did I know, their niceness was all because of my money. But it all came crashing down one day. And that's when I saw their true faces. When I was 13, my friends asked me to keep watch outside the library. And 10 minutes later, there were loud noises. All of them ran, and I was caught with a bag that had a bunch of firecrackers in it. But I didn't do anything, I swear. Believe me. She got tricked again? She's so dumb. I'm standing right here. Miss Cole, please. But none of it worked, and I was sent to detention for an entire week. At first, I was keeping to myself in detention because the kids were all mean. But one day, I was doing my homework when I heard a voice. It was the kid who usually sat there. You have to do it this way. Here. Oh, thank you. You look familiar. Do we know each other? Wow, we're in all the same classes. I'm Zach. Never mind. Sorry, I've been so busy with my friends that I haven't had the chance to meet anyone new. It's fine. Heard they threw you under the bus again. Listen, you've always seemed like a nice girl, despite how naive you are. And Lexi, your money's the only thing your friends care about. Don't be fooled by them again, just because they act all nice to your face. They're barely even nice to my face anymore, to be honest. If they were, I wouldn't be here in detention. That evening, I thought about what Zach had said, and I had to admit, he was right. During that week of detention, Zach and I became friends. That was almost 3 years ago, and our friendship has only grown stronger since. A couple of months before high school, Zach had a major glow-up, and all of a sudden, everyone wanted to be my friend for a whole new reason. But for me, he was just Zach, my best friend. I realized the reason I liked Zach so much was because I felt so comfortable around him, and he was so kind to me. Unlike my old friends, he didn't care about money and always split the bill when we went out. He also never let me buy him expensive gifts. He didn't see me as the rich Lexi, but as Lexi, a bro of his. What a weirdo. Zach was such an amazing friend, but little did I know that one day he would be the one to turn my world upside down. Once, when I got the highest grades in 10th grade, Zach threw me a surprise party with my parents. It was totally awesome. So many huge celebrities were invited, including Iris. I loved her. The party was a blast, and I had an amazing time. Can this day get any better? Turns out, no, it couldn't. But it could get weirder. I was in for the biggest plot twist of my life, like the twist at the end of the movie The Sixth Sense. As I was walking up to my room after seeing off my friends, I heard my parents arguing, which was really weird because they hardly ever fought. No, we can't tell her. What if she leaves? She's my baby. But she has a right to know. We should have given her the letter when she was younger, but we kept putting it off. We can't keep her in the dark forever. It's time. She should know about her real family. Mom? Dad? What are you talking about? Honey, we can explain. Before they could stop me, I snatched the letter off the table, and then my entire world crumbled. Is this real? I'm not your daughter? Of course you're our daughter. You'll always be our baby girl. But it is true that we are not your biological parents. How could you keep this from me? Lexi, we're sorry. This is not how you were supposed to find out. We wanted to tell you sooner, but your mom, birth mom, left that note when she left you and your brother at the orphanage. Brother? I have a freaking brother? What else haven't you told me? Sweetie, please, calm down. You look pale. I think I need to lie down. That was a lot of information for me to take in. 16 years of me living here, and I find out now that I was adopted and have a twin brother who was adopted by another family? I was furious at my parents and refused to talk to them for weeks. When Zach tried to force me to talk to them, I told him everything. How could they do this? You're angry right now, but you have to remember, your parents never let you feel like you weren't their own. The love they have for you, it's real, no matter what it says on a piece of paper. When you calm down, you'll realize how lucky you are. Not everyone is this lucky, Lexi. I know I would give anything to have a family like yours. That made me feel sad for Zach. His parents had split when he was 10, and it had been just his mom and him ever since. And I realized Zach was right. I forgot how much my parents actually loved and cared for me. I rushed to them and apologized. I was determined to find my brother. From the letter, I knew his first name was Mark. I just needed a last name. So I called the orphanage every day to ask for my brother's last name, but they didn't budge. I even asked my dad to make a big donation. Might as well use all this money for some good, but it didn't work. Looks like money can't buy everything, huh? Zach then had the most brilliant idea. He suggested we both volunteer at the orphanage and snoop around for the details. Oh my God, I love you. And your amazing brain. Sorry. Volunteering gave me a new perspective. All these little kids without parents, I was just like them when I was their age. I hoped they'd be lucky enough to find great parents like I did. Of course, I didn't let that distract me from my mission. After a couple of days, I found my way to the file cabinet and searched, jotting down all the last names of every mark that had ever stayed there. But trying to contact each of these marks was more tiring than I thought it would be. Most of them thought I was trying to scam them. It wasn't until Zach pointed out that I realized I could just look for the date of birth for each of these guys, cause duh, we were twins. I know, you don't have to say it. Zach, oh my god, there's 2 of them. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna contact the families right now.
Lexi, wait, take a deep breath. You don't want to just call them and drop the news, hey, I might be your twin. How about you let me do it? I'll look into it, and before you know it, Mark will show up.
I agreed with him, but I couldn't help feeling anxious for days. What if Mark is in another part of the world? What if he has no idea I even exist? Or worse, what if he hates me? I couldn't eat or sleep properly because the entire thing stressed me out. My parents were sweethearts, though. They tried to calm me down and distract me when we suddenly heard the doorbell. I rushed to open it, only to find Zach standing there with a confused look. Did you find Mark?
I'm still looking, but this guy showed up. Are you Lexi? Wow, it's so crazy to finally meet you. You look just like I expected. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm Mark, your twin brother.
What? I couldn't believe my eyes. My twin, my own brother, was standing here in front of me. I cried and hugged him. You know those heartwarming reunion videos on YouTube? Never thought I'd be one of those people. We had the same hair color, the same eye color. We even laughed the same. But he was much taller and had an English accent. Turns out his adopted family had taken him to the UK, and he came all the way from there to look for me. He showed me the adoption certificate.
My parents told me the truth a year ago, and since then, I've been trying to find you. And a couple of weeks ago, I finally got your address and had to come right away. I had to see my sister. Look, I even have the birth certificate and my adoption papers from the orphanage.
Oh, I'm so glad. You have no idea how much I've looked for you. Mark stayed with us for a couple of weeks, and we did our best to make him feel at home. I showed him around my school, got along with Zach, and best of all, I got to introduce someone as cool as him as my brother. All the girls at school were even drooling over him. It was probably because of the accent. He told me all about his life, the UK, and his projects and fundraisers that he started in order to help as many people as he can. He was like the perfect brother. I was so caught up spending time with Mark that I was losing touch with Zach. Whenever Mark wasn't hanging out with me, he was with Zach. It was like they were long-lost twins, honestly. Zach was always asking Mark questions, and my brother seemed to enjoy talking to him. Are you in love with my brother?
What? No, why?
You keep following him around like a lovesick puppy. What's going on?
It's nothing like that. It's just something doesn't smell right about him.
Is that jealousy I'm detecting? Don't worry, Zach. There's one girl always on your side. Me, your best friend.
No thanks. But seriously though, something's off.
I know, I've kind of been MIA. I've just been trying to make up for lost time with my brother. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, Zach. But Zach continued to follow Mark more than usual, even at home. One day, I caught him snooping around Mark's stuff, and I confronted him, asking why he was so obsessed with him.
Because I don't trust him. I don't want you getting hurt.
Zach, I finally have my brother after years. If you care about me, just let this go, please.
But I'm not lying.
Over the next few days, Zach stopped coming over, and Mark and I spent more time catching up. It was stressful fighting with my best friend, but at least I was having fun with my brother. We went out to fancy restaurants and on expensive shopping trips. Mark offered to pay, but I insisted every time. I was so happy to finally have him in my life that I figured buying him nice things was the least I could do. Well, he was always talking about the fancy cars in our garage, walked in and out of Dad's walk-in closet, and was so excited to see his watch collection. Apparently, he was a huge fan of fancy watches. And weirdly, he knew the price of everything. Like once he saw a painting by a famous artist at home and told me he could guess the exact price. And he did. I did find it a little weird, but I was just focusing on the part that I had my brother back. A couple of days later, as I was relaxing and enjoying my weekend, Zach stormed into the house. Before anyone could process what was happening, Zach punched Mark and the 2 boys were in a full-blown fight. It took all of Dad's strength to pull Zach off of Mark. What is wrong with you? Have you completely lost it?
Lexi, you're not Lexi's brother, Mark. You're a con artist, and I have proof. Look, he's been doing this to a bunch of rich families. He finds families that have a missing son or brother and pretends to be them, just to scam them and use all their money. Someone from the orphanage tipped him off about you, and he jumped on the chance to scam you. That is nonsense. I am your real brother, Lexi. Believe me, he's just trying to get your money. Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Both of you, shut up! Zach, you're unbelievable. I asked you to let this go.
For the last time, he is not your brother. I am.
Of course you are. You're not just my best friend, Zach, but I also see you as a brother figure. But you're obsessed with Mark. This has to stop. Please.
I meant your real, biological twin brother. That's me, not him. I know it sounds insane, but
it does sound insane. This has gone too far now. I just can't.
Lexi, you're my best friend. You have to believe me. You know I wouldn't lie about something like this. The day you showed me the names of the adoptive parents, I was shocked because my dad's name was there. Henry Duckstein. That was the name of my adoptive dad. After my parents divorced, I took my mom's last name.
Yes, last name. The paper said my brother's name was Mark.
Exactly. This man is an imposter.
Shut up!
My adoptive parents named me Zach. I confirmed with Mom too. That's when things started to shape up, but I didn't want to get my hopes up until I had proof.
And did you find proof?
Got a DNA test done. It's a match. Lexi, you're my twin sister. The moment I got this report, I came here right away.
I felt like my mind was racing. It was a lot to take in. Why? How could you? I trusted you.
Come on.
Before the jerk could spew more lies, I gave him a tight slap that definitely rang his ear. He looked like he was about to run away, but then Zach and my dad tackled him. Moments later, police were at the door. Zach had reported this imposter Mark before coming over. He was arrested, and I was left too shocked to understand what the heck just happened. It took me a couple of days. Okay, I'm lying. It took me a couple of weeks to come to terms with the reality, and once my head was clear, I went straight to Zach's, my brother's place, and the moment he opened the door, I hugged him tight. I can't believe I was so blind. I'm sorry for not listening to you. I love you, Zach. You're the best brother, best friend, best everything a girl could ever ask for.
It's all good, Lexi. I'm always here for you, no matter what. I mean it.
Brother and sister share a strong bond. When they're together, they can win any battle. You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that, in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to her old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20. $30, final offer. The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs. Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius. We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated, but then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh, If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail.
Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke.
Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And, by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side. I was about to shoot my target when suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and snatched the apple away. It was the most popular guy in school, Travis, and lately he'd been flirting with me every chance he got.
Let's play a game. If you miss the target, I'll have to kiss you. But if you hit it, then you'll have to kiss me. What do you say?
Sure, why not? Everyone knew how good I was in archery, and as expected, it was a bullseye.
Deal's a deal, cream puff.
As he closed his eyes for the kiss, I called for the school cat Loki and whispered something to it. You can open your eyes now. Loki scratched his face like a wild animal as I walked away, in total satisfaction. Hi, my name is Bianca, and I'm incapable of falling in love. Well, that's what I thought. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom owned a huge chain of hotels, and I was the sole heiress to the business empire. Our family name was well known already, but I'd really made us famous.
Teen heiress seen kissing alleged gangster? Spoiled princess seen at archaeological site closed off for public? Princess Bianca announces to pay any amount to straighten the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Oh, each headline is worse than the one before.
Alleged gangster, Mom. We broke up. And you know my keen interest in history. I had to see that site. And come on, am I the only one annoyed by that Leaning Tower?
When will you ever get serious, Bianca? I have a private jet to catch, but we're not done with this conversation.
Yes, go to your meeting, Mom. You didn't even remember to wish me a happy birthday, but I was still celebrating in style. I was having a huge birthday party at the newest club in town, but my night was ruined when I saw an uninvited guest, Travis, and he was approaching me and my BFF Carmen as if he was God's gift to women, despite that scary face.
Hey, sugar lips, wanna dance?
Aren't you supposed to hate me for making you look like Frankenstein?
What's love without a little pain? And I adore your feistiness.
He was all over me the whole night. Eventually, I had to make Carmen distract him and try to escape, but he noticed and followed me like a madman.
I'm not done with you, my love.
I turned around a corner and opened a VIP door at the end of the hallway. There were some men in suits playing poker, and they all turned to me like I was an alien. Oopsie, wrong room. Thought it was the toilet. But may I say, sir, your jacket is really cool. Very vintage 90s. Michael Jackson kind of vibe. Okay, I won't bother you guys. May the best man win. Bye. Travis was nowhere to be seen, so I took the chance to finally leave the club. But of course, I couldn't avoid him at school, and he was being such a nuisance that eventually I got a restraining order against him. My life was finally peaceful, till a few days later when Carmen told me that her cousin from the village would be joining our school. Since when do you have a cousin? Ever since he was born. You never told me about him. I love to collect snake skins and samurai swords in my basement. I didn't tell you about those either. What? Friends should share everything. I think some secrets are good. Oh my god, my cousin's here. I turned to this guy who was walking towards us like he was the king of the underworld. Judging by his walk, he knew he was a fine specimen of the male species. But suddenly, he tripped over nothing and fell into the fountain nearby. And then he immediately got up like nothing happened. I felt like I was watching a comic cartoon strip. Are you sure he's not some hot model you paid to act as your clumsy cousin? Nice way to say that he's hot and adorable. He then spun her around like she was a cotton ball.
Carmen, my favorite girl. I missed you so much.
The guy turned to me and I was stunned. He was even more handsome up close and also really familiar.
You must be Bianca, Carmen's best friend. I'm Slater. Nice to finally meet you.
Did you just curtsy? And have we met before?
No. Is this how city people greet each other?
Excuse us a moment. Carmen pulled me out of Slater's earshot. What you doing? Talking to my best friend's cousin? Why does that require you to bring your face so close to his? I just thought he looked really familiar. What's your problem? I just think you're finding an excuse to flirt with him. Now listen up, Bianca. You're never serious about any boy, and you just play with their feelings and dump them. And you're not allowed to do that to my cousin. He's not even my type. Relax. Just don't get involved with him that way, or it's friendship over. Understood? Loud and clear, ma'am. Since then, the three of us started hanging out together, and I was having a hard time believing someone like Slater existed. Sheer perfection on the outside, but with the poorest balance a human could possibly have. He tripped, slipped, and stumbled everywhere. He even got a black eye while tying his shoelaces. But one night, while I was admiring one of the paintings at home, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered where I'd seen Slater before. You gotta trust me, Carmen. Your cousin's up to something shady. Mom and I attended this art exhibition downtown last month, and Slater was there. He was one of the artists. We even bought a painting from him. Only his hair and eye color was different, but it was him, and he wasn't clumsy. He must have been a look-alike. Slater has lived in the village his entire life and just got here last week, and he can't even draw a circle, trust me. I even showed Slater's picture to Mom, and she said it's him too. Now she's contacted the artist to buy more of his work, and he's coming soon, and I'll finally know the truth. You just need to give yourself something to be excited about. Do what you want, but you're wrong. A couple of days later, the artist called Mom to say that he had to go out of town and he'd come to meet her next month. How convenient. I decided not to say anything to Slater and try to get to the bottom of his secret identity. He was always hovering around me and Carmen like an annoying fly. He was sure to slip up at some point. I'd be watching him. But one day, I was spying on him at the gym, and after seeing him miss the 100th basket, I got really bored. I decided to skip the rest of school that day to get a manicure. As I was walking to my car, a van suddenly stopped next to me. "Good day, child. Would you please buy some apples from me? I run an orphanage, and I'd like to get some toys for the children." "Sure thing. Just give me a basket and I'll give you $100,000. I was about to take the basket from her when Slater suddenly popped out of nowhere and crashed into me.
"Hey, you. Who do you work for? Show me your ID."
The poor lady looked terrified and just drove away. What the heck was that?
Didn't your parents ever tell you not to take candy from strangers? What if she was trying to poison you?
Dude, those are apples, not candy. And who am I? Snow White? And that cute granny is trying to poison me because I'm the fairest girl in all the land.
This isn't funny. You don't know how dangerous some situations can be.
Oh, please. I swam with sharks last year and jumped off a hot air balloon when it malfunctioned. I laugh in the face of danger. And that lady just wasn't dangerous. I know you're from the village and probably think everyone in the city's evil, but please stop being a weirdo. But Slater just got weirder. Like another time, the three of us were at a restaurant, and as soon as the waiter served our order, he started sniffing mine. If you wanted me to completely lose my appetite, you succeeded. What's wrong with you? He also started sniffing his food and Carmen's.
That's how we do it in the village. The first whiff of food tells you everything you need to know.
About what exactly?
About how organically the food was grown, if the farmer sang to his crops and cows.
I ordered a giant brownie sundae with whipped cream and sprinkles. Are you insane? Just give me that. Just then, there was a loud crashing sound next to us, and Slater jumped towards me and brought me down to the floor, covering me like a human shield. He was looking down at me, and I was a little breathless. And then, I saw everyone else staring at us like we were mental. Apparently, a waiter had just dropped a tray full of glasses.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was a gunshot and maybe some robbers had come in. I just acted on instinct.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you thought it was a dangerous situation and your first instinct was to save Bianca? Hello, what about me? Your own flesh and blood? Slater muttered some apologies while Carmen kept scolding him, even if he was crazy. It was really sweet how he tried to protect me. One weekend, Carmen told me that the cheer captain was throwing a party, just for the cheerleaders and all the boys. I felt curious to see how Slater would act at parties with other girls, so I dashed over to the venue and spied from the bushes. But I couldn't spot him anywhere. I knew how girls looked at him. He was probably surrounded by the cheerleaders. Well, what did I care? I took this opportunity to practice my amazing singing. I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. Suddenly, I heard a sound right behind me. Slater, what are you doing here?
Same question for you.
I came here to sing flowers, 'cause there are flowers here. Duh. What about you?
It's too loud inside, and everyone was acting wild. It was scaring me.
Just then, a huge bug came flying at our faces, and Slater tried to smack it away, but he ended up slapping me instead.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My hand is so stupid. Bad hand.
Gosh, Slater, why are you so freaking clumsy?
I don't know, just born that way, but I get even clumsier around you, 'cause attractive girls make me nervous, and you're the most beautiful I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Bianca.
It suddenly hit me. He was attracted to me, and that could make things complicated. I had to avoid him from now on before Carmen could misinterpret things and unfriend me. But the very next day, I caught him in the janitor's closet with his butt stuck in a mop bucket. Jesus, what have you done this time?
Can you just help me, please? I think I got a cramp.
As I pulled him up, our lips accidentally touched, and my tummy fluttered. Just then, someone gasped from the door. Carmen! Girl, it's not what you think. I followed her to an empty classroom and tried to explain. I swear, there's nothing romantic going on between us. He's too dumb and clumsy for me, and I'm certain he's a liar. Excuse me? That's my cousin you're insulting. And you say these things, but I feel like you're attracted to him. Just don't get attached to him, okay? He's not right for you. Of course, duh. I already knew that, but I was a bit bothered by what Carmen said. Why did she think he wasn't right for me? A few days later, I was practicing archery alone when suddenly an arrow came flying from somewhere and almost hit me. I turned around and saw someone behind a tree. I dashed over and found Slater. What are you doing here? Trying to kill me now?
No, what? What just happened?
You happened, Slater. You nearly sent an arrow straight into me. You're a hazard to society.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my arrow came your way. I mean, I didn't even know anyone was here. I would never hurt you, I swear. But let me make it up to you with an ice cream shake. Come on, let's go.
I wasn't finding his act convincing. Why was he always around me? He was beginning to seem as obsessed with me as Travis. And what if he tried to hurt me on purpose with the arrow?
By the way, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. Just you and me, alone.
Okay, sure. But we're alone right now. You can't tell me over ice cream shakes?
What ice cream shakes? Oh, yeah, that. No, tonight's better. I'll send you the pin location. Driver, I'll get off here. Thanks. See you later, Bianca.
And then he just jumped out of the car and walked away. This dude was so weird, but I was really curious about what he had to say. Later that night, I was surprised to learn where he was taking me. The rooftop of an old building. There was no elevator, so we had to climb 8 flights of stairs, and he was holding on to my shirt like a kid. Wait, what if he tried to push me down? Can you move away? I need some personal space.
But what if I trip and fall down the stairs? You know how clumsy I get.
Why would you invite me to a rooftop then, idiot?
You'll see.
When we finally reached the top, I was surprised to see a candlelit dinner. What's all this?
Obviously a date. Were you expecting a crime scene?
Didn't your cousin warn you about me?
She did, but I just don't see why she's so against the idea of you being my girlfriend. You're beautiful and amazing.
She was trying to protect you because I have a history of not being good with relationships.
May I know why?
And before I knew it, I just found myself opening up. Growing up, I saw how my dad broke my mom's heart and left her for another woman. Since then, mom's not even the same person. She just buries herself in work. And dad kind of broke my heart too. Leaving like that, I'm just afraid to let anyone come close.
I know that you don't trust me, but I hope that someday you will, and I'll get to know you better. I feel like you're someone worth knowing.
He looked at me earnestly and then started leaning in. I found myself closing my eyes, and when his lips touched mine, I felt something electric. Wait, that was a mistake, Slater. I care a lot about my friendship with Carmen. I can't.
Okay, I understand.
But later that night, all I could think about was Slater and that kiss. Maybe I could talk to Carmen and she'd come around, but I still couldn't shake off the idea that Slater was lying about himself. As luck would have it, Mom told me the next day that the artist was back in town and he was displaying his work at a gallery that night. Well, Slater wasn't going to be the only one in disguise. I went dressed up as someone completely different, and I was thrilled to see him. He might have a different style, but I was certain it was Slater. And as I was walking past him, I accidentally tripped and fell forward, scraping his arm with my pen. I'm so sorry. I'm not very good with the walking. Clumsy, like you people say. Oh, it bleeds.
It's fine, miss. I'm okay. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom.
And the next day at school, Slater was wearing a full-sleeved shirt, just like I'd expected. So I spilled my juice all over him. Oh my God, you're wet. You'll have to change your shirt.
It's fine. It'll dry up.
No, you'll get sick.
I won't. I'm as strong as a cow.
I tried a few more tricks, but he was able to avoid all of them. I guess I just had to do it by force. After our classes, I followed him outside school, and just as I was ready to jump on him from behind, he turned around and pinned me to the wall.
Bianca, why were you trying to attack me?
How did you know, Spider-Man? And all I wanted to do was this. I pulled up his sleeve, and sure enough, he had a long cut on his arm. Ha! So you're really that artist. I've exposed you, you big fat... Suddenly, there was a growl behind me. I turned to see 2 guys holding 2 rabid dogs and pointing at us.
Bianca, just run.
Slater grabbed my hand and we ran like crazy from the dogs. After sprinting down several blocks, he pulled me into an old building and we ran up the stairs. We climbed all the way to the rooftop and we could hear those guys behind us.
Okay, there's no other choice. We gotta jump.
Excuse me? I must have heard you wrong. And what is going on?
Questions later. And what's the matter? I thought you laughed in the face of danger. Ha.
Now is not the time to be sarcastic.
Just hold on to me and you'll be fine. Do you trust me?
Of course I don't trust you. You're the clumsiest idiot I've ever met.
Listen, Bianca, I'm not who you really think I am. I just need you to trust me right now, okay? I won't let anything happen to you. I promise.
My instincts told me to trust him, and I did. And what happened next was the most thrilling thing ever. We went flying through the air, then landed straight in a garbage dump. Ew, fish heads.
Come on, this isn't over yet.
I needed answers about why I was currently running a marathon with my BFF's mystery cousin around the city. Slater, why are these people after us?
Listen, something happened.
He didn't get to finish because the gangsters finally cornered us. Slater pushed me inside one of the diners as he started fighting them expertly. What were these kung fu ninja moves? He was so hot. Just then, one of the guys came up behind him with a metal chair. I looked around for anything I could throw at that scumbag before he could hurt Slater. Bullseye.
That's my girl.
Just then, a bunch of policemen arrived and surrounded the men, and Slater pulled out a badge.
You're under arrest.
What? He was a detective? As those jerks were being taken away, Slater finally told me everything, starting with how I unknowingly got involved with an international mafia gang.
You walked in on them one night at the dance club and saw something you weren't supposed to see. You've been in danger since then.
Oh, those guys. But I swear I didn't even see anything.
They couldn't be sure of that, so you've been their target since. I was already in town looking for this gang and posing as an undercover artist, but when we found out that they were looking for you, I joined your school to be closer. We also thought we could catch them using you.
You mean using me as bait?
I didn't mean use you like that. We just knew they'd come after you.
So that date on the rooftop, was that also a ploy to get the gang members there?
Well, yeah, we had police hidden all over that building, but I think the gang realized it was a trap.
Everything made sense now. He was just pretending to be interested all along so he could be around me for my protection and to catch the bad guys. I was just a mission for him. You saved my life. Thank you.
I just did my job. I'm glad you're safe now. I gotta report to headquarters soon, so...
Yeah, great job. Goodbye then. As I walked away, I suddenly felt sad and empty, and the next day at school, Slater was gone. I demanded more answers from Carmen. Slater really is my cousin. He became a detective at a young age, and he doesn't tell us much about his job. But after that restaurant incident where he was clearly protecting you, I asked him what was going on, and he said it was something related to you, but it was confidential. So that's why you didn't want us to get closer. Yes, because he was just here for his job, and he doesn't form attachments. I didn't want you to get hurt. I'm sorry. What for? I can see it in your eyes, Bianca. You're in love with him, but I don't think he can make you happy. Oh, please. I've told you. I'll never fall in love with anyone. If you say so. Over the next few days, I tried my best to get back to normal, but I couldn't get Slater out of my mind. Even Mom noticed something was up with me.
Haven't seen any crazy headlines lately. No new adventures?
Yeah, it's been kinda quiet, but I did make one stupid mistake, falling in love. Mom sat down beside me and then pulled me into an awkward hug.
Sweetie, I know you've been affected by what your dad did, but don't close your heart off. Falling in love isn't stupid, and you'll find the right guy one day, and it'll be amazing. Trust me.
Mom decided to take some time off work and we planned a vacation together, but just as I was leaving for the airport, I heard a loud crash from the main hall and saw Slater had pinned Travis to the ground. Slater? Travis? What are you both doing here?
Bianca, my cream puff, I couldn't go on any longer without seeing you. I can't live like this. You really need to tighten security around here. Found him crawling through the dog door.
As Slater handed over a screaming Travis to the guards, he turned to me. Why are you here, Slater?
Same reason as Travis, actually. I really missed you. Wait, where are you going?
Sorry, can't disclose the location. It's top secret, so whatever you want, make it fast.
I got another mission.
Okay, so what is it?
I need you to fall in love with me and be my girl.
Oh, well, that sounds like it's gonna be a very hard mission.
I'm not afraid of challenging assignments.
He pulled me in for a kiss and then hit his forehead against mine. So you're naturally clumsy.
Only when I'm in love.
Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare, juicy and tender. Wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking!
This tastes like my childhood and my 20-second divorce healing at the same time.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes. Restaurant hopping. food festivals, cooking show marathon. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the wall. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives, finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life that ends you, where the story's changing and the leave you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of a story, turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili? Chili sets the soul alight. But nothing could have prepared my tongue for what came next. Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare. Juicy and tender. Garlic butter glaze, flame-kissed edges. The scent alone levitates my soul to heaven, like it was invited to have lunch with the beautiful angels up above. Okay, here comes the love of my tongue's life. Oh my Gordon freaking Ramsay! My taste buds were twerking like it was a Friday night. It's savory, juicy, yummy, steak-tacular. It wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Goodness gracious, lady, get a room.
Oh God, she's either possessed or just really, really starving.
I was still mid-foodgasm, letting every bite baptize the very depths of my taste buds when the haters around started mumbling. Did I care? Not one juicy crumb. I had my priorities, and it was to finish this masterpiece.
It seems like you've been thoroughly enjoying our food, milady.
Oregano.
I finally opened my eyes and came face to face with the handsome chef. Oh, I practically proposed to the steak. Weren't you watching me, Mr. Chef?
I was, and now I'm wondering, should I be jealous of the steak?
Oregano.
Okay, that was my cue to leave before I started flirting back and accidentally dated this man over medium rare beef. I came here for the food. Just the food. Not the flirty chefs with dangerous dimples.
Oregano.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes, restaurant hopping, food festivals, cooking show marathons, experimenting in my family's restaurant kitchen. Just name it. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, will your dish make me scream and lose my voice, or spit it out in disgust and hate you for the rest of my life? Some boys at school have made it their life's mission to get option A. And I wasn't complaining. It was literally free food and a little ego boost.
Try mine first, Taffy. My mom helped cut the onions and boil the eggs.
Forget that, peasant. This is from a 5,000-star Michelin restaurant. It cost me 10 kidneys.
Mine's completely and personally handmade. Took me a month to make this, but don't worry, it's not rotting yet.
My mouth and soul were ready, but my brain was totally overwhelmed. Just then, my bestie Jules swooped in with his imaginary cape fluttering.
Excuse me. Take it easy, gentlemen. Form an orderly line if you wish for Queen Taffy to bless your humble dishes with her divine taste buds. If your food makes her moan louder than a K-drama kiss scene, congrats! You win a date after class, but only for 60 minutes. No extensions, no exceptions.
The boys went feral. What are you doing? I don't have time for boys. I just want to eat and that's it.
Oh, babe, it's time you started eating with them, not just their food.
Whatever. But let's see if one of these can make me scream. Unfortunately, every dish was a disaster. This one tastes like a zombie rat crawled out of the sewer, licked a quadruple A battery dipped in rotten mayonnaise, and fell into my mouth. What were you even thinking, dude? Next, fish and chocolate? It's bold and daring, but a total abomination. Next, please. Are you sure you ordered this from a Michelin star restaurant? Or did you accidentally grab it from a dumpster behind one? Suddenly, I felt it again. That weird, stabby vibe that hits me every time I chew. I turned my head, already knowing the source. And there he was. Gavin. The silent, brooding window guy. I always caught him glaring at me as if I just ate his pet goldfish. Maybe the bowl, too. And whenever I confronted him about it, he'd just roll his eyes at me. Like, seriously, did I eat his precious lunch in a past life or what? He was insanely annoying. It was even worse because he's stupidly attractive. Ugh! Why do Hawkeyes always have to have the worst attitudes? I was so ready to snap at him when Nicholas, the handsome French student, stepped forward holding a steaming ornate box.
Mademoiselle Taffy, is the taster still open?
Depends. What's in the box, Frenchie?
Something très spécial, made especially for you.
I took a bite, and fireworks started exploding around me instantly. Sweet gravy heavens! This is criminally delicious!
Oh, I knew it. His dish looks as perfect as he is. So, do we have a winner now?
Did you hear me scream? No, right? Because it's missing something.
Are you implying my dish isn't perfect?
It's really good, but it needs a little more kick. Maybe some spice, some crunch, some little twist, something to surprise me. Right now, it's just giving something, but not everything.
You'll regret this, woman.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. I said I'll do better next time, just to hear that sweet scream of yours, mademoiselle.
We'll see about that then, buddy. There was only one place that had ever made me scream so loud I lost my voice. The MSU cafeteria. I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The cozy, stylish ambience was just a bonus. And you know what was more interesting? Behind those lunch ladies hides a secret cooking legend. A masked mystery chef, whipping up dishes so good they'll make you cry in 1,000 different languages. The texture! Oh, the crunch! The glaze! The magic! Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
She's just a freaking freshman, but she freaking acts like she freaking owns this freaking cafeteria every freaking day. So freaking annoying.
I freaking know, right?
Girl, you're moaning like a feral sexy cat in heat. Tone it down, or those freaking girlies will start complaining again.
Those freaking haters can choke. I only listen to flavor, not jealousy. It had been 6 months since we started at MSU, and I still hadn't made any new friends. Just Jules, my ride or die since diapers, now slaying here in MSU on a fashion scholarship like he owned the runway.
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you. Oh, wait. Are you getting tired of me?
Tired? Never, babe. But let's say I get kidnapped by a cute guy in Milan. What's gonna happen to you then?
Are you sure he's the one who'll kidnap you, or is it the other way around?
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am. That's a bit rude.
Just then my phone buzzed. It was from my older sister Tanya, and my heart leapt when I saw the word emergency. I zoomed out of the school and headed straight to our family restaurant without wasting a second. What's going on?
Taffy! Oh, the mayor's here with the whole table of business tycoons, and they asked for a special twist on our signature steak. I tried tweaking the sauce, but the flavor's flat. Oh, something's off. I've added, adjusted, prayed. Nothing's working. If we mess this up, we'll be trending for all the wrong reasons and Dad's gonna kill me.
Breathe, okay? Let me see. Too much soy, not enough soul. All right, everyone, I got this. I swung the spice rack open and started working my magic. 2 pinches of smoked paprika, 1 drizzle of honey, a splash of aged balsamic vinegar for depth, a whisper of garlic, not chopped, grated, 2 drops of lemon juice for a little spark, and a dash of espresso powder. Now, try it. Tanya took a bite. Her eyes went as wide as the earth itself.
Oh,
quickly clapped a hand over her mouth before she could scream and alarm the entire restaurant. Now go serve that magic to your VVIPs.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, sissy, as always.
I assisted her as she served it herself to the VIP table. The mayor took 1 bite and started crying.
This tastes like my childhood and my 22nd divorce healing at the same time.
I need a moment. This steak just forgave me for all of my sins.
Your food is divine.
You should expand this place. Branch out, and you'll have my full support.
That sounds tempting, sir. Thank you. But we actually prefer to stay small, family style.
Our restaurant had been around since the 1900s. No branches, no fusion. Because for us, it was never about the money. It was about legacy. And okay, maybe we were also deathly afraid someone would steal my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma's top secret recipe for our signature dishes. I felt like a hero today. So I threw myself a mini feast in my bedroom as soon as I got home. Half an hour later, Jules barged in and was immediately intrigued by all the food around me.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love? Wait, no. Not enough sugar. You're just really happy. Like, I just saved the whole world moment kinda happy.
My mood was always connected to the food I ate, and Jules had basically mastered the art of reading me like a menu. I just saved the restaurant from going down in flames and made the mayor cry.
The mayor himself? Oh my God, that sounds so dramatic and I love it! Now pass me those fries and start spilling me the deets.
Jules listened to my story with sparkly eyes and the biggest proud smile on his face.
Your restaurant's gonna be in amazing hands once you take over someday. You know that, right?
You really think so?
Taffy, please. That's not even a question. Now get up. You're trying on my new designs tonight.
I was basically his personal doll at this point. We spent the rest of the night turning my room into a mini runway, me twirling around in his freshly sewn outfits, and I was loving it. While I was walking down the hallway, a girl suddenly bumped into me, and a pile of books crashed to the floor.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally on me. I wasn't looking. I remembered her during the freshman orientation because she had this pretty, innocent face. I crouched down to help her and noticed every single book was a cookbook or a recipe guide. You're into food too?
Kinda. I mean, yeah, I guess. Just prepping for something.
Prepping for what?
Oh, the cooking club. They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
Finally! A club that was made for me! No way! Girl, you just made my day! I'm Taffy, by the way. You are?
Jillian.
Well, see you around then. Future club mate?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll make it in.
The hesitation in her eyes caught my attention. I wanted to ask more, but before I could, someone called out her name and she hurried off. And just like that, my curiosity was hooked. So I immediately told Jules about it.
Congrats on finally making a new friend.
Please, I think she's way too shy for my energy. But guess what? I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, it's about cooking food, not just inhaling and eating it. You're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. Of course I can cook too.
Last time you actually tried to do it yourself, I almost died.
I just accidentally grabbed the salt instead of the sugar.
It was baking powder.
Okay, whatever. This time I'm serious. The Culinary Society could help me hone my skills. Plus, it's great prep for restaurant management.
Or you just want to try everyone else's dishes.
That too. The auditorium buzzed with freshman students the next day, all cramming in for the big announcement. I scanned the room and spotted Jillian in the corner, nervously biting her nails like they were snacks. I slid into the seat beside her. She looked so relieved it was kind of cute.
Hey, you're here.
Of course. Was that Gavin? What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills? My curious thoughts were cut off as the president of the Culinary Society finally stepped up to the mic and started the announcement.
Welcome, aspiring chefs. The Culinary Society is now officially open. This program aims to discover hidden culinary talent. Those who pass the initiation will receive a sponsorship. It's all about the guidance, support, and even funding to grow your skills. The club's goal is simple. It's to discover you. With the right sponsor, your talent can be developed and taken further.
I then felt Jillian trembling beside me.
I really need to get in, no matter what.
Hey, we're gonna make it, both of us. No plan B, no backing out, got it? I smiled as she gave me a tiny nod.
The initiation will last 3 days, and the judges will be the senior members of the club.
Just then the student council president stepped forward. This guy looked like he had walked straight out of a rule book. Dead serious and probably hasn't smiled once since birth.
Tomorrow's challenge is a written exam, so study hard. The second and third challenges will be surprise practical tests. Exam venue and time will be posted shortly. You may now return to your classes.
Holy spicy sauce explosion. This is going to be amazing. My foodie heart was on fire. I glanced back at Gavin, only to find him already looking at me. Of course he was glaring again. Seriously, what was his deal? The glaring, the eye-rolling, the mysterious brooding energy. It was driving me nuts. So on the way back to class, I finally snapped and cornered him. Hey, got a second? He didn't even respond, just rolled his eyes at me as always. Are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
Seriously, why are you so mad at me? What did I ever do to you?
You exist. That's enough. Now, get out of my face.
Unbelievable! This guy clearly didn't know who he was dealing with. That night, I studied like my life depended on it. Notes in one hand, spicy instant ramen in the other. Then came the written exam day, and everyone looked so tense. But for me, it was easy peasy mac and cheesy. I was the first one to finish the test, so I stood up with a proud smile. Till I saw Gavin, already done and standing. Before me? After submitting his papers, he turned to me and scoffed before walking off like he owned the place. The audacity! The next morning, I dragged Jules with me to check the results. Out of 100 applicants, only half made it, and I nearly choked on my gummy bears when I didn't see my name at the top. Second place? Wait, who's first? I leaned in and gasped when I saw the name.
Gavin? Like Gavin, the cute and brooding window guy? He cooks?
No, there's no way. That's probably a different Gavin. But then the crowd parted, and speaking of the devil...
Excuse me. Oh, look. It's me on top. The one and only Gavin.
When he turned to me and smirked.
Oh my god, he's so hot. Like hotter than a steak on a grill.
Jules was right, to be honest. But I shouldn't be distracted right now. Can we focus on his evil smirk, please? He's literally challenging me.
I think that's officially a war declaration, babe. This is gonna be extra interesting.
That jerk better be ready, because I'm gonna crush him big time. Second challenge finally came. We had to cook a chicken-based dish, in pairs. My eyes immediately landed on my mortal enemy, who was casually tying his apron like he was the master chef, and the sight was such a sore to my eyes. I was about to hunt Jillian down when someone suddenly blocked my way. Nicholas! He was here too? How did I not notice him last time?
Ah, mademoiselle, fate brings you back to me. I'm still wounded from you turning down my masterpiece last time, you know? Team up with me, and if we win, you owe me a dinner date. Fair trade, no?
I was about to reject him, but then my cinnamon roll savior appeared.
Hey, Taffy. I was wondering if maybe we could...
Oh, here comes my lovely partner. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time?
Ah, très bien. No hard feelings.
At least Nicholas was always classy about rejection. Congratulations on passing the written exams.
Thanks. I had been preparing for that way before I got here at MSU.
Oh, you're really into this, huh? All right, girl, let's do this. You cook, I supervise.
We're not doing it together?
Of course we are. I'll be guiding you.
So, what are we making?
Let's go with crispy garlic honey chicken with mango salsa.
That sounds fancy. Okay.
We had exactly 1 hour. Jillian got to work while I hovered nearby, supervising like a resident chef. But my eyes kept drifting to Gavin. He looked calm and focused, like he belonged in a commercial for knives, while his partner looked so lost. The fact that he was also into cooking made him even more annoying. A few minutes later, Jillian finally threw her hands up and beamed.
All right, done.
Ooh, let me taste. I took a confident bite, only to gag and nearly scream in disgust. I tossed the dish and everything else into the trash, and it landed dangerously close to Gavin's station. He hissed like a cat that had just got misted. Oh, gosh, girl, what happened to the chicken meat? Did you marinate it in mud and ask an old goat with horrible breath to spit on it or what?
But I just followed everything you said.
Jillian looked like she was on the verge of tears, so I took a breath to calm myself down. It's okay, my love. We've still got 20 minutes. We're gonna fix this. This time, I rolled up my sleeves and took over. Just as the final bell rang, we slammed our dish down and handed it to the judges, who actually liked it. As expected, we passed, and we're now qualified for the final challenge. But when I looked at Jillian, she didn't look happy at all.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
Oh, come on, girl. It was my fault, too. I made you do most of the work. It was supposed to be a team effort. You know what? Let's practice after hours. Together.
Is that okay with you?
Of course. We then snuck into the kitchen later that day. A few other students were there, too, including Gavin, of course. For the sake of my sanity, I ignored his brooding presence and locked in on Jillian. This girl needed serious kitchen rehab. She was way too clumsy to be left alone with fire, knives, or even a blender. Honestly, if someone didn't supervise her, she'd either blow up the kitchen or food poison someone. Or both. She tried dish after dish, and I sacrificed my precious tongue for each one. Is this supposed to be a hard-boiled egg or a charcoal? The oil is separating from your sauce. Did you forget to stir, or did it walk out on its own? Your rice is crunchy. Were you trying to make popcorn? Then came her meat dish. Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
Soon we had a mountain of failed dishes in the trash. While we were about to try one last dish, Gavin suddenly stormed over, looking like an offended bull.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Huh? Why are you acting like you bought all of this? Are you the official supplier of this school now?
Thank God I'm not.
Look, I'm just helping an aspiring chef chase her dreams. Failures happen. It's called trial and error. Look it up. He rolled his eyes, so I rolled mine harder. What is your problem with me anyway? Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you get a pass for being a total jerk.
And I don't care if you're attractive either. I just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
Before I could finally explode, Jillian slid in.
Wait, did I just hear you both call each other attractive? Why don't you just date each other instead of arguing every 5 seconds?
You must be having some auditory hallucinations. I'd rather hug a giant, rotten cactus than date this brat.
He really hated me that much, huh? I hoped I'd never see his stupid smug face ever again. Unfortunately, we were in the same class. And worse, we still had one final challenge in the club initiation left. The announcement came sooner than expected, and the venue was deep in the woods. As soon as we got there, all our phones and stuff were confiscated. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity. There were only about 15 of us left, and that included Nicholas, who wouldn't stop staring at me like I owed him money.
Lovely to see you here, mademoiselle. If we both make it in, you owe me a date, remember?
Since when did I agree to that?
Since the day you insulted my masterpiece.
But I gave constructive criticism.
Of course. That's why I've made it my life mission to make you cry. The next time you taste my dish.
Okay, but why did that sound like a low-key threat? Our conversation got totally cut off when the club president finally stepped up for the announcement.
Your final test will challenge your creativity, resourcefulness, and pure culinary courage. So here are the rules. You're not allowed to help each other. You can't bring anything from home. And we're not giving you anything either. You can only use whatever you find in the woods.
Ugh, this is going to be harder than I thought. I didn't even know how to start a fire, or cut stuff without a knife, or build a stove out of sticks. I was meant to taste food, not cook in the wilderness. My brain wasn't braining for this.
Prepare your dish by 7 p.m. in the assembly hall, and your fate will depend on a surprise judge. Good luck.
A surprise judge? Crazy. I turned to Jillian, who was one chopped onion away from crying, so I gave her a quick pep talk before the challenge officially started. First things first, I had to find something, anything, to chop stuff on. So I kicked a tree stump. Too moldy. I picked up a flat rock, but it was too spiny. I almost grabbed a squirrel as well, but it was too alive. Just when I was about to give up, I spotted it. A big, flat piece of bark lying under a tree. You're my chopping board now. Next, I needed something to cook and serve the food. I searched around like a hungry raccoon on a mission, and then, bingo! I found an old tin can that could work as a pot, and some giant leaves that looked perfect for plates. Now for the utensils. It took me several minutes to find a rock knife, a stick spatula, and a shell spoon. Finally, the ingredients. Good thing I knew a bunch of wild plants thanks to my grandma and her obsession with tea. Let's get those herbs and spices, baby. I continued walking around until I reached the riverbank. I leaned down to grab a lead. Then my foot slipped on some mud.
So, you're not just a brat and a snob. You're clumsy too.
Do you really have to insult me? I didn't ask for your help anyway.
Fine. Then I'll take it back.
Wait, what? Ugh, ew, get off me, tall boy.
Huh? You're the one who hugged me like I was a pillow.
I ignored him and stomped off like I was totally fine, except I wasn't. Because why the heck did I blush? Oh, no, bad hormones, bad. Focus, Taffy, focus. Half an hour later, I'd gathered enough herbs to open a mini forest restaurant. Now it was time for the protein. But the problem was, I can't fish and hunt. I can't even catch something still. So I did what any desperate girl would do. Target acquired. Eggs. Sorry, Bird Mom. Finally, it was time to build a fire. Tried. I really tried. But at this point, I was basically just bullying those sticks. Just then, I heard some chopping noises nearby. I walked closer to take a peek and realized that it was Rabbit. What? Shirtless! My brain just short-circuited at the sight of those magnificent abs. Before I could stop myself, a weird squeaky sound escaped my mouth. I was busted!
Are you stalking me?
What? No, I was just peacefully trying to cook in my spot over there, and then I heard something, and obviously I had to check it out.
Sure.
Why are you even shirtless?
Why? Does it bother you?
Yeah, it's too indecent.
Then find another spot? I was here first. You're the one who somehow set up your camp near mine.
I was so furious. I huffed and stormed back to my sad little fire pit. I snatched up all my stuff and stomped off to find a new cooking spot, way further from him. I threw all my rage into rubbing those stupid sticks together like my life depended on it. And after what felt like 500 years, a tiny, weak little flame finally popped up. Yes! Wait! No! It suddenly started raining! Are you kidding me right now? I grabbed my stuff, and as I dashed through the rain towards the nearest cover, I spotted Gavin running toward the same place from the other side. We both reached the shade at the same time, soaked and panting.
Wow. So the brat can run, huh?
What do you think of me? A corn dog?
What?
Before either of us could say anything else, a soft sob broke through the sound of the rain. We both turned toward it and saw Jillian. She was soaking wet and crying. Jillian? What's wrong, girl? Are you okay?
My family doesn't have much, and this was my only chance. But I think I'm too stupid for this, Taffy.
As I comforted her, Gavin sat down next to her, pulled a small dry cloth from his bag, and handed it to her gently. No attitude, no sarcasm, and he looked so soft like that, like a totally different guy. Ugh. He hated how my heart noticed.
Thanks, Gavin.
To break the tension, I changed the topic to food and cooking, and somehow it worked. Jillian started to relax and even smiled a little.
How about you, Gavin? Why do you love cooking?
My ears perked up at her question. Gavin didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared out at the rain, silent, like he was watching a memory unfold in the distance.
Tragedy struck me since I could remember, and I was homeless for a long time. Park benches, cardboard blankets, cold nights when I thought I wouldn't wake up.
scavenging for even ketchup packets just to trick my stomach into thinking I'd eaten. One night, I saw this couple fighting outside a fancy restaurant. They were screaming, throwing words and insults, and then the guy just tossed their untouched takeout into the trash like it meant nothing. I hadn't eaten in days. I was dizzy, shaking.
If you're gonna fight, fine, but don't waste good food.
The guy looked at me like I was dirt.
Then go ahead and eat it if you care that much.
I didn't hesitate. Right there on the wet pavement, I sat down and ate every bite like it was a 5-star meal. I remember whispering, "They're fools. They don't even know what heaven tastes like." But I didn't realize the owner of the restaurant had been watching. He came out. No judgment, no pity. Just asked if I wanted a job and a place to stay. That's how it started. That tiny kitchen saved my life. But also, I found passion. But the rest of the staff, they didn't see me as one of them. Just a stray they took in. A charity case with no pedigree, no past. I worked twice as hard to prove I deserved to be there. And I came to MSU to prove that I belong in the kitchen, to find a sponsor who actually believes in what I can do. You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice? Just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
I gasped as my eyes flew open. I almost screamed when I realized that I had actually fallen asleep on Gavin's shoulder. Oh, to make it worse, I drooled on his shirt. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Relax, it's just drool. Unless you care about what I think.
Duh, no, absolutely not. Just then I realized it was getting dark already. Oh my gosh, what time is it? I haven't even started cooking. And where's Jillian?
Chill. We've still got an hour and a half before 7. And Jillian's over there. She already got started.
Apparently, she had already built her own campfire and was cooking over it like a master chef. Gavin and I then rushed back to our spots, and this time it was extra serious. I no longer just wanted to pass the test. I wanted to make something real. After finishing my dish, I rushed back to the assembly hall. Everyone was already there and their dishes looked so yummy. The whole room smelled like a 5-star buffet. Just then I noticed that Jillian wasn't here yet. I glanced at Gavin and he looked worried too. Come on, girl, where are you? Soon there were only 5 minutes left and panic started creeping in. Just when I was about to bolt out the door to look for her, she finally appeared, holding a steaming plate with the most unique-looking fish dish I'd ever seen. What took you so long? You got me so worried.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure everything was perfect.
Before I could respond, the lights dimmed, and the club president stepped up to the stage.
And now, for your final judge, a true master of flavor, the one, the only.
The masked cafeteria chef. The legend behind the lunch trays. Y'all lined up in front of him, clutching our plates like newborn babies. He was just sitting at the table, silently tasting each dish one by one, but his presence commanded attention. Then it was my turn.
Interesting. Most people played safe with eggs, but you took a risk. The texture's playful, the flavor's daring, and this sauce, it's bold, defiant, and unforgettable. Just like you.
I nearly passed out from happiness, or hunger, or his dangerously calm voice. Then came Jillian's turn. There was a long pause before he finally spoke.
This is not perfect, but passionate. I like it.
Oh, Jillian was finally able to breathe. The judging ended. Then came the moment we'd all been sweating for. The announcement of the top 10. The official new members of the Culinary Society. As expected, Gavin and I made the list. My name flashed on the screen and I nearly screamed. Then, the final spot. Jillian was trembling as she gripped my hand. We all held our breath.
And the last spot goes to Jillian.
She instantly burst into tears. As we celebrated, I noticed someone storming out of the venue looking furious. Nicholas! Wait, he didn't make it? That actually surprised me. As the winners celebrated, Gavin then strolled over to us, holding his plate like a trophy.
Well, well. Looks like we all made it. Want to try my dish?
Taffy, you have to try this.
Careful. She might scream loud enough to summon the forest spirits.
Oh, please. My golden tongue has standards.
Oh, I know. That's why I strategically kept my masterpieces far away from you.
Strategically?
Yes. I knew the moment you tasted my food, you'd scream your lungs out and fall hopelessly in love.
I'm gonna throw this plate at your face.
But not before you taste it.
Fine. One bite. I took a bite and instantly exploded. Oh my freaking goodness! This is... In the middle of my foodgasm, I saw him smirking, so I immediately stopped myself from praising his dish.
I knew it. One bite and there goes your dignity.
Shut up! He kept teasing me all the way home on the bus. But of course I had to stay strong for my pride. I will never admit it, ever. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop thinking about him and his cooking skills that night, so I stuffed my face with sugar to distract myself. That was when Jules barged into my room.
Girl, why are you blushing and inhaling candy like you just caught feelings? Are you in love or something?
I'm not blushing, and no, I'm not in love.
Got it, miss. Totally not in love. Anyway, why is your voice all scratchy?
He was never finding out my voice died because of Gavin's food. He'd never let me live it down. It's the rain. My vocal cords got water damage.
Sure.
The next day at school, my voice was completely gone. Jules wouldn't let it go.
Are you sure it was because of the rain and not because of screaming over a certain someone's cooking?
I glared at him in silence. Just then, because the universe hates me, Gavin walked by looking extra smug, like his ego had its own stupid fan club. Oh no, please. Not now. Don't say it. Don't.
Lost your voice, huh? Told you my dish was too good.
Jules nearly choked from laughing. Since then, things just got weird. Gavin and I started getting closer. Before, he used to glare at me all the time. But now, that glare was replaced with a stupid little grin that made my brain malfunction every time. Like that time in the hallway when I opened my locker and a sticky note fell out.
Try not to scream over my food next time. Gee.
I looked around, and of course, there he was, leaning against the wall with that grin. Ugh, so annoying. During lunch, he started joining us at our table, like he was officially part of our squad.
Relax. I'm here for the food, not you.
And worse, Jules literally saved him a seat every freaking day.
Aw, why do you always walk in like it's a K-drama entrance? My heart can't take this.
Nowadays, I just find myself finishing all my food. Clean plate and no crumbs, even if the dish wasn't perfect. And of course, he had a comment about it.
The trash bin must be lonely without all the food you used to waste. Seriously, who kidnapped old you?
People change, duh. And I didn't do it because of you.
Sure you didn't.
Can you two stop? I'm getting secondhand butterflies.
Shut up. And because of him, the kitchen feels weird now. Am I too conscious of Gavin? He's still him, the broody, annoyingly talented chef in the making. Lately, he's been working way too close to my station, offering help I didn't ask for, smirking whenever I refuse like he's deliberately trying to make me skittish. Ugh.
Your knife grip's a little stiff.
Don't sneak up on people. Holy broccoli, why is he standing too close?
I wasn't sneaking, just helping.
I turned back to the cutting board, trying not to imagine how good his voice sounded that close. Taffy, focus, knife, chop, chop, scallions, not his stupid smirk. You really don't have to hover. I'm not gonna murder the soup.
I wasn't worried about the soup.
My heart skipped. What was that supposed to mean? Jeez, are you just gonna stand there and silently judge me all afternoon?
Just observing. You're interesting when you're flustered.
What? What? I'm not flustered. Ah!
Careful now. I bite.
I pushed away too fast and nearly slipped again. What? That was... You were just in the way. Gavin finally stepped back. He looked way too satisfied.
I'll try to be more in the way next time.
Then he walked past me, as if to tease me more, and my back went straight. I could still feel his heat in the air.
That's spicy right there.
Oh, what are you even doing here?
Rude, but I forgive you. I nearly melted watching you two. The tension, Michelin star level.
I groaned, trying to will my face not to combust.
But girlie, sorry to pour cold water on your sizzling enemies to maybe lover's arc, but your sister called me. Said there's an emergency family meeting at the restaurant.
I blinked as my stomach dropped. Emergency family meetings were never casual. Without a word, I grabbed my bag. Didn't even bother untying my apron. Just ran. Apparently, a new diner around the block had been copying our menu and signature dishes. And it had been a week since our sales had gone down to dangerous levels, as in going bankrupt. I went to check on it and got the shock of my life when I saw who one of the chefs was. Nicholas!
Ah, pleasure to see you here, mademoiselle. Our family decided to branch out and try a new location. This spot is perfect. Is it no?
Everything on your menu is exactly like ours. This is illegal. You copied ours.
If we copied yours, then why do most people flock to ours and keep saying that ours is more delicious and better?
His weird behavior ever since I rejected him suddenly made sense now. Is this what you meant by wanting to see me cry?
That's what you get for insulting my masterpiece. Now go cry and run back to your little kitchen.
The audacity! Keep it. That old recipe is all yours. I can just let my expertise do its magic and make something so good it'll make yours taste like reheated kitchen scraps. And when the tears come, make sure they don't water down your salty little ego. I then marched out of his stupid restaurant without looking back. I went back to our restaurant and saw Tanya and the rest of the staff reviewing the security footage. We all then froze when we realized that a shady-looking guy had been snapping photos of our restaurant from every angle for several days. And if that wasn't bad enough, he even disguised himself as one of our staff. They didn't just steal ideas. They cloned our entire concept and turned it into a fancier, more Instagrammable version. The audacity! We decided to temporarily close our restaurant while I cooked up some new ideas for the menu. Later that day, while brainstorming, I noticed a few hungry street kids outside. Their eyes weren't begging. They were just watching, like food was something distant, almost like a dream. I remembered Gavin and just found myself opening the door. I'm not serving anything fancy as of this moment, but if you're hungry, come in. He sat quietly as I cooked. No fancy plating. No pressure to impress. Just warm food from the heart. As I watched them eat, something shifted in me. A thought came into my mind. Food isn't just about flavor or technique. It's about the connection you share with the meal. After they were done eating, I gave them some more food and a neat takeaway. Their eyes sparkled. They thanked me loudly before waving goodbye. think about some charity project and look for some volunteers to feed those kids again. Oh my God! Gavin! You scared the carrots out of me! What are you doing here?
I overheard earlier, and I got worried. I asked your friend, and he told me everything. Well, I'm here to help you out.
I just stared at him with my heart pounding.
So, the food waster is now feeding kids, huh?
Hey, what are you, a stalker? Gavin just shrugged and gave me that infuriatingly smug smirk. Okay, fine, I'll admit it. Your story got to me, all right? I realized food isn't just for enjoyment. It's something to be grateful for. Not everyone gets something to eat every day. Gavin's eyes lit up with something fierce and warm all at once. So hot I couldn't breathe. The air between us shifted.
I really want to kiss you right now.
What?
Say no.
I clutched his arms, the warmth of his touch sending my heart into a race, and my knees wobbled. He grinned. His intense eyes smiled.
I take that as a yes.
Then he pulled me in, and before I could blink, his lips crushed into mine. Hot, intense, sweet, and it tasted like cinnamon made from heaven. I melted. I never knew kissing the person you like is the sweetest thing ever. More than the best macaroons in the universe.
I want to stay here with you. All that we have is just.
I told you, I bite.
Promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side. I hope who I am is enough for you. If I'm
Maybe it's the kiss. Okay, no, it was definitely the kiss that inspired this new recipe. Sweet, warm, with the right amount of spice. It lingered and was very special. Whoa, you made this look like it belongs in a 5 million star restaurant. Thanks for helping out, Jillian. While we worked on our test dishes, we discovered her secret skill. She was amazing at plating, garnishing, all the aesthetics.
Just don't ask me to actually cook it, like, ever.
Girl, you're now officially the queen of food catfishing, and I say that with love. Then Jules popped in while holding up a sketch pad.
Okay, if we're leveling up the food, then we're leveling up the fashion.
He flipped the sketch pad around, revealing a full lineup of brand new uniforms.
Chic, comfy, and grease stain resistant. You're welcome.
Oh my God, you made slayable uniforms?
I am an aspiring fashion icon, babe. Let me slay in peace.
We all laughed. And in that moment, I realized that this wasn't just my comeback. It was ours. And for the cherry on top, we added a tagline for our new and special dish. The dish that can make you scream. It was inspired by someone, and as expected, it was a hit. Customers were literally screaming, and their videos went viral. They kept returning to our restaurant, so we finally decided to add it to the official menu. I used to think food was just about taste and fun. Now, I knew better. Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili sets the soul alight. But the most important ingredient of all is love. Love is the secret spice. You won't find it on any shelf, but it lingers in every bite, making each dish as special as it can be.
all that we have is each other now. I promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side.
Think about your favorite spot. It's probably a tree in the woods, a couch in your sitting room, or maybe your parents' car. For me, it's always been the kitchen. In fact, this kitchen saved me from becoming a raging monster with a thirst for vengeance, destruction, devastation, and— oh, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm Lily, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. You see, my parents were amazing chefs who owned a popular restaurant in town. My grandmother was a baker extraordinaire. Dad's bread literally made grown men cry, and Mom's pasta won a dozen awards. I'd clearly inherited their love for cooking, and they started teaching me when I was really young. But the cooking gene entirely skipped my twin sister Mia. The poor thing couldn't even boil an egg right. She burned everything she baked, and once she got so frustrated that she threw a pot out the window. Cooking sucks. After that, she was banned from the kitchen for life. In middle school, Mia was the absolute worst. On my parents' anniversary, I baked a fancy cake. Then Mia burst into the kitchen on her skateboard. She banged into me and I fell face first into the cake. Oops, sorry, didn't see you there. That night, I stormed up to Mia's room, grabbed her precious laptop, and smashed it to pieces. Mia went ballistic. We fought like a pack of hyenas, and Mom and Dad grounded us for a month. The summer before our freshman year, our parents sat us down and told us they wanted us to help out at the restaurant. I was so excited. I can't wait. This is gonna be awesome. Meh. But on our first day, my parents gave me the worst news. They said Mia would work in the office while I'd be a waitress. What? I can't be a waitress. I'm a chef. I've been training for this for years. My parents gave me a dozen reasons why they needed me to be a waitress, but I can't remember one. As I looked out onto the busy restaurant floor, I felt sick to my stomach. I forgot to mention, I'm terrified of crowds. I mean, it's bad. Like, one time I was in a school play. I only had one line. The moment I saw all those beady eyes staring at me, I got so nervous I fainted, fell backward, bumped into a backdrop that smashed into a light, and then the whole stage came tumbling down.
Lily, are you listening?
I don't think this is a good idea.
You'll do just fine.
My first shift was the worst. I screwed up 2 orders, I spilled a drink on the floor, and then one of our biggest customers, Mr. Spinster, yelled at me.
My order isn't right. Did you leave your brain in the sink?
Just as I was about to burst into tears, this gorgeous boy named Wyatt came to the rescue. He was a waiter at the restaurant, and everyone loved him. Wyatt calmed the customer down, fixed their order, and had them smiling in seconds. They even gave him a big tip when they left.
Ignore Mr. Spinster. He's a jerk. This is for you.
Wyatt handed me a $100 bill. I can't take this. You did all the work.
We were a team.
Then Wyatt smiled at me and put his hand on my shoulder, and my heart raced like it had just entered the Indy 500. Wyatt was my parents' best employee, and he took me under his wing. He taught me how to be a great waiter and helped me overcome my fear of crowds.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Picture them as silly clowns with big red noses and floppy shoes.
Soon we started dating. One time, Mia caught us kissing in the kitchen after hours. Gross, get a room. Wyatt and I had so much in common. We loved the same foods and MSA videos. He even wanted to own a restaurant someday. Wyatt was my first love, and even my parents adored him. It took some time, but Mia eventually warmed up to Wyatt after he fixed her laptop. But when school started, everything changed. Wyatt was my senior and one of the most popular boys in school. All the girls had a crush on him, but he only had eyes for me, which didn't sit well with his ex-girlfriend, Sophie. One day, Wyatt and I were talking near my locker when Sophie marched up to us. She was the most popular girl in school. Her father owned a dozen hotels around the world, and she was a social media star with millions of followers subscribing to hear about her ultra-rich life. And then, Sophie shoved me to the side. Out of my way, nerd. Hey! I lost my balance and stumbled backwards. I marched towards Sophie so I could smack her in her stupid face, but then 2 huge bodyguards grabbed me and set me down 5 feet away.
Sophie, why are you being a witch?
Oh, Wyatt, that doesn't matter. Listen, I was thinking, breaking up with you was a mistake. I traveled the world and dated a dozen boys, but I could never stop thinking about you. I love you, Wyatt. Let's get back together and make it insta-official. Sophie pulled out her cell phone and started recording as she leaned in for a kiss. Wyatt moved to the side and Sophie fell flat on her face. She was so embarrassed.
Sorry, I have a new girlfriend.
What girlfriend? Wyatt marched straight up to me.
Her name is Lily, and we're in love.
Sophie took one look at me and laughed. That's your girlfriend? No way! I thought she was your mutant brother that lived under the stairs because his face was so ugly he made your mother cry. I was so mad I wanted to throw a book at her, but then Wyatt pulled me close and kissed me.
Come on, babe. Let's get out of here.
Sophie was so angry she started screaming like a peacock. Yeah, peacock scream. I saw it on YouTube. It's actually pretty wild. That night, Wyatt and I were in my room studying and kissing when Mia barged in. Jeez, Mia, get out! Can we have some privacy, please? What did you guys do to Sophie? She's trashing our restaurant. Mia showed us Sophie's latest live stream on her phone. So I ordered their famous spaghetti and meatballs, and it was like I was eating rubber bands. And don't even get me started on their so-called gourmet burger. It was as dry as the Sahara Desert. I had to drink a gallon of water just to wash it down. Sophie made a dozen more posts just like it and got 1 million likes. The next day, people stopped coming to our restaurant, and it continued for weeks. The bills started piling up, and my parents had to lay off most of their employees, including Wyatt. They were devastated. I tried to reason with Sophie. I'm just being honest. Your parents' food is as disgusting as your gross face. By the way, has anyone ever told you that you smell like a rotten egg that ate a pile of poop? Sophie and her friends laughed like it was the funniest joke in the world. Then something inside me just snapped. I'll show you, disgusting! I charged Sophie like a bull. I slipped past Sophie's bodyguards, punched her in the eye, and shoved her hard. Sophie fell and broke her arm. The next day, Sophie's parents filed a lawsuit against me and my family, sued my parents for a ton of money, and won. My parents' bank accounts were drained, and they were forced to close the restaurant. I felt horrible. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I don't know what came over me. You turned into a crazy maniac, and now we're poor.
Everything will be fine. I've got this under control.
Dad took all the money out of our savings account and started giving it away to charities. He invested in a ton of shady business ventures and even threw $500 into a wishing well. Dad, have you lost your mind?
Don't worry, girls. The more money you put into the world, the more you'll get back.
That doesn't sound right. We lost our car, then our house, and then we had to live with our grandmother. Mom got so pissed, she left Dad and moved to another town. A few weeks later, Dad and one of his shady business partners were arrested and sent to jail for fraud. My life was in shambles, but at least I had Wyatt. On Wyatt's birthday, I walked to his house to surprise him with his favorite cookies, but I caught him kissing Sophie on his front porch. Hey, loser, what's up? Wyatt finally came to his senses. He's no longer interested in trolls. I just stood there, speechless. I couldn't believe my eyes. If you're gonna stand there like a dummy, do you mind making yourself useful and taking a good kissing picture of us? I'm commissioning a world-famous artist to make some oil paintings of us as a couple. How could you do this to me, Wyatt? I thought we were in love.
Things changed. I realized that I'm still in love with Sophie. Sophie convinced her dad to give me a new job at one of his restaurants. Isn't she an angel?
I'm perfect. I can't help it. I'm irresistible like cotton candy and gummy bears.
Sophie and I never should have broken up. I didn't mean to hurt you, Lily. I hope we can still be friends.
Or not. I'm allergic to losers, and every time Lily's around, she makes me want to puke. At school, Sophie and Wyatt were all over each other. Every time I saw them, I got angrier and angrier. Mia tried to be the voice of reason. Forget those jerks. They're not worth your time. But I couldn't ignore them. I was furious. Sophie and Wyatt had to pay. I woke up early the next morning to dish out my revenge. First, I threw a rock at Wyatt's bedroom window. I slashed the tires on Sophie's car. Then, I showed up in disguise at Sophie's dad's fancy restaurant where I knew Wyatt was working. I had a bag of roaches hidden in my backpack. When no one was looking, I let the roaches loose on the floor. They jumped on tables, took a swim in a man's chicken soup, and a couple of them crawled into Wyatt's hair. The customers started screaming and ran toward the door. An old rich lady dropped her fancy purse. Hey, lady, you forgot your purse. But the lady was so scared, she rushed right past me, hopped into her limousine, and drove off. The next day, the health inspector shut the restaurant down, and Wyatt lost his job. Mia caught me laughing in my room as I watched the whole thing on the news. I know you're behind what happened to Wyatt. You've got no proof. And even if I was behind it, why do you care? He's a jerk. You said so yourself. Who are you? And what have you done with my sister? I shoved Mia out of my room and slammed the door shut. I didn't have time for any distractions. I had one thing on my mind, getting back at Sophie. I kept following her around, ready to attack her with a paintball gun or rotten eggs. But ever since I'd hurt her earlier, the bodyguards stayed even closer to her. But Sophie was such a witch, she fired at least one of them daily and had a replacement by the next morning. Like one time, one of her new bodyguards named Simon accidentally photobombed Sophia's selfie, and she lost her mind. You stupid idiot! Your hideous face ruined my selfie!
I'm sorry, ma'am. It won't happen again.
Of course it won't, because you're fired! Simon begged Sophie to let him keep his job, but Sophie just laughed in his face. So the next day, I met Simon at a coffee shop. He was so pissed at Sophie that he wanted to humiliate her just as much as I did.
Sophie's going to be attending a really posh event at the National Museum tomorrow. Everybody who is anybody will be there. If you're going to try something to humiliate her, that would be the place to do it.
I was so pumped. I had the perfect time and place. Now all I needed to do was figure out how to crush Sophie in the worst way imaginable. Then the best thing happened. I was walking home when I saw this news report about how some old rich lady's purse was stolen at one of Sophie's dad's restaurants, and inside was a priceless diamond necklace. There was a $50,000 reward for anyone who returned it. The old lady's face popped up on the screen, and I immediately recognized her and her purse. I raced home and found the purse in my closet with the diamond necklace inside. Then I had an amazing idea. I could frame Sophie for stealing the rich lady's necklace and make sure she got caught at the museum event. The next day, I put on a disguise, and just as I was putting the necklace in my bag, I heard Mia behind me. You better be returning that necklace to get the reward money, because if you're planning what I think you're planning, you've lost your mind. It's none of your business. I pushed past Mia and headed toward the front door. Then a salt shaker hit me in the back of the head. Ouch! Step away from the door, sis. I can't let you do this. Mia grabbed a huge wooden spoon. I grabbed a rolling pin. I'm leaving. Then you'll have to go through me. Mia lunged toward me, and we sparred like Jedi. I knocked the spoon out of Mia's hand, then Mia threw a plate. I dove for cover. Then I grabbed a bunch of muffins off the counter and threw them at Mia one by one. Mia picked up a cutting board and used it as a shield. I grabbed a bottle of cooking oil and sprayed it in her eyes. I can't see! I darted out the door and headed straight to the museum. When I saw Sophie get out of her car, I walked up to her, but was stopped by her bodyguards.
Please, sir, I'm Sophie's biggest fan. I just want her autograph. I'm saving money to get plastic surgery to look just like her.
Sophie heard that and told her bodyguards to step aside as she gave me an autograph.
Dear whoever you are, you smell like failure. Wishing you well with your life as a loser. XOXO, Soph.
While she was busy doing that, I slipped the diamond necklace into her purse, and then I stepped back and waited. Sure enough, the minute Sophie's bag went through security at the museum entrance, they found the necklace inside. She was immediately arrested and carried off by the police, kicking and screaming. I'm innocent, you morons! Take your filthy hands off me! On the day of Sophie's trial, I was over the moon. My revenge would finally be complete. But just as I was about to go to the courthouse to hear Sophie's jail sentence, my grandmother, Mia, and Mom confronted me. You stupid tattletale, why would you tell Mom? I was worried about you. You've changed, Lily. All you think about is revenge. Sophie has to pay for what she did. She took everything from us. Dad made his own mistakes, and you can't keep living in the past and blaming yourself. You have to forgive, honey. Wyatt and Sophie don't deserve my forgiveness. We're not talking about them. You have to forgive yourself. Tears streamed down my face as the weight of the guilt I was carrying dropped down on me like a ton of bricks. We're here for you, Lily. You're better than this. You have to let this go and move on. I went to the courthouse and told the judge that it was all a misunderstanding. I explained how I'd found the diamond necklace and gave it to Sophie to return to the lady. Is this true? Sophie went along with my story, and the judge dismissed the case. Afterward, Sophie came up to me. Why did you do that? I ruined your life, and you could have easily ruined mine. Because someone reminded me that I'm a better person. After the trial, I apologized to Wyatt for what I did, and he said he was sorry for being a big fat jerk. I also started working on my anger issues. I went to counseling, started cooking again, and doing lots of yoga. Sophie's dad felt so bad about what Sophie did to me that he gave me a huge check. No, thank you, sir. Your apology is enough. Mia pulled me to the side. It's great that you're zen and all now, but don't be stupid. Mia was right. I ran to catch up with Sophie's dad. Excuse me, sir. On second thought, we'll take the check. I used the money to reopen our family restaurant. Dad even came to the opening since he got out early on good behavior, and it was the happiest day of my life. I'm Delphina from New York. My story starts with the day my parents decided to send me away. But before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents loved me a lot, but I missed them because they were always super busy at work. And I don't have any friends, not even the imaginary ones. At least I had my grandma, my Nona, and I would always ask Dad to visit her in Sicily, but he couldn't afford the tickets for us to go every year. So for my 7th birthday, he surprised me by finally deciding to send me to Nona's place with Mom. I was ecstatic, and it was an amazing place, as was my Nona. I had a lot of fun running around her farm and petting the animals. However, the best thing about Nona's farm was the nearby beach, because that's where I met Giulia.
Wow, that sandcastle looks great. Can I join you? Only if you promise to come for a swim with me afterward. But I don't know how to swim. I'll teach you.
Easy for her to say. Giulia swam like a fish, and I had never even set foot in a bathtub. Even as a baby, my parents washed me in the backyard with a bucket and a hose. Plus, I'm not good at trying new things.
Come on, the fish won't bite. There's fish?
I imagined a gigantic shark coming up from the depths of the sea, eating my butt in one single bite. But before I could chicken out, Giulia pushed me in. I flailed, terrified, but the water barely reached my waist.
See? I knew you could do it. Now take my hands and start kicking your feet. Ouch! Don't kick me. Kick the water.
Oops, I accidentally nailed her in the shin. Giulia backed up a few feet before I tried again.
Yeah, just like that.
And that's how I got over my fear of trying new things. Giulia was loud, sunny, and fearless, just like I wanted myself to be. That summer, we got into all kinds of trouble. We stole the fresh eggs from the chicken coop in the morning, raced after the postwoman, and made her lose all her letters. Giulia was also really good at basketball, so we played until the sun went down and Nona called us home. We also invented a million new ice cream flavors, and because we needed so much milk, we had to milk Nona's cow.
Don't you think she's looking at me funny? She's a cow, and you're pulling on her udders. Of course she looks at you funny.
With Giulia, I felt like I could do anything. So we milked the cow, made ice cream, and then ate so much of it that we gave ourselves stomach cramps. Might this be a lesson for the future? Excess of anything is bad, honey. But like all good things, it also ended in a blink of an eye. I was super sad to return home. I had made my first real friend, and now I had to leave her behind. I promised Giulia that I would write to her every day, and I gave her a necklace made out of seashells that we had collected together.
Wow, this is beautiful. Thank you. I'll treasure it for sure.
When I got on the plane, I realized how much I had changed, and it was all thanks to Giulia. Since I wasn't allowed a phone yet, and I had forgotten to get her email address, I would write Giulia actual letters. Each summer, I promised I'd visit, but in the end, I never did. With time, the letters became shorter and shorter, and when I was 14, my life turned upside down when my parents divorced, and I had to move to a new house with my mom. Giulia kept writing to me, but I was shattered, so I didn't feel like replying, and eventually, her letters stopped. Fortunately, my mom had made a lot of money with her novels and sent me to a new, super fancy school. However, I soon discovered that everyone here was obsessed with their looks. There was this one girl in particular, Olivia, who took an instant dislike to me. Look at what she's wearing. Are your parents in the military? Because it looks like you shop at Salvation Army. It was actually from a flea market, but her remarks were still mean. I wanted to return to my old school, but my mom had no patience with my complaints. I'll get you new clothes. What's the problem? There's nothing wrong with the clothes I already have. Other girls would be happy to have an excuse to go shopping. In the end, I found new clothes, and when I walked into school the next day, I could feel everyone looking at me with admiration. Maybe this new school wasn't so bad. But, of course, Olivia still found something wrong with me. Is that a pimple, Delphina? Ugh, here, take a mint. Your breath stinks. No matter how hard I tried, every day she found something else to make fun of. Look at her hair. Is it dandruff or lice? Ew. And that was the last straw. I couldn't take her nastiness anymore. Let's see how your hair looks now. So I threw my glass of water right in her face. But Olivia dodged, and the water drenched my teacher. She went ballistic and didn't listen to me. Instead, she sent me to detention for a week with that wicked witch. After that, school was hard because Olivia wouldn't stop bugging me. One time, she literally bugged me. She spilled an ant farm on me. It was a whole thing. Somehow, I survived 2 years, and then my life took another turn when Tristan joined my class in high school. The second I laid eyes on him, I felt my heart start to race and my stomach flip with anticipation. Or was that from the lunch in the school cafeteria? Either way, I didn't care. I had never seen anyone so handsome in my entire life. And under Olivia's stunned gaze, he walked straight up to me and extended his hand.
Hello, I'm Tristan. Can I sit here?
I kept staring at him. It was as if we had known each other for an eternity, just like in those romantic movies. Tristan didn't wait for a reply and just sat beside me, and he kept smiling at me. In class, at recess, at lunch. Well, in a matter of days, he became close to me and became the most popular guy in school. He always had the best brands and wore the latest fashion, and he was too good at sports, so he joined the basketball team as well. I was wondering, OMG, he joined it because of me. Well, the more Tristan paid attention to me, the more Olivia got jealous, and her pranks grew cruel. She would drop ketchup in my bag and cut my gym shoelaces. She even threw chewing gum in my hair. OMG, I'm sorry. I was spitting it out, and I don't know how it ended up in your hair.
OMG, you're such a liar. Do you always spit your gum 5 feet across the room when you're spitting it out? This is insane.
I was about to cry, but when I saw how worried Tristan was, I forgot everything, and he gently pulled it out by using the ice from the cafeteria, and I could see Olivia's face in dismay. The other day, the teacher called Olivia up to answer a question on the board when, rip, as she struggled to stand up, her pants ripped apart. Turned out, someone had put glue on her chair. Surprisingly, no one felt bad for her. I guess that's what you call karma. Revenge. Finally, she knew how I felt every day. But who could have glued Olivia's chair? I looked around, and Tristan winked at me. Did you do this?
Yeah, it was about time that someone taught her a lesson.
No one had stood up for me in all that time, and it touched my heart. I discovered that Tristan was a lot of fun, almost as much fun as Julia. And whenever Olivia tried to be nasty to me, Tristan would retaliate with an even bigger prank. Soon, Tristan and I became inseparable. In particular, we enjoyed playing basketball together. Come on, is this all you've got?
Let's play another game and I'll show you.
We played one game and then another one until it started raining, but we still didn't want to stop. But then I slipped, and luckily, I landed on Tristan's strong arm. Our eyes met, and I felt a spark between us. Wow. He's really handsome, isn't he? I was living a dream. After a few days, it was my birthday, and I could hardly wait for him to surprise me. Or perhaps propose to me. I wasn't ready for a proposal, but I did have a David's Bridal catalog, just in case. Yeah, you said something?
Me? No, nothing.
What?
Do you want to say something?
No, just focus on work. Jerk. I was so mad that he forgot to wish me a happy birthday. I couldn't even sleep. I kept tossing and turning. Just then, my phone rang, and it was him. I couldn't wait anymore, so I picked it up on a single ring.
Hi, come down, please.
What? I looked out, and Tristan was in front of my house. I got so excited that I tried to jump from the window. But then I realized I wasn't Rapunzel. But I didn't feel any less than a princess that day. My mom was away, so it was easy to sneak out of the house and go with Tristan. We drove to a quiet spot where you could see all of the sparkling lights of New York. He finally wished me happy birthday. And man, it was super romantic. The way he looked at me, perhaps he was thinking the same thing. He leaned in, and I closed my eyes, waiting for a kiss. But
I have something to tell you. I really like you, Delphina, but there are things about me you don't know, and I'm not sure I'm ready to tell you.
You have secrets?
I wasn't always the nice guy you know today.
What did he mean? What kind of dark secret could he have? I don't know if I can date someone who doesn't trust me.
That's okay, I understand, but I still need some time before I tell you.
After that, things between Tristan and me became different. I couldn't look at him without wondering what his big secret was, and my imagination was running wild. I still wanted to be his girlfriend, but I felt hurt that he couldn't trust me with a secret. What kind of couple would keep secrets from each other? The more I thought about it, the more it seemed strange that someone like Tristan could be interested in me. After all, when we met, I was the underdog, and he was the coolest guy in school. Maybe this was all a trick of some kind. My suspicions suspicions were confirmed one day when I went to basketball practice and I found Tristan and Olivia playing together. They were laughing and he was teaching her how to shoot three-pointers, which was my specialty. And when I saw them close together, I couldn't stand and watch it. I stormed onto the court and slapped him. How dare you? You played with me. What? I thought you didn't like her, but it looks like I was wrong. Everything you told me is a lie. Suddenly, Tristan looked super guilty, and I knew I was right. I ran away.
Wait, she told me this was your idea, that you wanted to make peace with her and forget the past.
I didn't believe him. When I got home, I was crying on my bed. I cried so much that I was suddenly sitting in the middle of a small pool, and I slid onto the floor. And there I noticed an old shoebox under my bed. I pulled it out, dusted it off, opened it, and Giulia's letters. I had almost forgotten about them. I started reading them, and it reminded me how happy I had been that summer. Giulia would have never betrayed me as Tristan had. And since I'm rich now, I bought a ticket to Italy to see my Nona again, and maybe Giulia.
What happened to you, dear? How about school?
It's only for a few days. Can I stay, please? Nona could never say no to me, so I spent the next few days wandering around the places of my childhood. There was so much that reminded me of Giulia, but when I went to see her house, I found it locked. It looked abandoned. I asked around the village, but even if they did remember Giulia, no one knew where she went. Also, one of my teammates texted, confirming that Olivia had really told Tristan that teaching her basketball was my idea. That sneaky witch! Of course she did! I went back to school, ready to apologize, but Tristan ignored me. He wasn't completely wrong. I slapped him, left him, and didn't trust him. Of course, he was angry with me and avoiding me, but I decided to get his attention anyway. I came to school dressed up all fancy, but everyone laughed at me. Then I tried to cook him a fishy surprise and put it in his locker, but it smelled so bad after a few hours that everyone gave him the stink eye. I even tried to dance for him at the basketball game, but I accidentally kicked Tristan as I jumped. But thanks to Olivia, she threw a banana peel on the floor, which made me slip. I was sure I would fall, but Tristan caught me midair.
Are you okay?
Yes. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I know you'd never team up with Olivia.
You know I don't like her.
So, can you tell me your secret now? Tristan looked at me, and he took a big breath. His face got all serious.
Come with me.
Where did he want to take me? But we went to the lockers, and thankfully, the fishy smell was gone. The corridor was deserted because everyone was still at the game. He opened his locker and took out a necklace. It was made of seashells, and I immediately recognized it. I made that necklace, but I gave it to Giulia. How... Is he Giulia's brother? He must have some connection with her. He was looking at me with a broad, hopeful grin, and suddenly, I remembered where I had seen that smile before. You're...
Giulia, but it's Tristan now.
Now that I knew the truth, I was shocked that I hadn't seen it before. That's why Tristan felt so familiar. We had met before. So, this is your big secret?
I was hoping you'd recognize me, but you never did.
You never gave me any clue.
I'm the one who taught you to play basketball.
I walked closer to look at Tristan and compared him to Giulia. Well, this version of him felt right. I couldn't imagine a grown-up version of Giulia that wasn't a boy. Is this why you never got in touch?
Yeah, I was afraid you would reject me, but I missed you too much, so I decided to risk it.
Is the fearless Tristan afraid? Tristan took my hands.
You really don't care that I was born a girl?
Giulia was my first real friend, but you were my first love, and you are perfect just the way you are. Now kiss me. And so he did, and it was the best kiss in the world. Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys, and she was always sick. Since Mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even Mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, Mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but Mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when Mom found out, she went ballistic on me.
Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while.
Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it.
I'll just wear it later.
What are you saying? Come here.
Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed, I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left.
Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger?
Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age.
You're thinking too much. Here, I got you these.
Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well. I want to pluck out my ears, they cry so much. I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys. Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that? Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk? Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. You get the point, right? And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out. What do you think you're doing?
I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look.
Wow, that's me? Yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep.
I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee?
Fine, but I want a copy. Deal. Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight.
Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating.
I've always wanted to make movies, and I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid.
Oh yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins. Okay, I believe you.
Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail.
Really? That was on your mind?
Well, that and something else.
With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along, but the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing. Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet?
Actually, yeah, he has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one.
Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe. Come on, Blake, that's not very nice. What? I'm kidding. I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes.
Eli,
Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles. What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something. Could you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring. So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you. And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside.
What's the matter with you, Blake?
What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but
what? Your sister's not normal.
And you are? You're so boring. If someone stole your identity, they'd give it up because it sucks.
You really need to watch your tongue.
And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger.
I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere.
You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister.
I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem.
I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking.
Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that?
I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli.
You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it.
I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys.
Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one.
But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli?
Who's Eli?
Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years for my own life?
Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear?
Mom left and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things or are you ignoring me?
Neither. I'm just busy.
So, I told my mom I want to make movies and she went bonkers, but
look, Carly, you and your family have issues and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say.
But you told me to live my life. You said...
Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore.
Eli, wait.
Tell your sister she won.
I felt frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always, and you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kinda bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom. What's wrong? Is Blake okay? Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you? Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that? Because you never have. Not since we were kids. Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake... No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together, and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me, and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here? Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake. Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything. I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family, and this would have made you sad. But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away. I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug.